blind eye to the fact that the cargo had mysteriously made its way back onto the ship. The ship left back up the Pacific coast, destined for the repressive US-backed junta in El Salvador, after transshipment in Panama. 39 Starkman contends that Panama's ruler, General Noriega, had given the green light for this operation but reneged on the deal when the ship arrived in Panama on June 14, 1986, when he had the crew arrested and impounded the weapons. This may well have been a trigger for Reagan's acolytes to turn on Noriega, who was eventually deposed and arrested by U.S. forces in 1989. The Peruvians were angry and recalled their ambassador from East Berlin. The East German Stasi officials in the IMS feigned ignorance and the right-wing government in El Salvador lost out on a windfall. 40 But perhaps the biggest loser was the Apartheid government, which had entrusted a network of swindlers with $20 million to buy weapons from a country that it wished the world to believe was its enemy. This scandal received no coverage in South Africa, not least because any unauthorized reporting on arms purchases carried a jail sentence. When Chris Streeter, a spokesperson at the South African Embassy in Washington, D.C., was asked about the deal, he was reported by Newsday to have responded, "Goodness, that's news to me," and categorically denied that the deal had occurred. 41 Duncan claimed afterwards that he was owed 5% commission on the deal, and alleged to Newsday that the South Africans kept the deal secret because one of its officials had received a $2 million bribe, which could blow up in the face of the National Party. 42. While this is possible, it is far more likely that the government didn't want to admit to their electorate or friends in Western intelligence agencies that they were buying weapons from the enemy. Duncan would later claim that European arms dealers had all taken an intense interest in the scam and that everybody in Geneva talks about it because this one is the jackpot. Everybody was interested to find out what really happened. 43. Behind the Iron Curtain. Double cross on the high seas. The Peruvian government investigated the deal, chasing dozens of paper trails littered with non-existent companies and forged documents. It concluded that the Pia Vesta was the work of U.S. and other intelligence organizations routing arms to Central America. 44 They believed their own country's involvement was a red herring. 45 While the Peruvians appear to have ignored the crucial role of South Africa, they may well have been onto something concerning links to the United States. According to the Wall Street Journal, Robert Owen, a courier for Colonel Oliver North, the man who headed U.S. intelligence's Iran-Contra operation in Central America, mentioned Starkman, Hennie de la Sagne and Star Productions in a memo to the colonel. In the memo, Mr. Owen associated Mr. Duncan and the two Frenchmen with the secret Contra Arms Operation 46. My final stop to try to verify this information was to check declassified documents related to the Iran-Contra affair, accessed at the National Security Archive in Washington, D.C. Here I found a National Security Council, NSC, memorandum to Oliver North, in which NSC official David Locks reported on contacts he had had with David Duncan. This was almost 6 weeks after the Pia Vesta was impounded by Panamanian authorities and publicly linked to Oliver North's Iran-Contra dealings. The document is heavily redacted, which likely includes much of the relevant information regarding the South African arms deal. According to Locks, he first met Duncan in July 1986 following an introduction from U.S. Senator Glenn's office, which informed him that David Duncan was an arms merchant from Miami, Florida who had some information on illicit arms shipments in several areas of the world. However, according to the CIA's assessment, Duncan was a wild man, unreliable, that the CIA didn't want to talk to him, particularly with the story in today's Washington Post about the Pia Vesta, and advised me to stay away from him. 247. Needless to say, the Pia Vesta deal was, and remains, shrouded in mystery, raising any number of problems. But for all the smoke and mirrors, one thing is as clear as day: there is more than sufficient evidence that Armsker bought arms from IMS, a Stasi-run East German company operating behind the Iron Curtain. During the Cold War, much was not as it seemed. Soviet-aligned Eastern Europe. The involvement of the Eastern Bloc in this sort of sanctions-busting activity added an entirely new layer of secrecy to apartheid's covert operations. Unlike the case of France, whose complicity was widely suspected and where lips were somewhat looser, the threat of discovery carried even greater consequences for both parties. The Eastern Bloc powers would no doubt be hugely embarrassed to be shown as doing business with the apartheid government when they were very publicly aligned with, and funding, the ANC. The South African government, for its part, would have to try to explain away a relationship with their mortal enemy, upon whose enmity the total strategy and the survival of the apartheid state were based. The result is that the record of the relations between apartheid South Africa, the Soviet Union and its satellite states is patchy and disparate. To use standard discursive archival phraseology, what we can now access is only a sliver of a deeper reality, scraps of documents and fragments of stories that hint at a more complete narrative. What follows, here, is a sampling of those fragments that have squirreled their way through the veil of secrecy to emerge briefly into view. While individually they may seem to be slight and disconnected vignettes, taken together I believe that they start to paint a compelling picture, a picture that shows that the apartheid government could, and did, establish cordial relationships and pragmatic trading arrangements, in violation of sanctions, with the very governments it claimed were trying to destroy the bastion of Western capitalism at the bottom of the African continent. As the sanctions news threatened to tighten and include not only arms but also commercial goods, such as military electronics, from the West during the latter part of the 1980s, P.W. Botha's government and various state entities sought new trade contracts in enemy states in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. While they still supported the ANC and its armed struggle, these countries were undergoing changes of their own from the mid-1980s, given the Soviet thought and the more outward-looking policy of perestroika. They were also desperately in search of new markets, supplies, and hard currency, which the treasury in Pretoria seemed to have in ample supply. Armscor concluded a number of weapons transactions with unnamed countries in what it referred to as the East Bloc, primarily Eastern Europe and possibly the Soviet Union. An example of a direct contract was the purchase of 1,000 Belgian mag machine guns and 4,500 FAL rifles and other material, facilitated by an Eastern European mediator. A number of other transactions took place with assistance from third countries that acted as transshipment points, including Oman and an unnamed North African country, likely Morocco. Sources in Eastern Europe also provided Armscor with a full manufacturing data package for AK-47s, enabling Armscor to produce Soviet-designed weapons in South Africa. 48. The Iron Curtain did not prove to be an obstacle for the South African Department of Foreign Affairs covert sanctions-busting unit headed by Mark Burger. Minister of Foreign Affairs Pik Botha, quick to claim credit, boasted to his biographer about these operations, "I gave the orders. The money came out of my budget." 49. Botha, a man who prefers the big picture to details, confirmed that his people used front companies to gain access to Cuba, Eastern Europe, and the Far East, probably referring to China. In Eastern Europe we had a company with the president's wife on the board of directors. A number of cabinet ministers also sat on the board. We did a few things I really can't reveal, not even now 50. According to the former South African diplomat Johan Meyer, who was tasked with setting up a new mission for South Africa in Budapest in 1990, he came across covert ties with various Eastern European countries in the 1980s. These contacts had been primarily with Russia but also with Poland and apparently Romania, the latter involving the relatives of high-positioned NP politicians, with a large focus on military equipment. 51. Pik Botha's department was not the only one in the fraudulent sanctions-busting business. In a letter marked Top Secret, the Minister for Economic Affairs and Technology as well as Trade and Industry, Danny Stein, wrote to inform the state president of a visit by an East German middleman to South Africa in June 1988 and of the success that was achieved through this. According to the documents located in P.W. Botha's archive at the University of the Free State, a Dr. Leonard Melber of the company's Ecom AG in Augsburg acted as an agent, principal, partner in trade and official representative of certain East European countries and the Soviet Union as well as African countries and countries in the Middle and Far East. 52. Melber, who was reported to control 138 international companies, paid a secret visit to South Africa at the request of the East German government. He was accompanied at almost 30 meetings in Johannesburg and Cape Town by a government official working with the Department of Trade and Industry's Unconventional Trade Division, tasked with busting sanctions. According to the report, his visit had resulted in potential deals, some of which were at advanced stages of negotiation, that were valued at $1 billion. The most important deal, worth $700 million, involved the potential export of between 1 and 2 million tons of South African iron ore to East Germany and Russia, and 1 million tons of coal to Soviet-aligned states. It also included the potential for clandestine investment of $150 million in a South African mine in exchange for the annual export of 300,000 tons of a particular mineral to an Eastern Bloc state to the value of R150 million.53. Melber also offered to assist South Africa with some of its other sanctions-busting initiatives. These opportunities were communicated to South African private sector corporations. Melber was politically well connected and plans were afoot for him to accompany the East German Deputy Minister of Trade to South Africa in July 1988. In addition, he had already secured a meeting within a week of his visit to South Africa with the Russian Minister of Foreign Trade and a senior member of the Soviet Union's Politburo, to discuss possible cooperation in the international marketing of certain minerals. A visit by officials of both countries was planned for the near future. 54. The archives do not provide further information about which of these contracts were fulfilled. The intention, however, was clear, and was supported at cabinet level in South Africa, East Germany, and possibly the Soviet Union. Little record can be found of Melber's company Zecom AG, except for the Principality of Liechtenstein's company registry, which shows that a firm with the name Zecom AG was, after 21 years of trade, removed from the registry on 8 November 1989.55. The following day, the Berlin Wall came tumbling down under the weight of popular protest across East Germany. The Stasi is watching. The East German Ministry for State Security, Stasi, was one of the most pervasive and effective intelligence agencies in the world. By 1989 it employed 274,000 people, of whom approximately 175,000 were so-called unofficial informants, whose job was to engage in part-time spying. 56 Some estimates suggest that as many as 500,000 were in fact employed in this manner, but many of their records may have been among the almost 1 billion pages of documents destroyed by the repressive regime shortly before the fall of the Berlin Wall. 57 We submitted a request for information regarding South Africa and sanctions-related issues to the German State Archives. While authorities give limited access to such records to researchers and journalists, which are mostly heavily redacted, a vast volume of records remains strictly off bounds. These are all the records collected outside East Germany by its agents and through its various embassies, which were seized by U.S. intelligence after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and have not been returned despite repeated requests by the unified German state. The Stasi documents I consulted in Berlin, not far from its landmark television tower on the Alexanderplatz, nonetheless proved illuminating. The Stasi was always watching, even if it seldom proposed how to intervene in sanctions busting that involved South Africa. Candy from the Communists. A Stasi report dated June 1988 suggested that East Germany had more than once been used to launder unknown goods as part of efforts to bust the embargo, as much as it existed, between the United States and South Africa. 58 The report, together with supporting cargo manifests, was based on reports from a Stasi informer named Peter, possibly from the West German port city of Hamburg. The process was relatively simple, although almost unthinkable given the Cold War mutual antagonism. Goods from either South Africa or the United States would be offloaded in Hamburg. From there, they would be transferred to new containers and relabeled as medical equipment or, on one occasion, as mint drops. A major East German transport company called Deutschtrans would truck the goods across the East German border, and at one of the first truck stops turn around, heading back to West Germany. The goods, now with paperwork which presumably showed East Germany as the country of origin, still labeled as mint drops, would then be offloaded in Hamburg, ready for shipment to South Africa or the United States. From the report it is clear that West German harbor workers were aware that this was a sanctions-busting operation, and had accused the truck driver on at least one occasion of East German complicity in the scheme. The report ends with a proposal to investigate whether this sort of practice by Deutschtrans was officially sanctioned and politically defensible. The report gives an indication that, if needed, officials could give further information about similar shipments. 59. Broderband in Leipzig. In 1984 a Stasi informer reported on a conversation with three people at East Germany's biggest annual trade fair held in Leipzig. 60 The three included a member of the South African Trade Council in Austria, an Austrian businessman and a representative of a London bank that had interests in South Africa. All three indicated that they were not in Leipzig in their private capacity, but were there to represent the South African government. They expressed frustration with the difficulty they were having in establishing trade links. They argued that East Germany shouldn't take a narrow view of South Africa, as there were traditionally good links with East Germany in the trade of industrial diamonds. They also said that Hungary purchased almost all of its uranium from South Africa and that trade flows with the Soviet Union currently stood at $20 million in a variety of areas, although made through third parties. In turn, they expressed an interest in purchasing mechanical equipment from East Germany. 61. In 1989 the Stasi took special note of a South African businessman among the Southern African delegation to the Leipzig trade show that year. 62 Interested in the purchase of East German computers, he had evidently far more influence than his role within the trade delegation suggested. What followed was a number of discussions with Stasi informers and agents concerning East German equipment, much of which took place in code and in English if any third person was close by. The East Germans were able to establish through various informants that the businessman, who represented a company called Trans World Technology, was acting as a front for the South African company National Panasonic, which in turn was owned by the South African company Nashua. 63 We were able to learn, from leaked documents that originate from the Armsker Paris office, that Trans World Technology was a company registered in Liberia. It had been incorporated by Crediet Bank by Dr. G. Mergen, who provided a similar service to a number of Armsker front companies. Its purpose was listed as marketing Far East. The South African businessman, whose name has been redacted, is said to have been born in Stellenbosch, represented the interests of the South African government and was acting as their representative at the highest level in trade negotiations with East Germany. He was described as a Stellenbosch graduate who was a member of the NP secretive controlling clique, the Broderband. His father, a senior member of the Broderband, was a clergyman and part of F.W. de Klerk's inner circle. The Stasi undertook further research through a number of its agents and confirmed his credentials and business contacts in South Africa and Germany, including the managing director of National Panasonic. Besides an interest in East German computer technology, the businessman offered to establish cooperation with East Germany in the field of digital intelligence technology and satellite communication. He indicated that he was in the process of procuring documentation concerning the U.S. Cray supercomputer, and undertook his activities in close collaboration with Israeli intelligence. He specifically asked the Stasi informant Hennie to establish contact with the East German security services in July 1989. He was described as a supporter of apartheid but understood that the policy had brought about South Africa's isolation. 64. Robert Mugabe and Robotron. A March 1989 Stasi memo concerns the sale of East German computers from the state firm Robotron to the Harare-based company ZCT. The East Germans had tried to establish this link because they knew that ZCT worked very closely with the company Zidco, owned by the ruling ZANU-PF party. 65 Zidco was similar to the Chancellor House, a trust alleged to kick back profits from sweetheart deals to the ANC. The Stasi informant Philip reported that ZCT had an office in South Africa and its three directors were strongly suspected of belonging to the mafia and having interesting contacts in Zimbabwe. The ZCT was apparently established by Robert Mugabe with the purpose of facilitating deals in southern Africa, including South Africa, and managed its relationship with South Africa through a subsidiary in Gaborone, Botswana. The South Africans were particularly interested in personal and large computers that they could purchase from Robotron, via ZCT. The East Germans had already started to test the export of equipment to South Africa, and noted the business in South Africa must be organized in such a manner that East Germany is not immediately identified as the direct partner in the production of these products. The cover was provided by working through ZCT and Robotron as intermediaries. The deal was viewed as not being without risk and was described as a complicated, politically sensitive business. 66 It is very likely, given these circumstances, that Mugabe and ZANU-PF would have benefited from a scheme intended to violate the embargo against South Africa. However, the South Africans did not always feel the need to work through cumbersome schemes such as this. A May 1989 Stasi intelligence report summarized the South African interest in East German high-tech equipment. 67 This included computers and electrotechnical equipment from the East German company AHB Robotron, as well as night vision and other optical equipment from the renowned Carl Zeiss of Jena. In return, South Africa had promised the delivery of raw materials to East Germany and assistance with its own embargo-busting activities. East German intelligence sources indicated that South Africa was interested not only in technical and commercial equipment and information, but also political and economic information from East Germany. In one instance they had offered an East German official a new start in South Africa in return for them assisting to develop commercial activities between the two countries over a 4 to 5 year period. 68 Pretoria was starting to think long-term and was cultivating a relationship with the men who held power behind the Berlin Wall. As two countries that had surrounded their people with fences, they had much in common. Bombs from Bulgaria. A 1980 investigation by the German magazine Der Spiegel revealed that between 1976 and 1980 the Bulgarian Secret Service had assisted in supplying South Africa with weapons, which were to be used by the anti-communist UNITA forces in Angola. According to the report, Bulgaria as well as, to a lesser extent, Poland provided war material to the value of approximately DM150 million, including AK-47s and RPG-7 rocket-propelled grenades. The chief buyer was Armscur's Charles Canfield, described as a smart young English speaker with Gucci looks who operated with a network of arms dealers from the Armscur office in Paris. Armscur worked closely with the mother and daughter team of Maria and Vera Kalermeyer, arms brokers in Vienna, who helped facilitate contact with one Ivan Slavkov. Slavkov was the Director General of the Bulgarian television services, a well-connected official whose father-in-law happened to be the head of state, Todor Zhivkov. Der Spiegel suggested that Slavkov might have been induced to cooperate by a love affair with Vera Kelmer, for whom he bought fur coats, a ring, and a sports car. 69. If so, it would have been a risky relationship given that his father-in-law ruled Bulgaria with an iron grip for 35 years until 1989. He was eventually found guilty of corruption and plundering state resources. The choice of Bulgaria as potential supplier to Armscur was additionally unexpected in view of the fact that Zhivkov was described by the writer and regime critic Georgy Markov as someone who served the Soviet Union more ardently than the Soviet leaders themselves did. 70 Zhivkov would later have Markov, then living in exile in London, assassinated on Waterloo Bridge by a poison-tipped umbrella carried by an agent of the Bulgarian Secret Service, Darshana Shugarnost. The two Viennese arms brokers, using their political connections in Sofia, would turn to Darshana Shugarnost to conclude a deal with Armscur's agent, the Gucci man Canfield. 71 Within weeks of the first contact, weapons were loaded in the Bulgarian Black Sea port of Burgas with a fraudulent end-user certificate indicating Nigeria as the destination, which was provided by a Nigerian consular official. Payment was made in advance by Armscur through banks in Brussels and Luxembourg, possibly Credit Bank. Both the Western arms brokers and the Bulgarian Secret Service received a 15% commission. The shipment of the weapons relied on the Danish shipping company Trigon. Over a 2-year period Trigon would collect its cargoes of weapons, set sail for a neutral country, and, when on the high seas hundreds of miles south of the Canary Islands off the coast of West Africa, change the flag and the name of the vessel using a fresh can of paint. This operation would take a mariner tied to the side of the vessel, paintbrush in hand, 2 hours to complete. Two of the ships concerned were the Alice Trigon and Sarah Polson. The vessel would then set sail for Cape Town, from where weapons would be shipped to UNITA forces in Angola. The head of the shipping company, Anders Jensen, and his crew were awarded bonus payments from their South African paymasters, which included a risk premium paid to the captain for his role in falsifying his logbook to change the destination of the ship. The matter was contested by Jensen, a controversial figure to whom we will shortly return, and investigated by Danish officials. This resulted in the exposure of a second supply line involving the Copenhagen-based cargo ship Romeo, which for a fee of $130,000 shipped Czechoslovakian handguns from the Polish harbor of Gdynia to Durban. In response to the interest shown by the Danish police, the Bulgarian, South African arms deal found a new shipment point in Hamburg. From here, at least 2 cargo loads of weapons were delivered to Cape Town and Durban, including rockets, anti-tank missiles, and AK-47s.72. Anders Jensen fled Denmark in 1983 and settled in South Africa, evading Danish justice for many years. In 1996 the Danish embassy in Pretoria confirmed that its attorney general in Copenhagen was considering charges against Jensen, as it had recently reinstated full diplomatic ties with the Mandela government. According to the Danish Seamen's Union, 60 illegal shipments were brought to South Africa on board Danish vessels from 1978 onwards. Jensen's company Trigon was responsible for 25 of these. In response to questions from the Mail and Guardian, Jensen commented, "I don't regard myself as a criminal. If I am one, there are many other people who belong in jail, that's for sure." 73 The Danish media reported in 2004 that Jensen, whose passport had been revoked by the Danish authorities, had given up hope of ever returning to Denmark. The 83-year-old believed he would die at his home in the exclusive Cape Town suburb of Oranjezicht. 74. A document found in the South African Foreign Affairs Archive in Pretoria, sent from the South African Embassy in Brussels to the Secretary of Foreign Affairs in Pretoria, dated March 1977, confirms the shipment of various goods and machinery from the Bulgarian capital of Sofia. A proposal was made that a South African naval ship be ready to provide assistance to the shipment on the high seas approximately 600 to 1,000 miles south of the Canary Islands, and offer a shadow convoy for 2 shipments. It was also requested that the secretive SADF listening station at Silvermine just outside Cape Town should monitor the ship's radio frequencies. This correlates with the modus operandi described in Der Spiegel's investigation. 75. The Bulgarian government, at least officially, denied any knowledge of involvement in arms deals with South Africa. Robert Hughes MP, chairman of the anti-apartheid movement in the United Kingdom, wrote a letter to the Bulgarian ambassador to London, Kirill Shtarev. Hughes expressed concern about Bulgaria's role in arming the apartheid state. Shtarev responded in a letter dated June 5, 1984, stating that these reports are slanderous and markedly anti-Bulgarian. They have been fabricated by certain Western intelligence services and their aim is to disinform the world public opinion on the role played by my country in the struggle against apartheid. I wish to assure you, that the government of the People's Republic of Bulgaria has never sold any weapons to countries with reactionary regimes, let alone to the racist Republic of South Africa. 76. The Soviet Union. When I interviewed an Armscor official in 2014, he leaned back in his chair as he explained away the contradiction of buying weapons from the Rui Guevara, Red Peril, in the 1980s. 77 According to him, Armscor did business with everyone, including the Soviets in the 1980s. He recalled how this fact had shaken the world of a young student intern working with him at Armscor in the 1980s. The young man was loyal to the NP and the ideals of Christian nationalism. Going through old typewriter lint, he had stumbled upon the text from a secret letter sent to Soviet counterparts confirming the purchase of equipment. The young man was perplexed. he wanted to find a way to do something about it because he said we are doing business with the antichrists, but of course he couldn't do anything. Yes, we were anti-communist but would buy weapons from the Russians. 78. Little is known about clandestine Soviet engagement with the apartheid regime precisely because neither party had any advantage in the material being disclosed. The Soviet intelligence archives, which could be helpful, are closed to researchers, as are their South African counterparts. It is worth noting that while we have found evidence of some clandestine contact, it was not on the scale of that with countries in the West, such as France or the United States. However, given more than 3 decades of simmering hostility between Pretoria and Moscow, this collaboration, along with that of China, is perhaps the most surprising. The retired diplomat Tom Wheeler believes that what assisted the development of relations between the Soviet Union and South Africa was that government departments in Pretoria often worked in silos on a need-to-know basis. This, in turn, helped minimize the risk of news of the relationship spreading outside a tight circle. 79 While a trade in weapons appears to have taken place in violation of the UN arms embargo, it is useful to first examine the aspects of trade and collaboration between the two countries that could act as a shaky foundation on which more sensitive deals could be built. What mutual interest could reconcile these apparent arch-enemies? Enter the Oppenheimers. According to the Russian historians Irina Filatova and Apollon Davidson, the Moscow theater-going public was convinced they had caught sight of Harry Oppenheimer, head of South Africa's mining giants De Beers and Anglo-American, at the Bolshoi Theatre. 80 Is it conceivable that the old plutocrat, an institution among Western business moguls and politicians, had trekked behind the Iron Curtain at the height of apartheid and the Cold War? The Soviet Union had called for a world trade boycott of apartheid in 1963 and had maintained no official diplomatic, trade or economic links with Pretoria since 1956. David Pallister, award-winning investigative journalist who has written extensively on the Oppenheimer empire, argues that this mattered little in practice when it came to the business of earning foreign exchange. 81 Apparently, cooperation between Moscow and De Beers had a long history dating back to the 1950s, just after the closure of Moscow's diplomatic mission in South Africa. According to some estimates, the funds that the USSR received from De Beers for their diamonds were the third largest source of hard currency for the country. At first relations were direct and straightforward, but after the ANC protested, they continued through a British company acting as a front. 82 The London firm City and West East, a subsidiary of the Hambros banking group, managed the movement of rough diamonds destined for the De Beers diamond monopoly. The Central Selling Organization, CSO. 83 Africa Confidential reported in 1987 on the little-publicized relationship between Soviet mineral export enterprises and the South African multinational De Beers, which controlled the world's diamond market at the time. 84 According to the article, Soviet representatives frequently met with senior De Beers executives, usually in London, to discuss diamond pricing and to sell Soviet gems. 85 The director of the Africa Institute, Anatoly Gromyko, son of former Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, made a convenient distinction at the time, saying that the Soviet Union has contacts with the cartel that deals in diamonds, which is not to be confused with official government ties with South Africa. 86 The private sector was apparently not political. While we cannot confirm that Oppenheimer attended the Bolshoi Theatre, the BBC correspondent John Osman was surprised to find one of Oppenheimer's most trusted lieutenants, Gordon Waddell, standing at the bar of the Bolshoi during the interval of a performance of the opera Boris Godunov in November 1980. 87 Waddell, a former British Lions rugby player and White MP in Helen Suzman's Progressive Federal Party, was executive director of Anglo-American between 1971 and 1987 and chairman of the mining company Johannesburg Consolidated Investments and of Rustenburg Platinum Mines at the time. 88 According to Osman, Waddell was in the company of an Anglo man and 2 Soviet officials but said that there was no story, he was just passing through. Upon inquiries the following day, Waddell had vacated his hotel and none of his Soviet contacts knew or were willing to say anything about the matter. 89 It is highly unlikely that the Soviets would have given a visa to a white South African unless there was a more official reason for the visit. As David Pallister argues, the self-styled champion of black African nationalism has been trading and dealing with South Africa for years through price-fixing understandings on gold and platinum, and the sale of Russian diamonds by De Beers. 90. While Anglo-American and the Soviets agreed on aspects of the gold trade, South Africa and the Soviet Union, as the world's biggest platinum producers, had more difficulty in coming to an understanding on platinum pricing during the 1970s and 1980s, despite meetings between representatives of the two countries, in distant places far removed from either, such as Oslo and Hong Kong. 91 However, by the 1980s Soviet representatives were traveling to South Africa regularly to discuss the sale of minerals such as platinum. 92 Trading places. The trade between the Soviet Union and South Africa was monitored closely by the CIA Director of Economic Research. The CIA noted, as far back as 1970, that while no exports from South Africa to the USSR had been reported, they believed that some flows took place through third countries, and that the Soviet Union exported between $500,000 and $700,000 worth of products to South Africa. South Africa also registered trade with 6 Eastern European countries, including East Germany, Bulgaria, Poland, and Romania. In 1969 the total value of imports from these countries was approximately $6.90 million. 93 The trading relationship between the two countries, despite an official cut in economic ties, began slowly to pick up in the 1980s. By way of example, in the 1980s and early 1990s South Africa sold the USSR a sixth of all Soviet mohair imports, 3,000 tons, according to Konstantin Razumiev, director of Moscow's Central Research Institute of Wool Industry. 94 Much of this was the result of ongoing covert diplomacy led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sanctions-busting Supremo, Mark Berger. Berger claims that numerous discreet, fruitful meetings took place between South African and Soviet heavyweights in both countries. 95 He recalls that one of the Soviet officials he dealt with in Leningrad had been born in Pretoria before his father was expelled by the South Africans on allegations of espionage in 1956. 30 years later, the father was the KGB's second-in-command and the son was involved in secret trade talks with Berger and his colleagues from Pretoria. 96 Some of the overtures were crude and ineffective, such as when Pik Botha was reported to have sent a message to Soviet officials who were in South Africa investigating the plane crash that killed Mozambican President Samora Machel. Botha proposed increased trade in return for South African neutrality. 97 Vladimir Shubin and Marina Trakova also provide details of similar attempts by Giovanni Mario Ricci, the shady Italian sanctions buster stationed in the Seychelles, who was a close associate of the apartheid spy Craig Williamson. 98 Ricci had tried in vain to insert himself as an intermediary between Pretoria and the Soviet embassy in the Seychelles. 99 By 1988, Pik Botha started to call publicly for the opening of trade relations with the Soviet Union. By 1989, the issue was the subject of debate in the White Parliament, as always in the context of a grudge against the Americans and British. 100 The gist of the argument was expressed by an NP MP, who stated, "If Russia can give us an opportunity or can help us to ward off the international economic war against South Africa, they must make use of the opportunity." 101 From Russia, with love? Against this background, the thought of direct military trade between the two countries appears less far-fetched. Important to bear in mind, in this regard, is the fact that the Soviet perceptions of the ANC weren't static or necessarily uniformly held by Soviet decision-makers. There was apparently a divergence of views between the political leaders in the Central Committee and the Soviet Defense Ministry about the chance of success of the ANC's armed wing, Umkhonto we size we. The Soviet soldiers had battled the SADF in Angola and were less optimistic about the liberation group's chances. 102 The former senior military intelligence officer Chris Thyrion believes that South African efforts to try to isolate the ANC from their foreign support groups were successful, to an extent. According to him, the SADF had intelligence that the Russians were telling the ANC in the mid-1980s that they needed to engage with the Afrikaners, because the apartheid state was telling the Soviets that we are not going anywhere. 103. The Archive for Contemporary Affairs in Bloemfontein reveals over 100 pages of Magnus Malan's handwritten notes in a South African Ministry of Defence folder marked Notes of Discussions, Minister of Defence and Prime Minister. This record of the SADF chief's meetings with P.W. Botha from the early 1980s includes details of the need to write a concept paper about the total onslaught against South Africa, as well as the communist threat. Somewhat cryptically, marked in red pen, are notes of a meeting with P.W. Botha on November 13, 1982. In these Malan records that KBG prisoner / wants to buy Mealy's maize. White Russians are minority group. They do not want to see whites perish. Want an understanding / create situation that we will play into the hands of the West, they need chrome from us. Chief Staff Intelligence discussion with Nell about Mealy's Russia trade, top management thereof, following discussion with PM. Further reference is also made to enriched uranium, in reference to the Soviets. Both Magnus Malan and P.W. Botha, the only participants in these meetings, have died, taking many of this country's secrets with them to the grave. We can read much into these notes, but one possible interpretation is that they record an early clandestine exchange of views between representatives from both sides, just at the time that Pretoria was about to turn its anti-communist rhetoric to fever pitch. 104. A former senior Armscor official, who asked for his identity not to be disclosed, confirmed that not only were there talks between the parties, but that it had developed to such an extent by the late 1980s that Armscor had achieved the unthinkable. 105 Armscor had a team of military experts working from within the Soviet Union, including an office in Leningrad. Moreover, a team of Armscor officials, who we should recall received their funding from the Department of Defense, also operated from the Siberian city of Omsk, home to a squadron of MiG-23 and MiG-31 aircraft during the Cold War. 106 According to the source, the background to this is that a South African medical team, mostly from Wits University, responded to a call for volunteers to assist in the wake of the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Although this team had no military ties, the Russians apparently developed a great affinity for South Africans as a result. I asked Dr. Max Price about this, but neither he nor any of the former staff at Wits Medical School at the time could recollect this. The Armscor team in Siberia were involved in jet engine development intended to improve the design of the French-manufactured aircraft which the South African Air Force possessed. 107 In return, the Armscor team taught the Russians how to develop single crystal blade technology for jet engines. The relationship between the Soviets and the South African military could have had one positive impact, in making redundant the need for new fighter jets in the post-apartheid arms deal. As the book Devil in the Detail revealed, the Russian arms dealer Mark Voloshin entered into a deal with the apartheid state during the arms embargo to lease MiG-29 engines to the South Africans for testing so they could upgrade their Mirage and Cheetah fleet. 108 The deal had the alleged blessing of the Soviet state at the time, and approximately $18 million worth of technology and equipment was shipped to South Africa. However, instead of bench testing the engines, Voloshin had the engines fitted directly to the planes. South Africa fitted the engines at the expense of the Russians, and refused to pay, while Voloshin moved from Russia to his new home in South Africa. As the Russians were reluctant to acknowledge that they had broken the arms embargo, no action was taken. 109 The upgrades would have given the Cheetahs and Mirages a new lease on life and saved South Africa from a costly upgrade of new fighter jets. 110 The record of Armscor's Siberian outpost is an extraordinary revelation of the manner in which the apartheid regime was continuously adapting its practice, even when this contradicted its own policy and politics. As Soviet politics themselves changed, So too did South Africa's covert approaches. This underscores the very apartheid-like discrepancy between publicly stated virtue and ideological purity, on the one hand, and private pragmatism and greed on the other. During the Cold War, nothing was quite what it seemed. Chapter 8. The United States of America. We must stay and work, not cut and run. It should be our policy to build in South Africa, not to bring down. Ronald Reagan, 19,861. Ronald Reagan will always be remembered by South Africa for having preached good sense and tried to maintain it. P.W. Botha, 19,872. For most American Republicans, Ronald Reagan was the ultimate politician, a guiding light to whom they have turned for decades since his presidency. Reagan and his coterie were phenomenally successful in creating the image of a president who was at once avuncular and a powerful, uncompromising foe of the dreaded Ruskies. It was, of course, an elaborate deception. In lockstep with his spiritual partner, Margaret Thatcher, Reagan introduced the extreme supply-side capitalism that has dominated the world for the last 30 years, and which has arguably culminated in the extreme inequalities and democratic deficits that saw the election of another entertainer with tyrannical impulses, Donald Trump. But it was in Reagan's foreign policy that the disjuncture between his wholesome image and the painful reality became clear. His coterie of conservative extremists, George H. W. Bush, Alexander Haig, and Dick Cheney, would lead the resurgence of neoconservative thinking. Their preferred tactics were to secretly fund and arm right-wing groups around the world, and insert themselves in covert military activities to undermine leftist governments, regardless of the will of the affected country's populace. This was often done in secret and in open defiance of the U.S. constitutional order, which usually required at least some sort of congressional oversight. Nowhere was this clearer than in the Iran-Contra scandal, in which the Reagan White House used connections with arms dealers and crooks across the world to effectively create a secret foreign policy and covert action unit run on black money, outside government oversight and directly under the control of Reagan's White House staff. It was in this noxious atmosphere of hypercapitalism, contempt for democracy and appetite for covert action that the apartheid regime could make hay. Apartheid's operatives, its arms dealers and spies, were to work with conservative groups, comfortable with backroom wheeling and dealing, shaping American foreign policy in sub-Saharan Africa and beyond with remarkable ease. As cash became king in Washington in the 1970s and 1980s, apartheid's generosity allowed the regime to secretly buy politicians and secure the services of top lobbyists. When it came to the peculiarly American game of talking one way, acting another and cashing dirty checks without guilt, Pretoria was only too eager to be a player. Despite the aspirations of some conservatives, the United States is no monolith. For a right-wing government like that in Pretoria, this presented a profound obstacle. The president may have supported the South African government, but the U.S. Congress and Senate had both pro- and anti-sanctions voices that protested the issues loudly at the time. The CIA and other intelligence structures provided covert support to Pretoria, but the FBI investigated sanctions busters and the judiciary prosecuted them. This required South African spies and lobbyists to work selectively and mostly covertly while evading the law. Their favored target was conservative groups that bought Pretoria's total strategy argument, of a total war against communism, hook, line, and sinker. The Christian nationalist state threw in pro-Christian policies and a commitment to free enterprise for good measure. For some conservatives, the burgeoning ties between Pretoria and Tel Aviv were another tick. For other good old boys, South Africa at the time was a nostalgic throwback to a world they had left behind with the rise of the civil rights movement. Above all, ordinary citizens in the United States, from college campuses to civil rights organizations and faith groups, organized on a massive scale to counter apartheid. They made the issue of disinvestment and sanctions an important one, to the extent that even presidential debates at the time featured discussions of South Africa and the sanctions question. This was done in the teeth of fierce opposition from many of Reagan's supporters. These feisty activists ensured that no corporate executive or banker or politician with any progressive merit could afford not to consider their position on South Africa. Pretoria, mostly covertly, worked tirelessly to counter this. Money can buy you love? The apartheid government actively sought to influence international public opinion in its favor. Covert contacts were always helpful, but as we have seen, these came with risk, intrigue, and costly premiums paid to middlemen. Shaping public opinion in your favor was an elusive goal given the growing antipathy towards the apartheid regime. However, this didn't stop the regime from lining the pockets of apartheid's silver-tongued lobbyists. Some were crackpot racists who were useful, but not the type of people you wanted to show off among establishment allies in New York or Washington, D.C. Here the South African government leaned on insiders and operators, guns for hire. These lobbyists came with a network that could be liberal or conservative, but fundamentally their causes were interchangeable: tobacco, pharmaceuticals, arms, and apartheid. If you had money, they promised to work their networks in your favor. Like many other snake oil salesmen, they promised more than they could deliver, yet sometimes even a placebo is an effective elixir. Not all the lobbyists in the US were Americans. Indeed, by the mid-1980s South African business people were equally important. The South African conglomerate Anglo-American was the biggest foreign investor in the US at this time and, together with a number of other wealthy South African businessmen, it had associates and friends who could be leaned on for support. While they may now deny their support for apartheid, it was a system in which they reaped mega profits and, as a result, they too were ready to do the government's bidding when asked. Senator Richard Stone, Tricky Dicky and his South African associates. Lying undisturbed for decades in South African archives is the story of Richard, Dick, Stone, a Democratic senator for Florida from 1975 to 1980 who made an extraordinary bid for what would have been one of the biggest pro-apartheid lobby deals of the 1980s. Stone was a hawk who appealed to the Reagan White House. His track record as senator was vehemently pro-Israel, anti-Castro, and in support of the neutron bomb, a favorite Reaganite project aimed at killing humans while not damaging property. 3 From 1981 to 1982 Stone worked as a paid lobbyist for the right-wing Guatemalan government of Fernando Lucas Garcia, who came to power through a coup in 1978. He was responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Guatemalans, predominantly indigenous Maya people, during his rule. 4 In 1983, Stone was appointed by Ronald Reagan as ambassador at large and special envoy to Central America, at a time when the United States was actively supporting right-wing governments guilty of human rights abuses and rebel groups looking to overthrow democratically elected leftist governments in the region. In October 1985 Stone, now back in the private sector, approached the South African embassy in Washington with a propaganda proposal dressed up as public diplomacy to refocus media attention on the positive nature of government reform initiatives in South Africa. 5 He wanted to focus media attention on what he regarded as the violent and radical nature of the ANC, which would facilitate sympathy for their exclusion from any negotiation process. 6 Stone proposed the establishment of an organization known as the Coalition for Reform in South Africa, headquartered in Washington, D.C., and funded by a trust established in South Africa organized after confidential consultation between the South African government and several prominent, trustworthy South African business leaders. 7 This would create some distance between him and the South African government and allow for the innocuous-sounding body to be registered in terms of the 1938 Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA. 8. The view of the South African embassy was that Stone offered proven success in altering media perceptions of events in Central America. The South African government then approved a proposal that Stone should visit South Africa on an orientation visit in order to meet with selected government and business leaders and discuss the feasibility of his proposal. 9 One of Stone's unique selling points, which he did not hesitate to bring to the attention of the South African embassy, was the program of public diplomacy he had led on behalf of the repressive regime in El Salvador. 10. The initial cost proposed by Stone for this venture was a staggering $50 million, to be provided in secret by the friendly South African business community. 11 Fortuitously, in October 1985, a group of prominent South African industrialists traveled to Washington, D.C. and expressed interest in contributing to an independent pro-South African lobbying group such as that envisaged by Stone. 12 The prominent businessmen included Bertie and Ronnie Lubner, founders of what is now PG Glass, Eric Sampson, Max Thiel, Benny Sloan, Tidelex Group, and Graham Beck, who had interests in coal mines and is better known for a wine label that carries his name. 13 Despite their interest, Mark Burger and his colleagues at the Department of Foreign Affairs found it difficult to persuade South African business to participate in this exercise, and it was decided to negotiate Stone down to a more modest proposal of $1 million, to be borne by government and business. 14 By April 1986 Stone had agreed to reduce his fee to $1.2 million. Yet the massive discrepancy between this and his original proposal of $50 million generated skepticism in the minds of both government and business. Ronnie and Bertie Lubner and some of their associates had indicated that they were willing to contribute up to $15 million for various projects to improve South Africa's image abroad. However, these funds would not be specifically earmarked for Stone's proposal. A top-secret memo went on to add that the possibility of obtaining such order of funds was largely down to the personal commitment and initiative of the Lubners, Gary Muller, the CEO of Nedbank, and a circle of their close friends and associates. Attempts to contact over 200 domestic and foreign companies had proved futile, and the Lubners were said to be the best bet to raise sufficient funds for a project of this nature. 15 Embassy officials stressed the importance of ensuring that Stone met with a broad spectrum of Afrikaans, English, and Jewish businessmen in South Africa. 16 The possibility of including Black, Indian and colored businessmen at a later stage was regarded as a necessity. 17 Stone was slated to meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Pik Botha, Bertie Lubner, and a select group of 5 to 10 top businessmen. A guest list included Harry Oppenheimer, Basil Hersov, Donald Gordon, Liberty Life, Albert Wessels, Toyota, and Johann Rupert. The urgency of the initiative was due to imminent anti-sanctions legislation in the U.S. The initiative was likened to the intervention of the Swiss banker Fritz Leutwiler, who had played a central role as intermediary between the South African government and Swiss banks. 18 Stone would be his American equivalent in this unique public-private partnership. South African officials felt that Stone's heart is in it and that there are political risks associated with this for Stone, and there are risks even if agreement cannot be reached with him. Leaks of this could be very damaging for him. 19 It was agreed that Stone would visit South Africa as a state guest in 1986, and contact would be made with local businessmen to discuss the initiative with them in preparation for his visit. 20 In February 1986 plans were made in a top-secret memo for S to visit South Africa at the cost of the South African government but under the cover of the Lubners' US-based firm Solaglass International. The string of top-secret correspondence provides no insight into the actual meetings scheduled in South Africa. However, a comment from foreign affairs officials in Pretoria following a meeting with Stone in Johannesburg raised the concern that he demonstrated a serious lack of understanding of the situation on the ground in South Africa. Bizarrely, Stone had suggested that the unbanning of Winnie Mandela should have been conveyed to her by P.W. Botha's wife as some sort of cold comfort. 21 While I was in the U.S. in May 2014, I attempted to meet Senator Richard Stone, now retired after a stint as U.S. ambassador to Denmark in the early 1990s. I soon realized that I was dealing with a man who had over many years mastered the art of evasion. Each question was deftly deflected. It was not that he could not recall anything, it just seemed he could recall nothing about his connections with South Africa. When provided about details of his trip he responded, "I recall going to South Africa and looking at a lot of wild animals. It was an impressive sight." 22 Stone could not recall whom he had met, and when I asked if he was introduced to any South African ministers or state president P.W. Botha during his trip, he politely rounded the question by saying, "I met with many heads of state during my time, I don't recall meeting the South African head of state." I might have 23. He said there was no value in my trying to come and meet him as he could help me no further. 24. The South African businessman Basil Hersov told me that he did not recall a Senator Stone, and added that the South Africa Foundation would not have supported the idea of a private agent acting on behalf of the government, even if some companies might have supported it individually. 25. He also said that he was never aware of any attempts by the Department of Foreign Affairs to approach the private sector to raise money to fund projects, though they may have approached individual companies. 26. Bertie Lubner, whom we met shortly before he passed away in 2016, recalled a trip that was organized for Stone to meet the Jewish community in South Africa. Stone was an advocate for change in South Africa, but also to lessen the severity of sanctions. 27. Lubner went on to add that Stone's proposal was a well-received program, but I don't think anything really came of it in any tangible form. 28. The businessman remembered Richard Stone better than Stone cared to remember his association with South Africa during apartheid. Paid to climb the greasy pole. By the mid-1970s, apartheid propaganda in the US was in full swing and led by the shadowy Information Department. When the information scandal broke, it became apparent that not only had run-of-the-mill funding been provided to prominent lobbying firms such as Sidney Barron in New York, but clandestine money had been channeled to fund the election campaigns of pro-South African U.S. politicians. 29. In both California and Iowa, South African funds, channeled via public relations executive Sidney Barron, reportedly helped beat Democratic Senators John V. Tunney and Dick Clark respectively, both of whom were vocal critics of apartheid. 30. In addition to funding politicians, South African assistance through the Department of Information also allowed the publisher John McGough to try to buy two newspapers which faced financial difficulties, the Washington Star and the Sacramento Union. 31. McGough's association with South Africa and other right-wing causes had made him wealthy. He sailed a 100-foot yacht and owned a luxury house in Miami which he purchased through a South African front company. 32. A South African front man in the international arena, McGough had ties to the National Party elite independently of the Department of Information. A 1974 letter from McGough to Jan Murray, founder and chairman of Trust Bank, now part of ABSA, reveals that he had visited South Africa and met with R.S.F. MacDonald, executive chairman of the National Coal Association. According to McGough, MacDonald and his associates were intent on establishing an English-language newspaper, and McGough had indicated an interest in not only investing in but operating such a facility. 33. He hoped to conclude this transaction in 1975.34. As anti-Pretoria sentiment grew in Washington, the South African embassy came to rely on its paid lobbyists to act as a go-between with U.S. lawmakers who were not eager to meet directly with South African officials. The embassy would provide the arguments and the lobbyists would deliver them into the ears of willing politicians. 35. In this sense, the practice that had started as part of the information scandal was normalized and budgeted for by the Department of Foreign Affairs. Propaganda became a necessary part of its DNA. By our calculation, between 1977 and 1991 a total of $105 million, over our $2.5 billion in today's terms, was paid by the South African government and the private sector to US-based lobbyists. These figures were arrived at by searching the records of the U.S. Department of Justice's Foreign Agents Register and collating individual filings over the 14-year period. While the figures are instructive, they are only indicative of the recorded expenditure. The true figure may have been far higher given the use of covert fronts operating across the world, including the United States. One of the reasons for not disclosing the source of funding was that the lobbying firms often came under intense pressure from the U.S. anti-apartheid movement to drop their South African clients. In terms of overall expenditure, the South African government contributed only a third of the total. The majority of the expenditure came from the private sector in the form of the International Gold Corporation, Intergold, which lobbied to ensure that South Africa's primary export commodity could be traded with the U.S. The South Africa Foundation, a government-friendly corporate lobby group, contributed a modest 2% of the total sum, despite the fact that its members were among the primary beneficiaries of the government's lobbying efforts. 36. South Africa was not alone in attempts to buy influence with US elected representatives through lobbying firms. To put South Africa's lobbying expenditure in context, it is useful to compare it with that of its ally Israel, which was also leading a propaganda war. During the period from 1980 to 1987, for which comparative information is available, South Africa spent $90 million while Israel spent $120 million. 37 However, according to Tom Wheeler, a South African diplomat who worked in the U.S. mission at the time, Israeli contacts would act as conduits for South African cash. 38 If the South Africans passed the cash to the Israeli government or to Israeli business, they could effectively, and fraudulently, bypass the FARA restrictions. Craig Williamson believes that another channel for funding politicians, outside FARA, involved the use of corporations and trusts to camouflage the source of the funds. 39 One example of a politician who received such funding, according to Williamson, was the conservative Southern Democrat and Congressman Larry McDonald, who was killed in a plane crash in 1983.40 Williamson wistfully described him as pro-South Africa and going places, very high places. Given his voting record as the second most conservative congressman in history, he would have made a fine ally. The most comprehensive written record of the work of Pretoria's lobbyists is to be found in the South African Department of International Relations and Cooperation archives. It is in large part a treasure trove of material, including reports from the lobbyists to their paymasters in Pretoria on the progress they were making. While some may have questioned the value of lobbyists at the time, a 1987 classified memo from the South African ambassador in Washington, D.C. proposed the extension of contracts for US-based lobbyists, with increased provision for expenses. The ambassador viewed the firms as serving an integral part of the embassy's political program, and they provide us with valuable information, insights into the workings of the American political system, access to all levels of American political life and general guidance and assistance. 41 The ambassador underscored the role of consultants in supporting general anti-sanctions activities, and described them as being fully integrated with the activities of the embassy's political and information sections. This is done by way of a joint weekly meeting with all consultant firms and then individual project meetings and activities with the separate firms. 42. In the shadow of the information scandal expose, identifying a suitable U.S. lobbying partner proved difficult. Many of the large firms flatly refused to deal with South Africa, and those that did were only interested in the money. Few were true believers in the mold of Richard Stone. 43 Eventually the embassy concluded a contract in 1980 with the firm of Smothers, Symington, and Herlong. 44 Both Smothers and Symington had been long-term Democratic Party congressmen and had excellent ties to the Democratic Party opinion makers who then controlled the White House. 45 In correspondence regarding the performance of the firm, there were misgivings about the effectiveness of their activities. 46 These were quashed first by Ambassador Donald Soule in Washington and then by Pic Botha, who remarked in a memorandum that it is difficult to express the true value of these services in money terms. 47 But the bureaucrats may have had a point. Even a cursory reading of the firm's quarterly reports suggests that they did little else than attend meetings and monitor the passage of sanctions-related legislation. 48 The election of Reagan as president meant that lobbyists had to be found within his fold. This was achieved through the longest-running and highest-paying contract that Pretoria entered into, with the lobbying firm of John P. Sears between 1980 and 1992. Sears, a former Reagan campaign manager, brought with him a network of influential conservatives and provided access to senior administration officials and the Republican hierarchy. A report of his activities to the Department of Foreign Affairs from October 1985 to February 1986 provides insight into the role of his firm in drafting speeches, op-eds, letters to the editor of the New York Times, and press statements on behalf of the South African ambassador. Even a birthday message for Ronald Reagan was drafted for P.W. Botha's signature. In addition, meetings were arranged, including a lunch at the White House between the ambassador and Reagan's communications director, Pat Buchanan, a staunch conservative and Holocaust denialist. Meetings were also arranged between the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and senators such as John McCain, the U.S. presidential candidate in 2008. Sears reported that he was present at many of the meetings, including one between the South African ambassador and General Alexander Haig, who was linked to the U.S. sanctions-busting arms company ISC. 49 Sears was also a ghostwriter for the ambassador's articles in U.S. media, and he revealed in reports his propaganda repertoire, including the headlines of two articles written in 1985, "Racial Apartheid is no longer the issue and the USA expects too much for blacks." 50. African American lobbyists for apartheid. The most unexpected of the lobbyists who worked for the regime were not the opportunists or the right-wingers but black lobbyists, who made the argument for the white regime from the mid-1980s. One of these was International Public Affairs Consultants, IPAC, led by William A. Keyes. While financially rewarding, supporting Pretoria did not come without drawbacks. A top-secret memo in 1986 indicated that IPAC employees and their families had received threatening letters and phone calls and that their work was undertaken in a hostile environment. 51 James A. Kendrick, also an African American, joined IPAC to assist the South African consulate in Beverly Hills, providing access to prominent African American politicians and businessmen. Following SADF cross-border raids that resulted in the death of ANC activists and civilians in 1986 as well as the state of emergency, the U.S. Senate and Congress considered a slew of anti-apartheid legislation. The South African Embassy, with the assistance of its consultants, lobbied hard to limit the impact of any moves towards sanctions. As part of its outreach to African Americans, it decided to employ Don Johnson, an African American who had formerly worked as an investment consultant for the Ciskei government, to mobilize grassroots responses for action in the Senate. 52. The New York Times correspondent Ron Nixon reveals details of lobbying undertaken by another African American, Robert Brown, in his book Selling Apartheid. Brown had visited South Africa in the early 1980s and was at one point a potential candidate for the post of U.S. ambassador to South Africa under the Reagan administration. Brown was also said to have a close relationship with Winnie Madikizela Mandela and gained the right to visit Nelson Mandela in prison in July 1988 with the assistance of the South African government. He would later become involved in a legal tussle with the ANC, as he believed he had been given power of attorney by the Mandela family to represent their interests. He also paid for the construction of Winnie Mandela's home in Soweto and for two of her children to attend college in the U.S. Brown was associated with the Coalition on Southern Africa, with its strong South African government connections. Brown later informed Ron Nixon that all I want people to do with me is judge me for what I did. I did a lot of good and I did not lobby for the South African government. 53. It was not for want of trying, according to an internal January 1988 Department of Foreign Affairs memo marked top secret. The memo records that the South African Embassy in Washington, D.C. proposed to appoint Brown as part of a 6-member Black Public Affairs partnership to lobby for Pretoria. 54 The memo noted his relationship with the Mandela family, which was assumed to be an advantage. Brown and his associates had suggested an annual fee of $580,000, which would be managed by an offshore consultancy arrangement with the South African government. 55 He would be appointed covertly to counter and modify proposals on U.S. foreign policy that had been developed by progressive African American organizations, including the Congressional Black Caucus, the Martin Luther King Center, the NAACP, and the anti-apartheid group Trans-Africa. The Department of Foreign Affairs, after studying the proposal, noted that they very much doubt that Mr. Brown and his associates would be able to counter the black policy proposals. The offshore consultancy arrangement also poses certain problems. 56 In turning down Brown's proposal, the officials suggested that efforts be directed towards Jesse Jackson and possibly one or two other African American leaders. 57 While Brown is correct in saying that he was never appointed as a lobbyist for the apartheid government, official documents show that he actively sought such a position. Reaching out to the base. As part of a new strategy from 1985 to counter the call for a comprehensive boycott of South Africa, the embassy in Washington recognized the difficulty of making direct inroads into the U.S. business and political establishment, particularly in cities such as New York, which wanted little to do with South Africa. One of the responses was to develop a grassroots operation to counter negative sentiment towards apartheid. In a top-secret memo, a proposal was made to pilot a 3-month trial program to recruit constituency support in the districts and states of those representatives and senators serving on House and Senate committees dealing with anti-South African legislation. The longer-term goal would involve a similar program throughout the whole country. 58 In reaching out to the base, the officials hoped to put pressure on the politicians whom they were no longer able to influence from above. Influencing the media was an important element of this strategy and included Parade magazine, a feature of U.S. media culture for over 70 years. This weekly publication was inserted in over 50 million copies of major U.S. Sunday newspapers in the 1980s. In early 1986, the journalist Jonathan Braun approached the South African embassy in Washington with an offer to implement a media strategy. 59 Braun was the former editor of the New York Jewish Week, the largest circulation Jewish newspaper in the United States, and was described as prominent in conservative Jewish circles. The strategy that Braun proposed would culminate in interviews with black South Africans opposed to disinvestment, such as the KwaZulu politician Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Braun was described in a letter from the South African ambassador as having approached us some months ago expressing his concern about the extremely bad press South Africa has been receiving and proposed to us that he assist with the generation of positive news about South Africa. 60. The first stage of his proposed strategy was to commission one of his media contacts in Israel, who wrote syndicated columns for the American press, to compare the South African situation with the Arab boycott against Israel. Thereafter focus would shift to discussing disinvestment with prominent Jewish leaders in South Africa such as Pick n Pay's founder, Raymond Ackerman. The third leg of the strategy would focus on interviews with black South Africans. 61 The project, signed and approved on March 24, 1986, carried a budget of $17,800, nearly $300,000 in today's terms, including a $5,000 fee for the journalist. It was considered to be a modest pilot undertaking which could lay the foundation for further more ambitious projects. 62 Efforts to access the archive of Parade did not prove successful. However, this vignette illustrates the willingness on the part of apartheid's mandarins to use popular media, and of journalists to approach the apartheid cash cow for money in return for puff pieces. Not all lobbying work was about subtlety. In January 1987, Oliver Tambo traveled to Washington for a high-profile meeting with the U.S. administration, including U.S. Secretary of State George Shultz. On the back of sanctions legislation in 1986, the South African Department of Foreign Affairs sprang into action to develop a propaganda strategy for the visit. The so-called communication plan, approved by Pretoria, had a number of elements, ranging from the crude to the sinister. 63 A copy of a video cassette detailing ANC links with the SACP and Moscow and activities such as necklacing was provided by the South Africans to a contact for the National Religious Broadcasting Corporation, an international association of Christian broadcasters. 64 They would screen the video, followed by panel discussions and phone-in programs. Copies of the video would also be distributed afterwards. Questions with which to confront Schultz about his meeting with Tambo were communicated to senators well disposed to South Africa. Media contacts were also provided with questions that sought to challenge Tambo at a meeting of the Washington Press Club on January 22. The influential U.S. right-wing Heritage Foundation was to be roped in to promote the video and generate unease among the American public given the presence of an official representative of the necklacers in the US. Radio call-in programs would be used to discredit Tambo and the ANC. 65. The South African Embassy in Washington also received approval to undertake a number of shady lobbying actions together with the Genesis Group, a firm of U.S. consultants. They agreed to provide non-financial support to public demonstrations against the Schultz-Tambo meeting. Pro-Contra propagandists, linked to Genesis, were mobilized to write anti-ANC pieces, while the influential American Conservative Union, ACU, would be used as a vehicle to publish research in order to target prominent conservative politicians, at a cost of $15,000. The Genesis Group would also arrange to help sponsor the 1987 Conservative Political Action Committee, CPAC, meeting, the most high-profile annual gathering of American Republicans, from where they could positively influence opinion towards South Africa. 66. There was no guarantee, of course, that the money spent on these exercises would actually be beneficial to the South African government. A 1985 memorandum from the South African Consul General in Chicago expressed concern about a scheme proposed by Joe Batten, author of self-help books that sold over 1 million copies in the U.S. 67 Batten, chairman of the firm Batten, Hudson and Swab, wanted to bring opinion formers to South Africa to see the country firsthand. These types of public diplomacy efforts were nothing new and proved popular among foreign business people and politicians, who got a free holiday as long as they could grin and bear the tune of the organ grinder. The Consul General warned, however, that such efforts had mostly proved disappointing as the opportunity was misused to build a base for the agent involved and not for South Africa. 68. The Loony Lobby. The tongue-in-cheek online Encyclopedia of American Loons lists the author and producer David W. Balsiger's professional interests as being into virtually anything as long as it has no foundation in reality. Bizarre, but probably harmless. 69. Balsiger might be described as a loon, but he was far from harmless. In 1989, as the apartheid regime was running out of friends, Pik Botha directed his colleagues at the Department of Foreign Affairs to support a proposal by Balsiger's National Citizens Action Committee to counter sanctions. 70. A handwritten memo on a military intelligence letterhead shows that the proposal carried the support of the head of South African military intelligence. 71. However, they felt it wise for Botha to speak to their political head, Defense Minister Magnus Malan, to obtain his support. This would in turn give military intelligence the backing to find the funds somewhere. 72. The fact that the proposal had passed through so many hands is an indication of how out of touch the Securocrats and their allies in foreign affairs actually were. Nevertheless, Pik Botha, a politician who could always be relied upon to tell a tall tale, saw merit in the proposal. Balsiger's previous activities in countering sanctions are well documented in a December 1988 report by the Africa Fund, Apartheid Whitewash. The report details anti-sanctions activities undertaken under different guises, both by the National Citizens Action Committee and the Biblical News Service. 73. In 1989, Balsiger set his sights on U.S. Secretary of State Shultz and his anti-freedom allies, including American politicians he described as cowards. He opined that a good broadside of truth on South Africa would be refreshing. His rhetoric no doubt resonated with military intelligence: let's get off the defense and onto the attack the next time the enemy shows itself on the battlefield. 74. The strategy proposed to focus on the suffering caused by sanctions and kicked off with a $5,000 fee for Balsiger to develop a master plan. He included a menu of 22 items that Pretoria could support, no doubt hoping that they would take the entire package for $646,000. This included a special edition of his right-wing Christian Family Protection Scoreboard magazine, $170,000, organizing a black pastor's letter-writing campaign against sanctions, $25,000, overt monitoring and intelligence gathering by attending meetings of anti-South African groups, $15,000, countering the anti-apartheid lobby with counter-demonstrations, as they should never feel like they can act with impunity, $24,000, promoting conservative Catholics to counter the progressive Catholic Bishops' Conference in South Africa, $10,000, and a black front for which Balsiger proposed to provide behind-the-scenes direction, $50,000. 75. There is no record of Balsiger or his organization on the U.S. Department of Justice's Foreign Agents Register, which raises the question, if the program went ahead, could this have been an off-the-books arrangement? The International Freedom Foundation. Another of apartheid's friends was the International Freedom Foundation, IFF. Operating from 1986 to 1993, it was, on the surface, a typical Washington, D.C. policy think tank with an advisory board made up of a who's who of American conservatives, including leading right-wing figures like Dan Burton, who was the ranking Republican on the House of Representatives Foreign Affairs Committee's Subcommittee on Africa, Alan Keyes, a black American conservative who had sought the Republican presidential nomination in 1996, 2000, and 2008, and Jack Abramoff, the Washington lobbyist, who would later serve time in prison in one of America's biggest lobbying scandals. 76 The money behind the IFF came from Pretoria, specifically a secret military account that paid up to $20 million to the IFF in 1991 to 92 alone, $100 million in 2017 values. Dubbed Operation Pac-Man by the South Africans, the IFF oversaw two central tasks from its offices in Johannesburg, Washington, London, Brussels, and Bonn. The first was to publish and promote as much propaganda as possible to counter sanctions against South Africa, support Savimbi and UNITA in Angola, and target and discredit the ANC and its leadership, including Mandela and Tambo. The IFF was successful in getting the city of Miami to cancel an event on Mandela's first visit to the U.S., by flooding newspapers with stories about Mandela's support for Fidel Castro. Its second role was as an intelligence-gathering operation for military intelligence. The apartheid spy Craig Williamson helped establish the IFF and confirmed that it was an elaborate intelligence-gathering operation that would be used to wage political warfare. All information on political opponents gathered by the IFF offices was fed back to Williamson and his front company, Long Reach. 77 While Williamson would work the backroom, the U.S. operation was run by Jack Abramoff, a vocal supporter of the Iran-Contra operation. In South Africa the IFF could rely on, among others, the leadership of Russell Crystal, who acted as IFF executive director. Crystal was rehabilitated by Democratic Alliance leader Tony Leon in 1999 to play a major role in his party's election campaign. The IFF's work also extended beyond Washington and was particularly active in London, where it had the support of another core group of conservative figures. Co-founder of the London office was Dr. David Hoyle, who has been a remarkably consistent supporter of violent right-wing regimes across the world. Rhodesian-born, Hoyle was a member of the Federation of Conservative Students in the UK and was subject to controversy when he wore a Hang Mandela sticker at a march. 78 Hoyle was also a vocal supporter of the Contras in Nicaragua, and authored several reports on Nicaragua for the IFF in addition to papers arguing vehemently against sanctions on South Africa. Today, Hoyle is a lobbyist for the government of Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir and uses his well-honed propaganda skills to defend al-Bashir following his indictment by the International Criminal Court. 79 The IFF's activities in the UK included publishing advertisements that criticised the international solidarity work of the respected anti-poverty campaigners, Oxfam. It also hosted two fringe meetings at Conservative Party conferences in Brighton, providing a platform for the IFP leader Mangosuthu Buthelezi in 1989 at buffet and wine functions. 80. Howard Phillips, Evil, Pure, and Simple. The purchase of influence requires the funneling of cash to political allies. An August 1985 letter from Howard Phillips, chairman of the Conservative Caucus, to Nico van Rensburg, of the South African firm Van Rensburg and Du Toit, stressed that if the South Africans wished to get their desired results from U.S. Congress, the Conservative Caucus would need to see some money. We are at a crucial point in the congressional decision-making process. No final action has been taken on the question of sanctions against South Africa. The purpose of this letter is, to determine whether you will send a generous contribution to support the work of the Conservative Caucus at this crucial moment. This battle can be won, but only if we have the dollars to do the job. 81 Phillips added a handwritten note at the bottom of the letter, appealing to the South Africans in the midst of the U.S. sanctions debate that we need 34 senators to sustain a Reagan veto. Can you help? 82. Phillips was an arch-conservative and the Conservative Caucus was a lobby group founded and led by him for almost 3 decades before his death in 2013. Its policies were to the right even of Reagan's administration. 83 Appointed as head of the U.S. Office of Economic Opportunity by President Nixon, his first act was to dismantle the anti-poverty program, which he described as evil, pure, and simple. Propaganda created by the Conservative caucus was designed to build grassroots opposition and included lists and headshots of 56 Republican congressmen who voted for the anti-South Africa legislation promoted by the extreme left. Phillips visited South Africa in 1985 as a guest of the South Africa Foundation, and spoke passionately about the need to support South Africa's anti-communist stance. On South African, U.S. relations, Phillips added that few countries are more pro-us than South Africa. They sing our songs, eat our Kentucky Fried Chicken, watch our movies, use our products. They like us. 84. While Phillips was an unabashed supporter of Pretoria, he may also have proved a useful conduit to fund trips to South Africa for senators, congressmen, and their staffers, who were otherwise prohibited from accepting foreign-sponsored travel. In February 1986, a letter was addressed from the Washington, D.C. Embassy to Mark Berger at Foreign Affairs. It was suggested that on Phillips's upcoming trip to South Africa, together with a group of his better-heeled supporters, the South African government could cover the cost of all expenses and Phillips could use the trip as a fundraising initiative for his own purposes. The letter proposed that this may be a way in which to get the Conservative caucus to sponsor trips to South Africa for congressional visitors in future. I explored this possibility with him, Phillips, and he responded enthusiastically. 85 Berger undertook to discuss the matter with Phillips at a meeting a few weeks later. The trip included a meeting with Mangosuthu Buthelezi on the Durban beachfront and with Major General Groenewald at the South African Military Intelligence HQ in Pretoria. 86. Why was Phillips meeting with Groenewald? Craig Williamson might provide a clue. He claims that Phillips was involved in getting Stinger missiles to Angola and also played a part in the Russian Hind helicopter project, which was aimed at getting a Soviet aircraft captured in Angola to the United States. 87. The relationship between South Africa and the United States in the 1980s benefited greatly from a conservative administration which favored business. Wherever possible, the role of government was limited, including clandestine deal-making that benefited politically connected intelligence operatives. This shift to the right was contagious. Buying the U.S. presidency, the Apartheid connection. When you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice. Donald Trump, Inaugural Address, January 20, 201,788. The political agenda of President Donald Trump leans towards anti-science, and favors greater reliance on American police at home and on its military abroad. Above all, it is a throwback to a type of nationalism that never ends well. South Africa under Afrikaner nationalist rule is a prescient reminder that misplaced patriotism is the oxygen of prejudice. A powerful link to U.S. South African relations of the 1980s is provided by Trump's advisor for the past 30 years, Roger Stone, and Trump's campaign manager during his 2016 presidential campaign, Paul Manafort. 89 Just as Trump was sworn in at the White House in January 2017, the media revealed that the FBI, CIA, and other law enforcement agencies were investigating both men for their alleged ties to the Russian government during the U.S. election race. 90. Neither is a stranger to controversy, having been paid guns for hire by dubious corporations, conservative politicians, and foreign governments. It's an agenda that favors powerful corporations, a big military, and reduced social spending. Lobbyists such as Manafort and Stone play two roles. They lead non-fact-based attacks on figures such as Hillary Clinton, whom they demonize through any media available. At the same time, these trusted old boys work the backroom to raise cash for and from their favorite causes. This has undeniably made these men wealthy and influential in shaping the new right-wing populist politics in the United States. Roger Stone's reputation precedes him. Journalist Jacob Weisberg described Stone in 1985 as the state-of-the-art Washington sleazeball. 91 Sporting what the New Yorker describes as Prohibition-era mobster outfits, Stone identifies as a libertarian. 92 Between his shoulder blades nestles a tattoo of scandal-ridden Richard Nixon's face, complete with a broad smile. During the 1980s, Stone and Manafort were partners in the lobbying firm Black, Manafort, Stone and Kelly. They kept a client base that included two of the most infamous kleptocrats of the 20th century, Ferdinand Marcos, the president of the Philippines 93, and Mobutu Sese Seko, the president of Zaire. 94 Both regimes also enjoyed the support of the Reagan and Bush administrations. Stone is reported to have remarked about these relationships, "If you look at all of our clients, they were all pro-Western, they were all pro-United States. They all had good relationships with Ronald Reagan and his administration." 95. Another well-paying client of the lobby firm was the UNITA rebel group of Jonas Savimbi. UNITA paid Black, Manafort, Stone and Kelly $600,000 in 1987 to represent the group in Washington, D.C. However, as Ron Nixon contends, it is likely that the money actually came from Pretoria. 96 This was money well spent, and in return the firm set up an audience with Reagan for Savimbi in 1988 and again in 1989. 97 According to Nixon, the firm lobbied U.S. Congress members hard, setting up 500 meetings. They reportedly contributed to a decision by Reagan to turn on the taps of covered funding for Savimbi that had been shut by the Clark Amendment of the late 1970s. 98 Jardo Muekalaya, a former UNITA fighter who now lives in the United States, told The Guardian in 2016 that the rebel fighters profited handsomely from their payment to the firm of lobbyists. "We ended up getting up $40 million over a period over 4 years, so it was a pretty good return on that investment." 99. An indirect and little understood link between Stone and the apartheid regime lies in one of the last big plays by Pretoria to influence U.S. politics. In 1988, P.W. Botha's government had hoped to buy itself a U.S. president in Jack Kemp, the former professional gridiron footballer and congressman. Kemp would eventually lose the nomination, which went in favor of George Bush. Bush nevertheless appointed Kemp to his cabinet a year later as the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Kemp was later on Bob Dole's ticket as vice president as part of Dole's unsuccessful bid for the White House in 1996. Stone was Kemp's senior advisor during his 1987-8 campaign and, since at least 1985, had been his principal political advisor, according to Kemp's press secretary at the time. 100 At one point in the 1980s, Kemp was Stone's biggest client and his fortunes were said to be closely linked to those of Kemp. At that time, Kemp received covert funding from the apartheid regime. In 1996, the Mail and Guardian reported that the apartheid front organization, the International Freedom Foundation, IFF, had planned to buy Kemp a jet worth $450,000 using military intelligence funds in 1987. 1011 of the backers of the scheme was the IFF South African operative Russell Crystal. 102 Former apartheid spy Craig Williamson confirmed that in 1986 the South African intelligence agents who ran the IFF from Johannesburg had expected automatic membership in Kemp's kitchen cabinet and hoped to name an Assistant Secretary of State for Africa in a future Kemp administration as a reward for providing the Republican Senators Campaign Committee with a jet. 103. After a WhatsApp inquiry to Williamson in January 2017, he told me that there was talk of whether purchasing or leasing an aircraft was most effective. My objection to a purchase or lease was due to my doubt that the costs could be effectively hidden. 104 This much has been known for some time. At the time, Kemp, who is now deceased, denied having received any advantage from the IFF. When asked for comment by the journalist Dele Olajide from Newsday, he said, "I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but that's not one of them," tying myself to South African intelligence. 105. Williamson now says that Kemp's campaign was indeed assisted by South African military intelligence through the IFF, chartering on a when-required basis seemed a better way to go. "I believe that some costs were covered." 106 This is an extraordinary admission and suggests that Kemp's campaign did receive undeclared illicit funding from South Africa. When I asked Williamson if he knew of Stone or Manafort, he indicated that he knew of neither nor had any links with them. 107 However, This raises the question, is it possible that Roger Stone, President Trump's trusted advisor, knew about support from apartheid South Africa for Jack Kemp? Given his closeness to both Kemp and to Pretoria through the work he was being paid to do for its ally UNITA, it would be surprising if he didn't. Stone and Manafort arguably represent continuity between the deep state networks that seek to subvert the U.S. democratic process. They also represent the continuity of the political culture from Reagan to Trump. These are men who favor the interests of the rich and the type of clandestine conservative politics that threatens to engulf a democratic system in a swamp of insider dealing. It is often men who are most eager to swear allegiance to a flag who are easy picking as potential guns for hire by foreign, anti-democratic powers. A shadowy government. There exists a shadowy government with its own air force, its own navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself. 108. U.S. Senator Daniel Inouye, commenting on the Iran-Contra scandal, 1987. Collaboration between the United States and the South African government was based on shared economic, strategic, and ideological interests. The clandestine collaboration between the country's intelligence agencies has been the subject of much speculation and far less proof. In August 1962, before a bullet would claim the life of President John F. Kennedy, the CIA shopped Nelson Mandela. 109 According to a statement made by the former CIA agent Donald Ricard shortly before his death in 2016, he had provided South African authorities with the intelligence that directly led to Mandela's arrest in Howick on August 5, 1962. The leader of South Africa's liberation movement was sentenced to life imprisonment. He would only be freed after 6 other American presidents had been elected to office. Ricard, who was also working as a diplomat in Durban, said he believed at the time that Mandela was completely under the control of the Soviet Union and would have incited war in South Africa. 110. While relations between the South African and U.S. intelligence agencies were generally close throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the election of Ronald Reagan and the appointment of William, Bill, Casey as CIA chief proved particularly positive for Pretoria. Reagan's 2 terms in office in the 1980s came at an opportune moment for the regime. As important as having an ally in the White House was the appointment of Bill Casey as head of the CIA in 1981. This came at a time when the regime was feeling the pressure of sanctions and the effects of fighting a war at home in the townships and a conventional war in the region. Casey enjoyed the unusual status for a director of Central Intelligence of having cabinet rank and, in the opinion of some, he was to become the most important figure in the Reagan administration, second only to the president himself. 111 Casey had worked for U.S. intelligence since the Second World War and has been described by Stephen Ellis as a visceral anti-communist. He took up the post of CIA chief determined to restore America's capacity to fight its foes around the world, which, in his opinion, had been undermined by misguided efforts, particularly under President Jimmy Carter, a Democrat, to impose restrictions on the agency. 112. Casey's vision of fighting the Cold War was to develop an array of informal contacts and build a private sector network which could deliver help to America's friends and allies around the world, including South Africa. 113 This modus operandi was revealed in the Iran-Contra affair, which would eventually expose the secret wars fought by Casey. The South African government clearly came into the Cold War category of Friends of America. It was a bastion of anti-communism in Africa and it was the main conduit to the UNITA organization in Angola, Ellis noted. 114 Casey's visits to South Africa included secret meetings with Prime Minister P.W. Botha, who described Casey as a good friend and a gentleman. 115 He also maintained a good relationship with P.W. van der Westhuizen, head of South African military intelligence from 1978 to 1985. 116 The apartheid spy Craig Williamson, who said in an interview that he met Bill Casey on 2 occasions, provides an account of how these contacts played out. 117 Representing the South African police at the time, he recounts how he met with a U.S. intelligence counterpart at a helipad south of Johannesburg in about 1984. The CIA agent asked to look in the helicopter cockpit, which featured GPS, considered very sophisticated technology at that stage. He turned to Williamson and sardonically remarked, "I am glad to see that the arms sanctions are working so well." 118. From SADF records we gain an additional small window into the relationship between South African military intelligence and the local CIA representative, given the codename Citric at the time. 119 In March 1983, Citric, thought to be a CIA agent by the name of J. Kelly, informed military intelligence that two members of the CIA Psychological Warfare Department were eager to visit South Africa. They were described as highly skilled, intelligent and specialists on Cuba. This would come in handy for the SADF, which was battling Cuban forces in Angola. The CIA felt that between its two officials and South African intelligence, the best plan had to be arrived at to beat the Cubans on the terrain of psychological warfare. 120 They would share methods that had proven effective and in return would require information they could use in their broadcasts to Cuba to demoralize the populace. The two men would be available to military intelligence for as long as was required. 121. In turn, it was reported that P.W. van der Westhuizen was planning a visit to the United States, hoping to arrange a meeting with Bill Casey. In March 1983. 122 The same memo mentions training opportunities offered by Citric to the SADF, and it was agreed that it was advisable to organize a meeting between the SADF Chief of Counterintelligence and the CIA. 123 The CIA also advised that their involvement in the affair surrounding the arrest of the KGB spy Dieter Gerhardt, who as a senior Navy officer had passed South African and NATO material to Moscow, should be treated as highly sensitive. 124 Unfortunately, no further details are furnished as to what this points towards, other than collaboration. The CIA also shared intelligence with the SADF. In March 1983, military intelligence registered 9 pieces of intelligence-related material that they had received from the CIA, codenamed Citric. This concerned diverse matters such as relations between the Soviet Union, Libya, and Syria, violence in the West Bank, and relations between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Another memorandum suggests the value of intelligence shared by the CIA with the South African military. They informed South African intelligence about the type of surface-to-air missiles held by the Angolan government in the cities of Lubango and Namibe. 125 A note in the margin of this document indicates that the CIA station chief called South African military intelligence 3 days later to inform them that there were at least 8 of these missiles in both Angolan towns, and that they had been delivered a month previously. Such information was vital to South African intelligence and military strategists, who also worked closely with the UNITA rebels. The exchange of information with U.S. intelligence did not always take place in South Africa. Sometimes third countries provided a more discreet cover for interaction. In February 1988, a South African military intelligence official stationed in Lisbon, codenamed Thema, informed Pretoria that a South African military attaché had been approached by the U.S. Assistant Army Attaché, Lieutenant Colonel Paget, at a Portuguese Army function. Paget had a proposal from Washington to discuss an exchange of South African human intelligence, HUMINT, for U.S. technical intelligence. Reference was made to satellite technology. HUMINT is generally the type of information collected by spies or informers, and U.S. technical intelligence was, and still is, the collection of satellite photographs or the interception of electronic communication. According to the memo, Paget was a member of the highly secretive U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, and the recommendation from the agent in Portugal was that in the event that they are serious this time, we can possibly finally obtain valuable technical intelligence via this circuitous route. 126. The 1980s was a period in which states began to outsource some of their activities. This neoliberal model of reaganomics, which sought to fundamentally alter the social contract by profiting the few, also crept into the manner in which other arms of the state, such as intelligence agencies, operated. The use of private contractors, now commonplace in U.S. military and intelligence gathering operations, has its roots in this period. One aspect of this was the use of quasi-state organizations to create a comfortable distance between the intelligence services and unlawful activities such as killings. This model has largely served to privatize military activity in the 21st century. This type of activity, too, became standard practice in the late apartheid period, with the establishment of the Directorate of Covert Collection, DC. This secretive SADF unit, which operated through a number of quasi-private front companies such as Long Reach, controlled by Craig Williamson, was used in apartheid sanctions busting and other illegal activities. The DC was also in the business of collecting intelligence, and it budgeted for funds in 1988-9 to pay for 4 intelligence visits from the US to South Africa, as well as 3 visits to the US to make contact with intelligence sources. No names or organizations are provided. Point 127. Thus not only was the SADF sending its officers and agents to the United States, it was paying the cost of its counterparts' visits to South Africa. From the US side, similar middlemen were put into play. This became the norm under the leadership of Bill Casey in the 1980s. One of the more notorious men in these circles was Ted Shackley. Formerly a CIA agent, he was described by his associates as cold, calculating, almost bloodless, weird. Point 128. Shackley served with the CIA from 1951 to 1979, whereafter he established Research Associates International, through which he would later be directly linked to the Iran-Contra scandal. Point 129. Shackley was also head of a company called TGS International. In January 1982, the vice president of TGS International, Vernon Gillespie, traveled to South Africa, where he met with SADF Colonel Rick May of the Directorate of Special Tasks, a clandestine group which provided assistance for pro-South African groups in South Africa's neighboring states. Gillespie was a former American Army and intelligence officer with a long history in Southern Africa, who lived in the States. Point 130. He came to South Africa to develop and deepen contact with South African intelligence and swap details of sanctions busting. Point 131. The most tantalizing prospect for military intelligence was that Gillespie had set up a safe house of sorts in the South African golfing champion Gary Player's former mansion, which they could use for clandestine meetings. Some of these meetings would almost certainly include sanctions-busting discussions. Gillespie explained. His organization had recently purchased the Gary Player estate in Johannesburg and intended using it for hosting personages of importance from the United States, the Middle East and other parts of the world for meetings with members of the SA government and business, to the advantage of all parties concerned. The estate is to be fitted with the most modern anti-intrusion devices and will be patrolled by guard dogs as VIPs who stayed at the estate could be targets for international terrorists. Point 132. The Iran-Contra scandal, South African links. The growing use of intelligence services for quasi-legal activities in the United States set the stage for the Iran-Contra affair, perhaps the defining scandal of the Reagan administration in the mid-1980s. It involved top U.S. politicians and securocrats, who developed a complex scheme to sell weapons to Iran in violation of a U.S. embargo against that country. The proceeds of the Iranian sales were used to supply weapons to the CIA-backed anti-government Contra rebels in Nicaragua. The Iran-Contra scandal was investigated by the presidential-appointed Tower Commission as well as the U.S. Congress. Reagan and his vice president, George H.W. Bush, were largely cleared of direct involvement in the affair, although Reagan's complicity and that of other individuals and fronts were no doubt obscured by the fact that many of the intelligence documents linked to the deal were never released. Crucially, CIA Chief Bill Casey died from a stroke the day before he was to appear at the congressional hearing into the matter. Rubbing salt in the wounds, many of those who were convicted of malfeasance were later granted a pardon by President Bush. Even the fall guy, Colonel Oliver North, who was a member of the U.S. National Security Council, would be granted immunity by Bush. One of the links that was never fully explored in the final reports of investigations into the deal by Congress was the role of South Africa. While much is known about the links to Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Nicaragua, little has been written about the involvement of Casey and the U.S. security establishment's old friends in Pretoria. One of the allegations that surfaced at the time, although denied by all parties, was that Saudi Arabia was covertly exceeding its OPEC oil quota and selling this at a premium to South Africa, which, according to R.T. Naylor, contributed to a secret fund run by American intelligence. 133. When we turn to arms links, there is a view that South Africa was courted but a deal was never struck. According to this view, the CIA gained the promise of assistance for the Contras from South Africa in 1984, but balked when it learned that the South Africans expected payment from the United States. 134. According to Theodore Draper, author of a book on the scandal, the CIA backed out altogether, as a CIA message put it, because it did not wish to add a South African entanglement to the existing imbroglio. Despite his qualms, U.S. Secretary of State Shultz was reported in a CIA cable to have approved of the initiative. 135. A contrary view is provided by Craig Williamson, who confirms the South African arms link as part of South Africa's Grand International Anti-Communist Alliance. You have to get into the context of the time. The Contras are fighting the Sandinistas. Russian weapons captured by UNITA in Angola would be passed to the SADF, who would pass it to the Contras. We were not feeling alone at the time. 136. Stephen Ellis, who investigated these types of clandestine Cold War links over a number of decades, believed that the South Africans saw Iran-Contra as an opportunity to cement its relationship with the United States and gain access to strategic resources. 137. In 1988, the investigative journalist Stephen Emerson 138 found evidence of Chinese and South African involvement, even though the Iran-Contra report made no mention of this. 139. According to him, Colonel Oliver North's notebooks reveal. On January 5, 1985, CIA official Dewey Claridge called North to tell him that 200 tons of arms were being shipped from South Africa to Costa Rica. North wrote, 200 t of arms en route from South Africa to CR. Soon afterwards he traveled to Central America and met with CIA and local senior government officials. In a meeting with Vince Shields, the CIA chief of station in Honduras, North was told that the Costa Rica-based Contra group ARDE, the Spanish acronym for Revolutionary Democratic Alliance, did not have the ability to resupply its forces in Nicaragua. After the meeting, North scribbled in his notebook, "Move /a delivery from ARD to FDN, the Honduras-based Contra group that had a much more developed infrastructure." The notebooks further disclose that in late 1984, a high-ranking South African official offered North free shipment of RPG grenade launchers if North arranged payment of the transportation costs. Claridge, who was in charge of covert operations in Latin America, denied under oath to the Congressional Committee that South Africa provided any assistance for the Contras, although he admitted that the Reagan administration had contemplated the idea. 140. Another avenue for South African involvement in the Iran-Contra affair was the use of the SADF front company Sayfair to transport weapons. Sayfair is today one of South Africa's leading low-cost airlines, which describes its mission as being to unite people with who and what they love. 141. At the height of the Iran-Contra affair, the airline allegedly carried payloads of misery for its paymasters. Their activities included an agreement to lease planes to a company called Southern Air Transport, which flew Contra supply missions in Central America. 142. At the time, Southern Air and Sayfair denied to the Boston Globe that South Africa in any way supported the arrangement, or that South Africa supplied planes, pilots or crew members. 143. This is disputed by a statement made by the Contra fundraiser and U.S. presidential candidate, Pat Robertson. According to this right-winger, one helping hand for the Contra rebels came from South Africa. For example, some of the planes that supplied the Contras were made available by a South African air freight company Sayfair, apparently after the head of the CIA's Latin America division took a secret trip to South Africa in early 1985 to solicit aid for the pro-Contra cause. 144. According to news reports, at least 15 pilots and cargo handlers were based in Honduras to deliver supplies to the Contras. 145. Another indirect South African link to the Iran-Contra affair is through Credit Bank Luxembourg, KBL, which reportedly provided banking services to one of the companies at the genesis of the affair. Geomili Tech Consultants, GMT, a Delaware firm, actively sought either to sell or to exchange weapons with Iran, as well as to supply the Contras. GMT was established by Barbara F. Studley, a former beauty queen from Miami and later conservative radio talk show host in South Florida, who claimed to have years of experience working with the Pentagon. 146 The company was clearly well connected and employed consultants with links to U.S. intelligence and the Reagan administration, including the former head of U.S. Air Force Intelligence. 147. In supplying weapons to Iran in 1984, GMT was involved in negotiations with a company called Scandinavian Commodity, Scancom, headed by the renowned apartheid sanctions buster, Karl Erich Schmitz. The arrangement was for a dizzying amount of weapons material, including 2,000 metric tons of propellant for 155 mm howitzers as well as 3,000 tons of TNT, fuses, mortar shells and 2 types of howitzer shells. Barbara Studley confirmed the smooth operation with a telex stating Happy Days. 148 The cash payment for the deal was reportedly made against presentation of documents with Credit Bank, Luxembourg, against irrevocable letter of credit opened by Bank Melli, an Iranian state-owned bank, London, in buyer's favor. 149. Armsker, get your gun. The US had an ambivalent relationship with South Africa in the 1980s. While the neocon networks regarded it as an ally, many other people did not condone apartheid. The apartheid government had to evade those state departments that were against it while collaborating with those departments that were for it. While covert relations were often fruitful, the U.S. Department of Justice and the FBI were less likely than their defense and intelligence counterparts to turn a blind eye to UN embargo busting. In July 1982, Justice Gabrielle McDonald, the third African-American woman federal judge in the United States, fined 2 British arms smugglers who pleaded guilty to shipping weapons to South Africa. The weapons, found on board a chartered Austrian jetliner in May 1981 at Houston's Intercontinental Airport, included 1,000 fully automatic M16 rifles, grenade launchers, and pistols valued at $1.2 million. A federal agent described the cache as enough weapons to fight a war, and it was said to have originated from an arms manufacturing plant in Connecticut. 150 A report in the Financial Mail suggested that the weapons were intended for use by either UNITA or a rebel group in Chad. 151 3 days before judgment was passed, the chairman of Armsker, P.G. Murray, wrote to Defense Minister Magnus Malin. He alerted him to the possibility of South Africa being implicated, particularly because the judge concerned was an African American appointed by Carter, and informed him that Armsker was preparing a media strategy to deal with the fallout. 152. This meant that any mutual interests in issues of weapons had to be dealt with delicately. The official policy, when it came to the sales of weapons to South Africa, was to turn a blind eye or, if necessary, to facilitate the illicit transfer of weapons covertly. An example of this is a record of a meeting between President Reagan and Minister of Foreign Affairs Pik Botha at the White House in May 1981. If the record of Ambassador Donald Soule is accurate, it suggests that both sides danced delicately around the truth, including the subject of South Africa's growing nuclear weapons arsenal. 153 Once the two men had dispensed with the pleasantries, they got down to business, including the issue of nuclear weapons. 154 Botha argued that should South Africa sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, it would terminate the speculation of South Africa's possession of the bomb. This would mean that South Africa would be deprived of an important deterrent of major psychological value. South Africa could not afford publicly to surrender this option. 155 Reagan didn't see the need to ask an obvious question, whether Botha's government did in fact possess weapons that were regarded as a threat to world peace by the UN and both his own Senate and Congress. Instead, he indicated that he was particularly struck by this last argument, which had not occurred to him before, and reiterated support for South Africa's nuclear power program. 156. What did this mean practically? According to the minutes of an Armsker management meeting, the victory of the Republicans in 1981 created an environment more favorable for weapons sales to South Africa. In order to exploit this expectation, points of contact on a low diplomatic level were sought, especially by making advisors, influential businessmen, and militarists aware of common interests. It was evident that there was indeed a change in America's attitude towards South Africa. 157 By way of example, a request for know-how regarding a missile system was used by Armscor and the Minister of Defense as a starting point for high-level negotiations on future cooperation with the USA. 158. This is supported by disclosures made under the U.S. Freedom of Information Act in November 1983, which showed that the State Department has authorized commercial sales of more than $28.3 million worth of military equipment to South Africa during fiscal years 1981 to 1983, through 29 different export licenses. During the last year of the Democratic Carter administration in 1980, there were no licenses granted for sale of military equipment to Pretoria. U.S. companies sold South Africa more than $556 million in aircraft and related parts in 1980 to 1982.159. An access to information request to Armscor, made by the South African History Archive with our collaboration, provided a list of approximately 1,200 contracts between Armscor and foreign suppliers for which payments were made between 1990 and 1995, that is, while the U.S. arms embargo was still in place against South Africa. The list includes contracts that came into force in the 1980s. 160 The information is revealing as it provides evidence of at least 172 contracts between U.S. entities and Armscor in the 1980s and early 1990s. 161 In addition, on at least 4 occasions in the 1980s, weapons such as aircraft were sold to Pretoria's puppet defense forces in the homelands of Ciskei and Bophuthatswana. This included the sale of a C-212 transport craft for one of the homelands in 1986. 162. Much of this trade took place with the tacit approval of the White House. Ambassador Donald Soule reports that under the Reagan administration, our relations with the Pentagon steadily improved and there was an increasingly useful exchange of military intelligence, which was perhaps facilitated by the fact that I was known to be on excellent terms with Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and National Security Advisor William Clark. 163. These were not South Africa's only supporters. In February 1981, the South African military attaché in Paris passed on a secret message from Arnaud de Borchgrave, an American journalist and Belgian aristocrat by birth. The message read that U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig was against sanctions and embargoes that targeted South Africa. General Haig stated to him unequivocally that the USA will, during his tenure, neither implement nor support sanctions/embargoes against South Africa. 164 The cable also suggests that de Borchgrave believed he had an influence on the former head of NATO's foreign policy and thereby on U.S. attitudes to South Africa. 165 De Borchgrave, who would become editor of the Washington Times in 1985, was not considered a lightweight. When he traveled to South Africa in May 1984, according to a top-secret memorandum, de Borchgrave met with the head of military intelligence and senior officers, as well as with P.W. Botha and Defense Minister Magnus Malin. 166 Upon his departure, de Borchgrave is reported to have told military intelligence that he wished to stay in close contact with them and wanted to know whom he could confide in Washington, or whether he should contact the SADF military attaché. 167 This is extraordinary. Evidence of an editor of a major Washington newspaper, which influenced U.S. politics and had incredible access, reaching out to help apartheid South Africa. 168. Quid pro quo. The arms trade between South Africa and the United States went both ways. Indeed, Craig Williamson claims that it was not unheard of that the U.S. would have a list of priority items it required from South Africa. They would come to us and say they need a Soviet Hind gunship. 169 We delivered one of the first, if not the first, to them from Angola. 170 The presence of Cuban forces and Russian weaponry in Angola's hot war made it an ideal terrain to capture Russian weapons or intelligence about its systems, which could then be pored over by analysts in Pretoria. Paris, or Washington, D.C. On August 9, 1982, a secret memorandum was sent by Colonel David M. Parker, the U.S. Defense Attaché, to the SADF attaching a list of almost 100 types of items desired by the U.S. Department of Defense for detailed technical exploitation in the United States. 171 As a proposed counter-trade, Parker, without providing detail, indicated that information which the U.S. Department of Defense is prepared to provide the SADF will be the subject of a separate memorandum. 172 Further correspondence in 1982 relates to the proposed exchange with the U.S. Army. Soviet equipment seized by the SADF in Angola would be swapped for intelligence from the Americans on the technology involved and on other Soviet and communist weaponry. The list of items offered included radio equipment, anti-tank mines, hand grenades, and 12 different types of ammunition. The correspondence also indicated that certain captured Soviet radios would be loaned to the U.S. for a period of between 12 and 15 months. These interactions underscore the mutual benefit that existed between Pretoria and the U.S. military in sharing weapons technology. Spy games. The South Africans were not above stealing weapons secrets from the United States if the situation demanded it. The former security branch Colonel Vic McPherson believes that his old friend and former boss, Craig Williamson, ran one such illegal operation in the United States. 173 According to him, Williamson sent an illegal, undercover agent who worked in a computer company to the USA in the late 1980s. 174 Williamson bought the man, a former policeman who had joined the SADF, a double-story house with a view of the U.S. Defense Headquarters at the Pentagon, of which McPherson claims to have seen a photo. From here, the secret agent handled someone, a young guy, who had access to U.S. military intelligence at the Pentagon. Craig placed him there. He had a computer business with offices, but he was a handler. 175 McPherson claims that the South African agent returned to Pretoria, and the U.S. officials were never the wiser. The spy games were not limited to South African intelligence. Armscor was willing to get in on the act too. Some of these activities required smoke and mirrors to ensure that it could not be accused of spying by the Americans if caught. One example of this is provided by an internal memorandum in August 1989 from Swartklip Products, an Armscor subsidiary, to Armscor Security. The memo gives details of a visit by one John Crew to the United States to collect software for Armscor, which was to be given to him by a South African scientist completing his PhD at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in Boston. 176 It is believed that the scientist in question is Marthinus van Schoor. He is given the name M.V. van Schoor in the documents, founder and CEO of a company called MID, formed in 1989, which works on sophisticated aerospace and naval products in the United States. 177 A follow-up memorandum in August 1989 dealt with the security arrangement with van Schoor, who was expected to supply South Africa with technology to use the Euler equation for the aerodynamics of Mirage I aircraft. Van Schoor would not buy the technology, which was deemed sensitive, but rather buy consultation from the creator of a program to enable him to learn the Euler codes, which was regarded as an acceptable activity under U.S. sanctions law. 178 This use of middlemen and consultants skillfully circumvented sanctions, while simultaneously leaving little evidence should suspicions be aroused. The final imbroglio, international signal and control. The U.S. arms embargo against South Africa was officially lifted in 1997, 3 years after the country's first democratic elections and the UN's decision to lift the embargo. The reason for the delay was the almost decade-long investigation and prosecution of a US-based company by the name of International Signal and Control, ISC. ISC had been involved in the sale of missile technology to South Africa. We can now confirm the technology was in some form passed on to Beijing. And when the lifting of sanctions came, they were the result of 3 years of intense negotiations between President Mandela, President Clinton, and their vice presidents, Mbeki and Gore. 179 The negotiations were racked with tension and marred, at times, by conflicting interests. South African Ambassador Franklin Sonn bizarrely called on Louis Farrakhan and African Americans for support in lifting arms sanctions and proposed a million-man march in Washington, effectively in defense of Armscor and its record as a sanctions buster. 180. The United States, for its part, had a commercial interest in maintaining sanctions. The South African manufactured Ruivik attack helicopter presented potential competition in international markets, and a U.S. boycott could scuttle sales of its own product in many countries. The U.S. in turn wanted to use its dominance to crush a potential competitor, no matter how unlikely it was that the Ruivik would displace the US-manufactured Apache attack helicopter. U.S. federal prosecutors had a number of targets for prosecution, including sales by South Africa to Iraq in the late 1980s, which is ironic, considering that the U.S. was secretly supplying dual-use items to Iraq's Saddam Hussein over the same period. The primary U.S. investigations, however, were focused on 7 Armscor officials linked to the procurement of weapons technology from a U.S. corporation, including sophisticated missile technology, for South Africa. The U.S. concerns also extended to the supply of arms to third countries such as Iraq and possibly China, and to the use of U.S. technology in South Africa's nascent intercontinental ballistic missile program. 181 The company at the center of the scandal, ISC, a legitimate arms dealer, was alleged to have strong CIA links, and was ultimately at the center of one of the most significant frauds in the international arms trade. It is possible that all these roles were reconcilable and often even mutually beneficial. On April 18, 1994, Armscor sent the 7 officials to the United States to provide information on the transaction in the hope that they would be indemnified from all further prosecution. The company feared that an ANC government would do little to protect apartheid sanctions busters. 182 In fact, not only did the South African President, Deputy President, and Minister of Defense, all members of the ANC, argue Armscor's case in bilateral negotiations with their U.S. counterparts, but in what appeared to be a tit-for-tat process, U.S. companies were frozen out of bidding in the corruption-riddled post-apartheid arms deal in 1999. For its crimes, Armscor was fined in the U.S. courts but was not required to pay the money to the United States. Instead, the funds were kept in trust in South Africa, to help assist South Africa in establishing a capacity to monitor future arms exports and ensure these were not in contravention of the law. 183. At the helm of ISC was James H. Guerin, a former CIA agent who eventually pleaded guilty in 1991 to an 8-count indictment, and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. The indictment also charged that Mr. Guerin laundered more than $950 million to help cover up fictitious contracts, and illegally exported some $50 million of arms to South Africa. 184 According to the Wall Street Journal, this pillar of his small Pennsylvania pacifist community built his backyard business in little more than a decade into a conglomerate selling military equipment around the world. 185. In 1994 Richard Knight, of the U.S. anti-apartheid movement, wrote in the New York Times that he believed there were many unanswered questions involving our own government, its intelligence agencies and United States implementation of the United Nations arms embargo against South Africa. 186 Giving credence to this claim was the fact that the ISC and the South African military establishment had ties that dated back to the 1970s. These continued despite the arms embargo and allowed the ISC and Guerin to make millions out of illegal weapons sales to South Africa. The question that Knight believed needed answering was whether the U.S. intelligence agencies allowed the ISC to continue its illegal operations in exchange for intelligence on South Africa's nuclear and other military programs, or to support South Africa's military for other reasons. 187. The U.S. National Security Agency, NSA, Director, Vice Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, reportedly acknowledged that, as Director of Naval Intelligence in the mid-1970s, he knew of the first ISC contract and was aware of later information supplied by the company on South Africa's nuclear program. 188 The Swiss researcher Peter Hug argues that Inman, who was associated with the ISC, was a supporter of military ties with apartheid. When NSA Director Vice Admiral Bobby Ray Inman moved to the CIA in 1981. He continued to provide military equipment such as highly developed radar-controlled air defense equipment to South Africa. 189 According to Inman, who would rise to the rank of deputy director of the CIA in the 1980s, the ISC was an important conduit in the establishment of the secret South African naval listening station at Silvermine near Cape Town. This had the capacity, from the 1970s, to monitor most shipping activity in the world's southern oceans. As the United States wanted to spy on Soviet ships off South Africa's coast, it began a secret program to set up an ocean surveillance system for South Africa. In return for providing such a system to South Africa, information would flow to the U.S-190 when the Carter administration introduced restrictions on the supply of material to South Africa. German corporations and the South African conglomerate Barlow stepped into the breach after the ISC stopped its collaboration with South Africa on the Silvermine project. 191. Despite tight new controls under the Carter administration, shipments continued through a front company, Gamma Systems Associates, located at New York's John F. Kennedy Airport, which Guerin repeatedly said is approved by Washington. 192 According to a former ISC executive, they included military technology, missile technology, computer technology. A truck went to JFK every Friday and loaded out onto a South African 747, and there was never a question. 193. While we cannot verify that the CIA assisted the ISC in busting sanctions, Richard M. Moose, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs under Jimmy Carter, believed so. Moose was quoted in an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer from 1991 as stating that I didn't trust our own agencies any more than I trusted the South Africans. As it turned out, that was not unjustified. Responsible officials of the agency sat in my office and lied to me about what they were doing in Africa. 194 Moose, who wrote the 1977 presidential order banning intelligence cooperation with South Africa, said that, despite the ban, the CIA felt their interests were best served by a collaborative relationship with South Africa. People who believe they are above the law will make those kinds of arrangements. 195 This underscores how the outright illegality of the U.S. intelligence and military intelligence arms undermined attempts at democratic control and how this allowed apartheid to thrive through its U.S. connections. The most important aspect of an investigation by the UK and US authorities into the ISC focused on whether US ballistic missile technology and military equipment was shipped illegally to South Africa between 1984 and 1986 with the full knowledge of the Central Intelligence Agency. 196 A joint Financial Times and ABC News Nightline investigation was informed by US federal law enforcement officials that the illegal shipments to South Africa included equipment which could be used to develop a missile capable of carrying nuclear warheads. 197 While some sources suggested to the Financial Times that this was all part of an elaborate CIA plan to infiltrate South Africa's missile program, it required notification to the Congressional Intelligence Committee. The relevant official in the CIA, Robert Gates, failed to do so. 198 These facts emerged shortly after Gates was confirmed as the new director of the CIA in 1991. It did little to impede a career that saw him appointed U.S. Secretary of Defense between 2006 and 2011. 199. The ISC, which traded some of the nastiest weapons in the world, including cluster ammunition, also traded with China. In 1984 it became the first U.S. arms company to legally sell technology to China, a deal that was allegedly sealed with the help of the former U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig, for which he was paid $600,000 according to court documents. 200. The Chinese connection is important. According to declassified SADF documents, we can confirm that Armscor sold ISC technology onwards to China. In March 1990, the head of Armscor's security department wrote to the head of SADF counterintelligence, attaching an internal investigation into the ISC matter and various security recommendations that required implementation. This secret document listed individuals, projects, and procurement channels that could be compromised by ongoing investigations by the U.S. Department of Justice and U.S. Customs. It confirmed the procurement of equipment by Armscor from the United States and revealingly showed that Armscor, through its Kentron subsidiary, was selling its newly developed, state-of-the-art ZT-3 laser-guided anti-tank missiles to China. The technology from the missiles was listed as being sourced from the United States, most likely via the ISC. The channel for selling the missiles appears from various charts to have been an Armscor front company by the name of African Technical Systems, which sold the weapons to ISC Technology Incorporated, an ISC-owned cutout firm. 201 This suggests that the ISC sourced the material, gave it to Armscor, and Armscor then used it to make weapons, and recouped some of its costs by selling the new weapons to ISC to sell on to China. From 1987, communication between Kentron and ISC Technology was channeled covertly through Italy and Armscor's Hong Kong regional office. One of the people listed as being compromised by investigations was Blue, the representative of the ISC in Hong Kong. 202 While no paperwork exists to show how China utilized this technology, one of the two major state-owned Chinese arms companies, Norinco, developed the Hongjian 9 or Red Arrow missile system in 1990. It is described as similar to the ZT-3. Like its counterpart, it is still in use today. This suggests that South Africa not only covertly imported missile technology from the United States via the ISC, but could also have sold the modified technology via the ISC to China. If this was the case, then the ISC was able to extract profits at both ends of the deal, while the SADF received new technology that it could share with a new partner in Communist China. It is largely due to the tenacity of activists and uncorrupted elements in U.S. law enforcement that the ISC story came to light. But many questions remain. How did U.S. intelligence benefit from the ISC story, for example? There is little doubt that some U.S. officials were at the center of South African sanctions-busting efforts, but did they place themselves there entirely for personal pecuniary gain, or were they given the nod by those higher up pursuing opaque strategic and ideological agendas? These, and other secrets, remain locked up in the CIA's archives. Indeed, it is perhaps because of how many secrets there remain to be uncovered that the CIA's archives are likely to remain shut for decades to come. The best democracy money can buy. The 1980s represented an important point in U.S. politics when new right-wing forces began to shape American politics. In starting the process of limiting oversight over the financial sector and giving a leg up to Wall Street, it set the scene for the financial crisis of 2008. Politically, it was an important moment as many of the young neoconservatives cut their teeth, only to find appointment later in the governments of George W. Bush and Donald Trump. Fast forward to the present and consider the alleged sinister influence that the Russian government of Vladimir Putin is said to have over U.S. politics. It would be helpful to recall how easy it was for a relatively small, if cunning, power like South Africa to influence U.S. policy in its favor. Russia, with its extensive oil reserves, KGB-trained president, and global intelligence network, is a far more formidable opponent. In the United States, as we have seen, democracy was literally for sale. All kinds of shady politicians and lobbyists were happy to undertake covert business with the apartheid state. They ranged from the avaricious to the loony right wing. However, in the middle were powerful men who could help influence the way U.S. politics functioned to favor Pretoria and the anti-sanctions narrative. This rightward drift that infected U.S. politics afflicted the United Kingdom in a similar manner under Margaret Thatcher's leadership, albeit in a very British way. Here was another useful opportunity for Pretoria, as we shall see in the next chapter. The American Dream. Dirty Money in D.C. Chapter 9. The United Kingdom. Julian Amory, in defense of the realm. The prosperity of our people rests really on the oil in the Persian Gulf, the rubber and tin of Malaya, and the gold, copper, and precious metals of South and Central Africa. As long as we have access to these, as long as we can realize the investments we have there, as long as we trade with this part of the world, we shall be prosperous. If the communists or anyone else were to take them over, we would lose the lot. Julian Amory 1. The hidden hand of the aristocratic Amory family has made its presence felt in European and African politics throughout the 20th century. They publicly promoted the British Empire and Anglo-Saxon interests to the exclusion of all other. They were particularly adept at working in the shadows through elite secret organizations. They were fiercely anti-communist, and their personal and political fortunes were intimately tied to those of South Africa. The Amory family's first interaction with South Africa dates back to the South African War, 1899 to 1902, when the Oxford-educated Leo Amory, who worked as a war correspondent for the Times, traveled to South Africa and later wrote that newspaper's history of the war. He was closely associated with important British political figures such as Alfred Milner, Joseph Chamberlain, and Winston Churchill. In the 1920s he held the cabinet position of Colonial Secretary. 2. His son Julian trod the establishment path with the ease of his father, holding a number of senior positions in government and serving as a Conservative Party MP for nearly 4 decades before his appointment as a life peer in 1992. A devotee of empire, he doted on the last white-controlled governments in Africa, southern Rhodesia and South Africa. His domestic politics, particularly on issues of immigration, showed him to be an unreconstructed racist. One of his abiding legacies would be the role he played as chairman of the secretive LE Circle organization, an important conservative and, later, neoconservative talk shop that focused on shaping the West's security policies in the later 20th century. LE Circle also had direct links with South African business, diplomatic and military sectors from the 1970s to the 1990s, at the height of the sanctions period. Julian Amory did not limit his skills or use of his networks to politics alone, he applied them with equal vigor in nurturing his own business interests. In South Africa he was a director of Vaal Reefs, one of the largest gold mines in the world at the time. The notorious Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, in London also employed Amory as a consultant. The BCCI, given the moniker Bank of Crooks and Criminals International by police and investigators, was said to be one of the most important banks for laundering the proceeds of arms and drug sales in the 1970s and 1980s. In 1991, when BCCI collapsed, it was one of the biggest bank failures in history. The New York Times described it as a stateless bank that operated in the United States and about 70 other countries, chartered in Luxembourg, run by Pakistanis, owned by Arabs, headquartered in Britain and serviced by outposts in the Cayman Islands. 3 The BCCI was a prime example of a major bank associated with corruption, bribery, and capital flight, but whose activities were not denounced by major Western intelligence agencies despite being under observation. 4 In 2016 a former undercover U.S. Internal Revenue Service, IRS, agent confirmed that the BCCI was extensively used to launder the drug money of Pablo Escobar's Medellin cartel. 5 For his services as advisor on international affairs to the BCCI, Amory was paid what appears to be a regular amount of £20,000 per year. 6 While his appointment letter gives no indication of what he did to deserve this well-paid consultancy position, it seems that Amory may have been a useful political fixer for the bank in view of his political and intelligence connections. Kith, kin and kindred spirits. Amory revealed his political colors through his long-term association with the Conservative Party pressure group, the Monday Club. Founded in 1961, the Monday Club sought to counter the decolonization policies of Harold Macmillan's government. 7 It was vehemently supportive of White Rhodesia and apartheid South Africa and was a forerunner of the UK Independence Party, UKIP, in terms of its anti-immigration policies. From within the British establishment, the Monday Club advocated the complete cessation of coloured immigration into this country. 8 Up to 35 British Conservative MPs were members of this strongly pro-Thatcher group during the 1980s. Within 6 months of Ian Smith's government declaring unilateral independence in 1965, Amory pledged his allegiance to the Rhodesian government at a Monday Club rally to thunderous applause, calling for sanctions to be relaxed and proclaiming his allegiance to those in southern Africa whom we should never be ashamed to acknowledge as our kith and kin. 9 Like his father, Rhodes, and Milner, he wrote in 1974, "The British nation is not confined to these islands. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa are all extensions of our country. This British overseas is part of us 10. Amory believed as much in the greatness of Britain as he did in the need for white men to hold the monopoly of power over large parts of Africa. In early 1988 Amory traveled to UNITA's headquarters at Jamba in southern Angola, where he met Jonas Savimbi. 11 Amory was clearly enamored of both his host and the rendezvous in which he overnighted. Such trips were clearly also important intelligence-gathering opportunities. Within months of his return he received a letter from the British Secretary of State for Defence, George Younger, concerning his discussions with Savimbi. I am grateful to you for keeping in touch with me in connection with your visit of this nature. I particularly noted your reference to military equipment captured from the MPLA and the Cubans, and I would indeed be interested in any additional information you may have on the subject. As if to underscore the fact that Amory had his ear, he added, a copy of this letter goes to the Prime Minister and Geoffrey Howe Foreign Secretary. 12. A role not often ascribed to Amory is that of arms merchant. However, an extraordinary letter found in his archive suggests that governments were keen to seek his assistance in what may have been off-the-book weapons deals. In a handwritten letter dated May 11, 1988, the U.S. ambassador to Oman, George Cranwell Montgomery, known as Cran, wrote to Amory, ostensibly requesting his assistance in the covert acquisition of Stinger missiles from UNITA. The recipients were unnamed parties in Oman or possibly in the Gulf. 13 Cran Montgomery wrote to Amory following Amory's recent trip to Africa, where he had met Savimbi. Reflecting on the Clark Amendment of the 1970s, in which the U.S. Congress prohibited the provision of weapons to Angola, Montgomery lamented that I am struggling with a similar bit of foolishness. The Congress in its wisdom forbade the transfer of Stingers, handheld anti-aircraft missiles, to GCC Gulf Cooperation Community countries, ostensibly to keep them out of the hands of terrorists. Since those who want them already have them, the only real effect is to keep them out of the hands of our friends. 14 He added, I think I will be able to overcome this problem somewhat more quickly than Savimbi did his, but had I known that you were going to visit with him I might have asked you to borrow a few from him to get us by in the interim. 15. Amory had a long-standing association with Oman dating back to the 1950s when, as British Under-Secretary of War, he had sent in aircraft to quell an uprising against the kingdom's sultan. 16 For decades, the Omani government was engaged in low-intensity conflict against a popular insurgency, which was brutally crushed by Oman's despotic leader, causing thousands of deaths. None of this would have been possible without the intimate assistance of British intelligence and the free flow of British arms. 17. Cran's proposition came only 6 months after the U.S. Congress had finalized its report on the Iran-Contra scandal. What Montgomery was suggesting was an enterprise that mirrored aspects of the scandal, and would have earned him severe censure if this correspondence had been made public at the time. What is equally damning is that Montgomery's former boss in all of his political postings between 1976 and 1985, Senator Howard Baker, was Ronald Reagan's chief of staff at that time. Both Baker and Montgomery 18 were participants in the secretive LE Circles meetings under the chairmanship of Amory. 19. South Africa, quite a stimulating experience. Amory was warmly welcomed into the bosom of apartheid political and economic power. From the late 1970s, he corresponded with leaders in South African politics, including Prime Minister John Vorster, Defense Minister P.W. Botha, Foreign Affairs Minister Pik Botha and Finance Minister Owen Horwood. Vorster emphasized the need to lift sanctions as soon as possible, otherwise it might be found that whatever settlement is arrived at will be too late to save the country from chaos. 20 Amory also supported the reformist policies undertaken by P.W. Botha on behalf of Black South Africa in the early 1980s, while calling for an end to arms sanctions to South Africa. 21. He regularly corresponded with the anti-sanctions business lobby group, the South Africa Foundation, as well as with Harry and Nicky Oppenheimer, with whom he was on first-name terms. 22 By 1989, Magnus Malin, then defense minister, addressed a letter to Amory as Dear Friend, thanking him for his good wishes on his re-election. 23 When F.W. de Klerk undertook his first visit to the UK after the release of Mandela in 1990, Amory lunched with him as Thatcher's guest at Chequers and again at the South African Embassy. 24 Amory travelled to South Africa on at least 5 separate occasions between 1978 and 1991, meeting business leaders and senior politicians. In 1981 he managed to fit in a white rhino hunt, described in a letter to Harry Oppenheimer as quite a stimulating experience. 25 The hunt took place between meetings with the Ministers of Defence and Finance, meetings he subsequently briefed Margaret Thatcher about. 26 Amory's diary provides important insight into his travels to South Africa and the network of business and political leaders that he nurtured, as well as the support he gave to the National Party government. 27 In January 1986 he met with officials at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Foreign Secretary, Geoffrey Howe, before departing for South Africa. Amory considered the demands placed on Botha's government unreasonable. Botha was Mandela's prisoner just as much as Mandela was Botha's prisoner. How could he possibly release him without knowing what would happen? What would he do if he began to incite people to revolt? Mandela probably didn't want to be released. He was more powerful in prison than out. 28 The Prime Minister, through her Foreign Affairs private secretary, also put points to Amory in preparation for his visit. He was informed that she wonders what are the possibilities of the South African government putting together an alternative black grouping to the ANC, including of course, Buthelezi. She regards it as something important, something that could be added to the colored and Indian elements already cooperating with the government. 29 Amory arrived in Durban on January 9, 1986, where he was a guest at the Oppenheimers' Milkwood Mansion, set in vast tropical gardens on the Mpumalanga beachfront north of Durban. It was midsummer and others enjoying the Oppenheimer hospitality at the time included Gordon Richardson, the former governor of the Bank of England, and Victor Rothschild, chairman of the bank N.M. Rothschild and Sons, who had a close relationship with both British prime ministers and their intelligence services. On his first day of holiday in Durban, Amory slept late, swam in the warm waters of the Indian Ocean and read Thomas Hardy's Tess of the d'Urbervilles. 30 Later in the day, the leader of the opposition Progressive Federal Party, Frederick Van Zyl Slabbert, came to meet him. Amory unfairly dismissed Slabbert because of his progressive belief in universal suffrage, describing him as a fine-looking fellow with remarkable blue eyes, but I am not at all sure how much there is up top. 31 By the next day he was on board Harry Oppenheimer's private plane to Johannesburg, where he attended a supper with the Swiss banker Fritz Leutwiler, who was in the country to negotiate South Africa's debt crisis. 32 Others in attendance included the chiefs of Anglo-American, the Reserve Bank, the Minister of Finance, and the business luminary Anton Rupert. He was also invited to Abra by the exiled Albanian king, Lika. They discussed South African politics and Lika's financial problems before Amory retired to the five-star Carlton Hotel. 33 We return to Lika in Chapter 12. Over the next few days Amory met with bankers and businessmen, discussing politics with senior executives at Anglo-American over lunches and dinners of excellent crayfish and superb millet, topped up at the end with a sweet Nederberg. 34 According to him, the De Beers chairman, Julian Ogilvy Thompson, who had frequently traveled to Brazil, was much impressed by how the Brazilians had retained power in white hands in a multiracial system. He accepted that this had been possible hitherto by virtual military dictatorship. 35 Amory traveled to Cape Town to meet with Defense Minister General Magnus Malan, who he thought might end up running South Africa as a military dictatorship in which blacks could be promoted to key positions and whites could maintain real power. Amory's intimacy with power is reflected in his opening remarks in a meeting with P.W. Botha. I started by congratulating the state president on his 70th birthday and remarking that though he hadn't had his face lifted and wasn't wearing a wig, he nevertheless looked younger than President Reagan. His meetings with both Botha and Malan covered similar issues. Reagan and Thatcher could be trusted, Chester Crocker and how less so, the importance of Inkatha and the Zion Christian Church in countering the ANC's influence, and the future of Angola and Namibia. 36 From there he went to meet Pik Botha and then on to lunch with Anton Rupert at his estate just outside Stellenbosch. Anton was in a Calvinistic mood of repentance. He said he never believed in apartheid, but it was now necessary for the government to admit their mistake. 37. Following his trip to South Africa in early 1986, Julian Amery wrote to P.W. Botha thanking him for meeting him in Cape Town and the confidence with which he spoke to him. Mrs. Thatcher and Sir Geoffrey Howe both showed a keen interest in the account I gave them of our talk and, I think, a genuine understanding. My impression is that the tide is turning against the anti-apartheid movement, though not yet strongly enough. Amery added a postscript at the end of the letter: "You may like to know that my old friend Woodrow Wyatt was deeply and favorably impressed with you and has been writing accordingly in the News of the World and the Times." Wyatt, a British politician and journalist who was close to Thatcher and the Queen Mother, campaigned against Nelson Mandela and the ANC, which he accused of trying to establish a communist-style black dictatorship. 38 During a visit to South Africa in January 1987, Amery met Magnus Malin again and discussed the state of emergency with him. Malin envisaged it continuing for at least 2 years. He said the ANC had no proper organization on the ground in the townships. In a way he wished they had, as he would have a clear target to go for. 39 Thereafter, the British MP was briefed by Malin's Chief of Staff, General Jannie Geldenhuys, on the situation in Angola. 40 Amery wished to linger for a much longer talk with the General, who was engagingly frank, but he had a plane to catch. He arrived that evening in Durban just in time to join the Oppenheimers at their second course of dinner. He briefed the clan about his tour in South Africa and remarked, "The great thing about talking to Harry is that it puts into perspective the views that I have been forming in the rest of the tour. Bridget Oppenheimer is much more left-wing than he is nowadays. He remains extremely balanced. Strongly opposed to sanctions of any sort. Critical of the government but well aware of the difficulties that P.W. Botha faces." 41 Amery noted that he did not have an opportunity to visit any townships. As an interloper, he restricted his views on black opinion to a short paragraph reflecting on his conversation with our black drivers at Anglo-American. 42. LE Circle, in principle the group does not exist. Tucked away in a report of the Con Committee, declassified in 2016, are details of links between the apartheid regime and a shadowy secret international organization, LE Circle, chaired by Amery for many years. The Con Committee was appointed by F.W. de Klerk in 1991 to investigate active secret state projects following media reports of third force activities linked to the government. In its third report, reference was made to LE Circle, which it described as an informal forum of influential representatives of a conservative cast of mind from Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Oman, the USA, and South Africa. Annual meetings consider political, economic, and military developments. SA contributes are 33,000 plus donations to the Secretariat. Valuable source of advice and friendship. 43 At around this time, LE Circle's chairman, Julian Amery, estimated that hosting its meetings cost about $50,000 per year, excluding flights. This suggests that South Africa was contributing a quarter of the secret society's budget just before the end of apartheid. 44 This generous South African funding, funneled through the Department of Foreign Affairs, is believed to have been discontinued after almost 2 decades in late 1992. 45 The existence of LE Circle, as well as its potential influence, has long been the subject of speculation. Its membership and meeting venues are secret. LE Circle wields potentially significant influence on political affairs through its convening power, information sharing, and what amounted to quasi-intelligence activity during the Cold War. In internal documents, the group describes its practice of meeting twice yearly, alternating between Washington and a European city. South Africa and Oman were the only exceptions in hosting this transatlantic affair. Amery said of the secret club, "There is no membership. Members are invited, the organization is completely flexible. In principle, The group does not exist, it reaches no conclusions and no conclusions are thus made public. 46 Our first clue to the existence of LE Circle was found in a file in the South African Department of Foreign Affairs archives carrying the same name. The significance of these documents, when read together with papers subsequently located in Julian Amory's archive at Cambridge, is that they clarify the important role played by the apartheid state in LE Circle's affairs as financier, host, and beneficiary of intelligence. LE Circle was founded in the early 1950s, to facilitate the first secret talks between French and German heads of state after the Second World War, with a vision of integrating Christian Catholic Western Europe. For much of the next 50 years their politics veered between conservative and hard right-wing. Its Catholic membership showed a strong bias towards authoritarian orders such as Opus Dei and the Knights of Malta, which placed much value on secret networks, conservative politics, and the money required to support both. 47 Operating in the shadows was a network of participants drawn from within the intelligence sector and with close association to the arms industry. What started as an association of regular meetings between leaders of 6 Christian democratic countries in the 1960s had, by the 1970s, morphed into a biannual secretive gathering for conservatives from both North America and Western Europe. 48 This signaled a change in focus to anti-communism, strengthened by the arrival of participants such as Henry Kissinger and David Rockefeller. LE Circle thus evolved into a confidential forum for influential personalities and the policy advisors of the heads of state, rather than the heads of state themselves, to hold off-the-record discussions on current affairs and the desired action to be taken. The high-level discussion of policy would then be implemented by individual LE Circle members working in their governments, legislatures, parties, and public opinion. 49. From talk shop to intelligence outfit. Amory, who joined LE Circle in the 1970s, had risen to the position of chairman by the 1980s. He provided an important link between the organization, the United Kingdom and South Africa. The club, which had an invited members-only policy, was made up almost exclusively of old white influential and conservative men, and the countries that participated most actively were Britain, France, Germany, the United States and South Africa. 50. A key LE Circle member was the rabid anti-communist Brian Crozier, who played an important behind-the-scenes role during the 1980s. Crozier wrote numerous publications praising right-wing regimes, including a favorable biography of the Spanish dictator Franco. 51 He also worked closely with the CIA and met its head, Bill Casey, as well as President Ronald Reagan, with whom he would correspond through secret letters sent via Nancy Reagan. 52 Crozier saw South Africa as the West's mineral warehouse, it required little urgent change, Crozier noting only anomalies in its treatment of the black and colored populations. 53. Crozier's ties to the CIA and British intelligence took on various practical dimensions in the form of think tanks and associations which operated in the same orbit as LE Circle. The first of these was the Forum World Features, a CIA front news agency based in London, which enabled Crozier to grow his network of international contacts to the point that it earned him the distinction in the Guinness Book of World Records of having interviewed the most heads of state or government, 58 in all. 54 By 1975 the link between Forum World Features and the CIA was blown open by British and American media. Crozier, however, had moved on to establish the Institute for the Study of Conflict, ISC. 55 He used this new vehicle, together with his contacts at LE Circle, to establish a pro-South Africa propaganda organization, the Foreign Affairs Research Institute, FARI, in the UK, which was heavily funded by the apartheid state. 56. According to the researcher David Teacher, Crozier's ISC, with funding from South Africa's Department of Information, also established a pro-Pretoria propaganda unit in Paris. 57 Some of the activities of the ISC and its connections to LE Circle were revealed in 1982, when the news magazine Der Spiegel, one of the few publications to report on LE Circle's existence, exposed the links between Crozier and the Bavarian politician Franz Josef Strauss. 58 The source for this information was Dr. Hans Langmann, an employee in the Bavarian Ministry of the Interior, who would eventually be sentenced to imprisonment for leaking details about intelligence interference in West German politics. The Langmann papers revealed that Crozier had actively worked within an intelligence network that unsuccessfully sought to deliver the German chancellorship in 1979 to the right-wing Strauss. This was hot on the heels of the successful election of Margaret Thatcher in Britain. Crozier claimed to have played a similar and central role in Britain, where he and a small insider group had set up a secret committee called SHIELD, which served to provide security and intelligence advice to Thatcher and her aides during her first campaign for Prime Minister. 59. LE Circle, South Africa takes its seed. A major emphasis of LE Circle's strategy was to roll back communism in certain key countries. LE Circle viewed the expansion of communism as a virtual World War III being waged against the so-called Free World. 61 of the countries that deserved particular attention was Angola, where LE Circle liaised directly with UNITA leadership and argued against Namibian independence. In Mozambique it supported Renamo and in Afghanistan the Mujahideen. 61. According to Adrian Hennie, LE Circle depended on funding from four sources: the South African government, conservative German party political foundations, European corporations, and its individual members. 62 The South African Department of Foreign Affairs not only financed but also hosted meetings of LE Circle in January 1984, at the Lanzerac Hotel in Stellenbosch, March 1988, at the Mount Nelson Hotel in Cape Town, and March 1991, at the Lord Charles Hotel, Somerset West. 63 The South African government's participation in LE Circle can be traced as far back as 1974 when Harold Taswell, the ambassador to the UN in Geneva, attended meetings on a regular basis. 64 South Africa was equally useful to LE Circle, and it was proposed that the initial contribution of R5,000 in 1974 would be increased to R7,500 in 1975, over R300,000 today. With payment to be made through a bank account in Liechtenstein in favor of the innocuously named Institute for Research and Development. 65 The source of the funds was the Special Defense Account, SDA, which was the primary source of funding for covert arms purchases and clandestine projects for the apartheid regime. 66 South Africa got a good return on its investment. Taswell reported that at a meeting of LE Circle a number of participants had remarked to him that you must be surprised to be at a meeting like this and to find a group of people so well disposed to you in South Africa. 67. Another example of the usefulness of these meetings was the exchange of informal intelligence. In a letter to his superior, Taswell informed him of arms sanctions issues. A German member of LE Circle had learned from the Siemens office in South Africa that the South African Post Office had ended its telephone contract with Siemens in favor of a French company as a quid pro quo for France's willingness to sell Mirage jets to South Africa. 68. The South African diplomat Donald Soul attended meetings of LE Circle in 1978, and noted an impressive presentation by Richard Pearl, who was U.S. Senator Jackson's advisor on strategic arms affairs. 69 Pearl, a self-described neoconservative known in Washington circles as the Prince of Darkness, would become Ronald Reagan's Assistant Secretary for Defense in the 1980s. He was also an outspoken proponent of the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. Other participants at this meeting in Washington included the former head of the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency and a member of the U.S. National Security Council. 70. With the election of Ronald Reagan in November 1980, the network of LE Circle contacts in Washington grew in importance. Later that same month, the South African ambassador to Madrid sent a secret memo to his Director General following a meeting with the LE Circle member Sanchez Bella. 71 A diplomat and minister during the Franco dictatorship. 72 Bella stressed that it was important for the South Africans to send a delegation to a meeting of LE Circle in December 1980 given that 2 or 3 of Reagan's close aides from California would attend the meeting and that any discussions with them would be as good as discussions with the president himself. 73. Always concerned with the communist threat, The LE Circle meeting in 1984 addressed the serious threat of infiltration of socialist parties of Europe and elsewhere by communist agents. 74 The meeting was hosted by the conservative Hans Seidel Foundation, which was linked to Franz Joseph Strauss's Christian Social Union, CSU. According to the South African ambassador who attended the meeting in Munich, the meeting cited the spillover effect of the alleged infiltration by socialist parties, by referring to Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme, whose political views are on the extreme left, has for years been the foreign policy mentor of Democratic Party presidential candidate Walter Mondale, whose Scandinavian origins are well known. The SPD Social Democrats in Germany is especially heavily infiltrated. 75 These views were stated 18 months before Palme was assassinated by an unknown gunman. LE Circle gatherings also attracted disreputable guest speakers such as Imelda Marcos, 76, the wife of the corrupt Filipino president. Another attendee was Richard Nixon, who resigned his presidency amid the notorious Watergate scandal, of which he was the primary architect. 77. The first meeting of LE Circle to take place in South Africa was from 12 to January 15, 1984 in Stellenbosch. LE Circle wanted to create some distance from its South African backers, who were not the official hosts of the meeting. It was thus hosted by the LE Circle member General C.A. Fraser, the head of the South African Army. 78 The Department of Foreign Affairs still assisted in numerous ways. The first was to ensure that the state-owned South African Airways, SAA, guaranteed the lowest priced fares for participants and to upgrade tickets at no cost. 79 30 participants from the 7 Western European countries and the United States attended the meeting, which included former French ministers, German MPs, UK politicians, and US securocrats. The VIPs were accommodated at the Rupert-owned Fleur du Cap residence in Somerset West. 80 Documents accessed in the Foreign Affairs Archive reveal that attempts were made to ensure the presence of State President P.W. Botha and Harry Oppenheimer at the meeting, although the files contain no further details to confirm this. 2 leading South African businessmen, Gavin Relly, the chair of Anglo-American, and Basil Hersov of Barclays Bank, received personal invitations to LE Circle's next secret gathering in Bavaria in July 1984. The invitation, delivered through the South African Department of Foreign Affairs, was signed by the Bavarian Premier, Franz Joseph Strauss. 81 Both Relly and Hersov would thereafter regularly appear on the list of LE Circle invitees, suggesting that their membership had been secured. 82 When I asked Basil Hersov about these meetings, he had only a vague recollection of LE Circle and described his only memory of Amory as one of general geniality. 83 Anton Rupert of the Rembrandt Group and Julian Ogilvy Thompson of De Beers were also regular invitees and could therefore be considered members. 84 Ogilvy Thompson did not respond to repeated requests for an interview. A further meeting of LE Circle is reported to have taken place in Cape Town in March 1988. 85 Attendees were invited to a dinner at the Mount Nelson Hotel hosted by the National Party Minister George Bartlett, and on the first day of the meeting subjected themselves to the usual range of government-aligned views by Pik Botha. His Director General, Neil van Heerden, also delivered an address that summed up the position Pik Botha took in conversation with heads of state at the time. It was a title that appeared to suggest its own racist answer, Will Black Africa Die in Misery? 86 The third and last LE Circle meeting to be hosted in South Africa took place in March 1991 at the Lord Charles Hotel in Somerset West. Prominent South African businessmen such as Basil Hersov and the Anglo-American Menorca chief executive, Hank Slack, were invited to the secret gathering. The one surprising speaker at the meeting was South African writer and anti-apartheid activist, Fatima Meer, who had been banned and detained for her links to the Black Consciousness Movement. 87. With the election of Nelson Mandela as president in 1994, it is believed that South Africa discontinued its participation in LE Circle activities. In tandem, the focus of LE Circle shifted dramatically away from the Southern African and Cold War terrains. New frontiers awaited, including the Balkans, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, North Korea, and China. By 1995 the list of invitees had been extended to include representatives from arms companies Aerospatiale and British Aerospace, as well as Jonathan Aitken, the former UK Defence Minister who would become chair of LE Circle in that year. 88. Amory died in 1996, a few years after relinquishing his chairmanship of this secret society, a life's work made irrelevant by the end of the Cold War and white minority rule in southern Africa. He and others had ensured that South Africa was brought into the fold of this secret gathering to benefit from contact with like-minded elites. In return for gossip, intelligence, and a seat at one of the high tables of anti-communism, South Africa would dutifully pick up the tab. While LE Circle does not represent a classic sanctions-busting operation, its importance lies in the creation of a platform that welcomed participants to cut deals away from the public eye. The apartheid regime was not the only rogue to benefit from this, and it will likely not be the last. Somewhere in the world this club no doubt still meets, having long shifted its attention to the opportunity that another nation's misery represents. Amory's legacy, unlike his British Empire, has endured. Margaret Thatcher and the Conservative Party. We don't just talk to you as businessmen, but as human beings. Can you continue to allow such suffering? Oliver Tambo, ANC leader, addressing UK business leaders. 89. A typical terrorist organization. Margaret Thatcher on the ANC. 90. I asked the former South African Minister of Foreign Affairs Pik Botha about his meetings with Margaret Thatcher. He veered from the factual to his own personal impressions. I am the only foreign dignitary to have had a private one-to-one meeting with her, without any of her staff present. My friends would joke, now what did the two of you do? It's strange how often other women don't seem to like her. She had very beautiful breasts. She couldn't sit still for a minute, the one leg over the other leg, to the sides the hands kept moving. I will never forget to this day that night in London, they had a tremendous dinner with all the important ones and the women dressed up, I am telling you. She was dressed up in a beautiful blue dress with her collar and her head like a flower emerging out of it. When I entered the meeting the following morning I said, "Pardon, would you allow me to tell you how charming you looked last night? I would have given anything to be your partner." Hell, for the first time she blushed. We remained very great friends despite difficult times. She was the one that was never in favor of sanctions. 91. While Botha was thin on the detail of his actual discussion with the head of state of one of South Africa's most important trading partners, declassified minutes detail two separate meetings he had with Thatcher 92 and her Foreign Secretary Lord Carrington 93 in 1980. The focus of the discussions was on the peace talks concerning Namibia. Botha spoke to the British as if he was briefing a junior US Republican congressman on his first visit to Africa, but they seemed to tolerate this. He made repeated references to the fact that Africa was dying and was beset by plague, locusts, rinderpest and poor infrastructure, with South Africa being the shining light in an otherwise dark continent. Botha wailed at the fact that African countries increased their trade with South Africa while calling on Britain for sanctions, telling Carrington, "I cannot go on like this." According to him, African countries were keeping people hungry in order to get more money for arms. This was rich coming from Africa's largest arms exporter, which spent up to 30% of its GDP on the war economy during the 1980s. When his arguments failed him, Botha, not unlike Donald Trump, said that perhaps it would suit South Africa to drag the region into a conventional war. 94. Margaret Thatcher led the Conservative Party between 1975 and 1990, and was Prime Minister between 1979 and 1990. These were critical years during the sanctions period, and for the South African government. While Thatcher never came out publicly in support of apartheid, she often tolerated governments that denied the majority of people the franchise. Thatcher, like Reagan, was committed to crushing trade unions and cutting social spending. She favored the interests of the private sector and, given the extent of trade between the United Kingdom and South Africa, there were many private interests that required her protection. While Conservative MPs like Julian Amory would frequently whisper into Thatcher's ear of the need for the UK to remain steadfast in its support of Pretoria, the anti-communist Prime Minister needed little convincing. As a woman she may always have been treated as an outsider, but ideologically she was on the inside of right-wing opinion that sought to gently criticize apartheid without threatening its enforcers with any serious consequence. Thatcher was no stranger to South Africa. She and her family had long-standing ties with the country. Her first recorded visit to South Africa was in 1973 as Secretary of State for Education and Science. The first UK minister to visit South Africa since Harold Macmillan came to make his famous Winds of Change speech in 1960, she would make no grand statement on the need for reform. Instead, records in the UK National Archives show that she was briefed by Prime Minister Vorster on the great differences between the ways of thinking of the Africans and Europeans and attended a multiracial lunch given by the UK Consul General in Johannesburg, before spending her last evening in the exclusive Mala Mala Game Park, courtesy of helicopter transport provided by the South African Air Force. 95. Her son, Mark Thatcher, who had been sent by his parents to spend a year working in South Africa in 1972, lived in the leafy suburbs of Cape Town before his arrest and guilty plea for his role in an attempted coup in Equatorial Guinea in 2004. Her husband, Dennis Thatcher, whom the Prime Minister regarded as an important behind-the-scenes advisor, traveled to South Africa on business on a number of occasions. 96 His racist and bigoted utterances were notorious. In 1984 he told the Swiss president at a dinner to keep Switzerland white, referred to black Britons as fuzzy wuzzies in Brixton and lamented that India was high on the buggeration factor. 97. P. W. Botha took office as Prime Minister of South Africa shortly before Thatcher, and was eager to meet with his new counterpart. British diplomats described an organized campaign of approaches by Harry Oppenheimer as well as hints by Pick Botha concerning the proposed visit. 98 Following a request by Botha, Margaret Thatcher decided to send Lord Hunt of Tamworth, formerly John Hunt, Secretary to the Cabinet, to meet Botha in April 1980. Hunt was instructed to act as Thatcher's emissary, even though the ostensible purpose of his visit will be to visit personal friends and to have meetings in connection with his directorship of the Prudential Assurance Company. 99 In his briefing notes Hunt was told that, while there could be no relaxation of the UN arms embargo, consideration was being made to improve the access and facilities given to South African military attaches in London, and that political reform would be rewarded with an upgrade in the volume and sensitivity of shared intelligence material. 100. Hunt met with Margaret Thatcher on March 31, 1980 to discuss his mission. At the meeting, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office stressed that it wanted to avoid having to choose between black and white Africa. If faced with a choice we would almost certainly have to choose South Africa, i.e. we would have to veto a resolution imposing sanctions on South Africa, the Prime Minister agreed. However, the sobering report reads that it was difficult to see how the problem of race relations in South Africa would ever be solved. The end result would probably be a bloodbath. 101 While the meetings with Botha, his Minister of Defence, Magnus Malin, and Pick Botha delivered little results, the UK side believed it could form the basis for continuing conversation with South Africa, which they feared risked becoming isolated in the same manner as East Germany. 102. P. W. Botha, according to private correspondence from 1983, seemed to have little faith in Thatcher, since the mess the British government under her leadership made of the Rhodesian question. I have very little confidence in her. 103 He would eventually meet with her on an ill-fated European tour in 1984. And while the two tolerated one another, she never befriended him as she did the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet. Thatcher and the Conservative Party were, throughout most of this period, staunch supporters of Mangosuthu Buthelezi and the Inkatha Freedom Party. His moderate politics and status as a prince sealing in the Zulu kingdom made him a safe bet for the British. One anecdotal example of this was that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office allowed repeated use of its diplomatic bag by the IFP to ferry messages to the ANC leadership in London. As one official noted in relation to this, our relations with them the IFPR, given the general political situation in South Africa, likely to become of increasing importance. 104 The archives also show that conservative politicians were frequent guests in South Africa. One such luminary was the future Prime Minister David Cameron, who visited in 1989 when he was 23, on an all-expenses-paid fact-finding mission funded by Strategy Network International, a lobbying group seeking to lift sanctions. 105 As leader of the Conservatives, David Cameron broke with his party's policy more than a dozen years after South Africa's first democratic elections, when he finally conceded in The Observer in 2006, after meeting Mandela, that the mistakes my party made in the past with respect to relations with the ANC and sanctions on South Africa make it all the more important to listen now. 106 Trade sanctions, a very difficult position. Margaret Thatcher was an important ally in the anti-sanctions campaign, officially because it would harm black workers and privately because it would harm the UK economy. The call for sanctions in the UK only grew louder as she took office, backed by church groups, trade unions, and many liberal and left-inclined groups across Britain that formed the support base of the anti-apartheid movement. In response, the UK government archives are peppered with correspondence between diplomats reporting their concerns and that of British corporations reporting potential commercial losses that would be suffered as a result of sanctions. At a meeting of the Cabinet Ministerial Group on Southern Africa in April 1978, there was general agreement that the United Kingdom could not afford a trade embargo against South Africa and that we should be ready to use our veto in the Security Council to prevent one. In the meantime, although it would be a long process, it was essential to begin to take steps to reduce our economic dependence on South Africa. It was, however, important to understand clearly the nature of our dependence. What was vital to us at present was the supply of South African raw materials. Without these, important sections of British industry could be ruined. In the meantime, we should remain within the convoy of the 5 UN Security Council members. We are bound to be the slowest ship. 107 At the third meeting of the Cabinet Ministerial Group, the Secretary of State reported on the very difficult position we are in. 108 This would include massive job losses should sanctions be fully implemented. Some 80,000 jobs were dependent on exports to South Africa, and in 1975 £250 million was remitted from South Africa. Large UK corporations such as the chemical giant ICL and General Electric relied on South Africa for between 10% and 15% of their overall profit. 109 The report also stressed measures that could cautiously wean the UK off South African minerals. To deal with any sudden cessation of these supplies, it was proposed that we should stockpile the main strategic minerals we obtained from South Africa, and we might add to these 2 or 3 minerals not specifically of South African origin, so as to present our action as being intended as insurance against developments in East/West relations. 110 South Africa was by far the most important single trading partner with the UK in Africa and contributed significantly to the UK's service economy, providing 20% of its total income by 1978. 111 By their own admission, the UK argument against sanctions required a healthy dollop of sophistry. For example, British diplomats feared that proposed UN Security Council economic sanctions against the Iranian government of the Ayatollah Khomeini in 1980 would make the case for lifting South African sanctions so much harder. After all, if economic sanctions can be urged against Iran for the sake of 50, and those all white, with the release of the colored and female hostages, Americans, it will need all the sophistry at the FCO's disposal to resist the political case, on human rights grounds, against South Africa for their continued political and social ill-treatment of 19 million non-whites. The attitude of the US towards sanctions against South Africa was, until recently, at best ambivalent. With an Iranian precedent, the US attitude must now be taken as settled in favor of imposing sanctions against South Africa if a suitable opportunity should offer itself. I suggest that it behoves us to be on our guard. 112 Robin Renwick, who was Thatcher's High Commissioner in Pretoria from 1987 to 1991, argued that Thatcher was interested only in selective sanctions that would not harm black South Africans, such as the 500,000 jobs he claims were lost in the agricultural sector. When pushed that it was also about British jobs, he claimed, Mrs. Thatcher wouldn't duck the question of protecting British jobs. She wouldn't pretend that she wasn't protecting British interests. 113 Renwick retains a personal interest in South Africa as a member of the board of Johan Rupert's offshore luxury goods company Richemont. He is also director of Stonehage Fleming, one of the UK's leading private asset management companies with a reputation for discreetly assisting South Africa's super-rich to manage their extensive offshore wealth. An example of the benefit to the UK of strong relations with Pretoria was the very lucrative public sector contracts for Eskom's fleet of coal and nuclear power stations built during apartheid. Today the big players are Chinese, American, and French. However, in September 1980 the UK was first in line to win a large contract. Pic Botha informally addressed the matter with the UK Consul General. According to archival records, he expressed disappointment at Britain's abstention in a recent Security Council vote on the South African Army's incursion into Angola. 114 Botha said that at least South Africa knew where they stood with the French and illustrated the benefits of this relationship given several contracts we have given them lately. When pressed on whether public contracts would be awarded on grounds other than commercial considerations alone, Botha replied, "I cannot say what the position will be next week." In his briefing about the meeting to 10 Downing Street, the Consul General added, "I hope that the importance to British industry of future power station business in South Africa will be borne in mind when tactics for the General Assembly debate are being decided." 115. The City of London also had substantial interests in South Africa. According to a secret report authored by the Bank of England, London remained the main financing centre for South Africa in 1980, despite its growing links with Germany and Switzerland. British banks with subsidiaries in South Africa profited hugely from this situation. The investments of three of these banks, Barclays, Standard, and Hill Samuel, represents a significant proportion of the total capital of their parent group, ranging from 11%, 23%, and the contribution to group profits from operations in South Africa are substantial. 116. However, the banks also played both sides. One example is Barclays Bank, which eventually withdrew from South Africa in 1986. 117 Shortly before Barclays' disinvestment, Gordon Adams, Barclays' director for Africa, wrote to Minister Pete Kornhoff to thank him for your sumptuous hospitality over luncheon and personally conducted tour of the office of the state president afterwards. 118 Adams and Kornhoff, both Oxbridge educated, engaged in privileged schoolboy banter about their alma maters. 119 Just 6 months earlier, Adams was one of 10 top British business leaders who met with the ANC leader Oliver Tambo at a secret meeting in London, organised by the former Drum editor and author Anthony Sampson. Tambo implored the gathering, "We don't just talk to you as businessmen, but as human beings. Can you continue to allow such suffering?" 120 other participants included Sir Alastair Frame, chairman of mining giant Rio Tinto, David Sainsbury, director of the Sainsbury's supermarket chain, Patrick Gillam, chairman of BP South Africa, and Michael Young, director of Consolidated Goldfields. In Sampson's notes from the meeting, the Barclays director is recorded as saying, "You Tambo may not realize how much pressure we exert behind the scenes. British are foreigners, we can't press too hard or they chuck us out. Different for SA companies. And remember, we're not politicians, we're not good at it." 121 The historical record confirms that the Barclays man was being economical with the truth. Other British corporations were also starting to hedge their bets by the mid-1980s, such as mining giant Rio Tinto Inc., which owned Rossing Uranium in Namibia, one of the world's largest open-pit uranium mines. According to a top-secret SADF memo, the company had, by 1983, started to meet with the Liberation Movement SWAPO to ensure that board member appointments were acceptable to them. 122 RTZ saw the SWAPO dealings as an insurance policy and as standard business practice. The SADF was concerned about the risk of RTZ becoming co-opted by SWAPO for subversive ends. It also noted that the RTZ policy was unlikely to protect it from nationalization upon SWAPO takeover, given the experience elsewhere in Africa. 123 History has proved that SADF wrongly predicted RTZ's demise in Namibia. The British multinational has increased its share in the mine from just over 50% to 69% over the past 3 decades. The Namibian government, far from nationalising the asset, has been accommodated through a puny 3% shareholding. The British tax haven islands of Jersey, Guernsey, and the Isle of Man have long attracted a particular type of well-heeled South African clientele who wish to move their cash offshore while keeping it within reach of their London pads. The South African cabinet explored an idea of using the Isle of Man, a UK Crown dependency in the Irish Sea, as a potential free trade zone for the purpose of busting sanctions. Referred to as the Isle of Man opportunity, a decision was taken to inquire into if and how private sector sanctions busting activities should be coordinated. 124 The South African Department of Trade and Industry liaised with a company called Street Financial of London, which acted as marketing agent for a free trade zone that the Isle of Man was setting up. The involvement of the South African government was welcomed, and Dawie de Villiers, the South African Minister of Trade and Industry, visited the island in September 1985. He was joined by senior bureaucrats including the chairman of the Industrial Development Corporation. It was later concluded that it would be uneconomical to make use of the island for trade purposes, and a cabinet committee on sanctions eventually shelved the plan. 125. Dirty tricks. From the late 1960s, the apartheid government actively engaged in disinformation, eavesdropping, dirty tricks, front organizations and acts of terror in the United Kingdom. They were intended to destabilize the UK anti-apartheid movement and build support for its own anti-sanctions campaign. In the 1970s, this included the Information Department's intention to purchase The Guardian and Observer newspapers, and its success in procuring a 30% stake in the international news company Apartheid, which produced news footage for the prominent British broadcaster ITV. 126 This link, and the use of the station to broadcast a hammed interview with John Vorster, led to an embarrassed ITV buying out Pretoria's shares. 127. The early 1980s saw burglaries at Liberation Movement offices and the bombing of the ANC's office in London in 1982, for which the security branch operatives Craig Williamson, Eugene de Kock and Vic Macpherson, among others, took responsibility at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. When I interviewed Macpherson in Pretoria in 2016, he revealed that UK intelligence as well as Scotland Yard also bugged the phones of the ANC and the South African Communist Party in London. 128 He said this came to light when he and his colleagues planned to murder the leader of the SACP, Joe Slovo. Macpherson's good friend Craig Williamson was responsible for the murder of Slovo's wife, Ruth First. At about this time, the head of the National Intelligence Service, Dr. Neil Barnard, travelled to London. After his return, Macpherson was called in for a meeting with the head of the police, General van der Merwe. Macpherson was told, "The head of MI5 and MI6 said that they know that we plan to kill Joe Slovo, but we were told that if we plan to do so, we must just not do it in Great Britain because they know we are monitoring the ANC offices. They know who my people agents are in London, and if we kill Slovo they will have to arrest all of my people as well, which they didn't want to have to do, so that means that MI6 were monitoring the ANC as well." 129. British eavesdropping seems to have saved the day. Macpherson also spoke of a man working for him but not for any payment. His fight was ideological. Macpherson identified him as Andrew Hunter, a Conservative MP from 1983 to 2005. Like Julian Amory, Hunter was closely associated with the Monday Club. According to Macpherson, Hunter approached him in 1984 or 1985, as he was writing a book about the connections between the IRA and ANC, which he, like Thatcher, regarded as terrorist organizations. Thereafter I regularly met him every 4 or 5 months in Botswana. 130 His usefulness apparently lay in the fact that he was a confidant of Thatcher, and that Hunter could pass information both ways. I also gave him information that he directly gave to Margaret Thatcher. He and Thatcher were close, they were buddies. I could give him information and write reports if there was terror, bombs, people killed by the ANC, keep him updated. I wrote reports about the safety situation in SA. This would go to Thatcher directly. This would be classified information, which I shared after clearing with my bosses, the generals. He was unpopular amongst MI5. He attacked MI5 in his book because the ANC as terrorists were based in London. 131. In 2002, Hunter admitted to the BBC that he had handed an intelligence file, titled Twilight and Terror, detailing contact between the ANC and IRA, in 1992 to Thatcher's office. I was under the impression that the only people who ever saw that were the Prime Minister and the Security Service and perhaps the Intelligence Service MI6, he said. 132. I contacted Hunter in January 2017. He has since retired from active politics. The conversation was surprisingly easygoing and he struck me as candid in his response. He denied that he and Macpherson shared an ideological fight but rather a shared strong opposition to ANC within a Cold War context given its link to terrorist activities and the IRA. 133. He confirms that he approached Macpherson but puts the date later, perhaps 1988, and that they met regularly after that. Hunter also confirms that he would pass on to Margaret Thatcher intelligence he received from Macpherson. I did give her information that Macpherson gave me. 134. He hastily added, he wasn't my only source. On one instance he was my only source concerning a white cell, pro-ANC in Broederstroom. 135. This was presumably a reference to the ANC MK operatives who were prosecuted by the South African state in 1989, Damian DeLange, Ian Robertson, and Susan Westcott. Importantly, Hunter confirmed that his activities were unpopular among UK intelligence agencies at the time. 136. I asked Macpherson if his activities led to coordination problems, given the close relationship between South African National Intelligence and MI6. He responded, "I would give info to the MI6 agent at the UK Embassy in Pretoria, but they didn't put pressure on the British as it had to be handled diplomatically. We gave Hunter raw intelligence, it could have contradicted MI6 reports. Thatcher could then confront them MI6 directly about this and say you are not telling us the full truth." It was a direct manner of accessing Thatcher and angered MI5 and MI6. It was a positive way for South Africa to influence Thatcher. 137. The South Africans were sometimes the beneficiaries of unexpected assistance. On the evening of May 27, 1987, Oliver Tambo was scheduled to appear as a guest speaker at a private function in the Crystal Room at the Mayfair Intercontinental Hotel. According to the South African military attaché in London, it had a man on the inside, the chief security official of the Intercontinental Hotel Group, who offered his services to the South Africans. As he would have to hire additional security, he could also place people as desired by the South African military. The military attaché noted that upon his departure he would hand such contact over to the South African National Intelligence officials, who, unlike military intelligence, had no way to access such meetings. 138. Arms, from bay to blowpipe. The British government was a reluctant supporter of the arms embargo, as a concession in a bigger battle about not cutting off other trade links. A 1977 British cabinet meeting chaired by Prime Minister James Callaghan accepted a proposal by the Foreign Secretary that a UN mandatory arms embargo was a necessary compromise position. If, however, a resolution regarding mandatory economic sanctions was put forward, he would recommend that we should use our veto. If it came to this, he was fairly confident that we should have unanimous support from other Western members from the Security Council and that the Americans would also veto. We should, however, be in a stronger position to resist going further if we had agreed to a mandatory arms embargo. This would not change South African policies, although he hoped that after the elections the South African government would relax their present hard line. 139. In a 1978 briefing note for the UK Defence Secretary from the Cabinet Ministerial Group on Southern Africa, possible arms and economic sanctions against South Africa were discussed. The Foreign Secretary noted that preserving our vital interests in Black Africa and in South Africa is becoming impossible to achieve. He proposed that the UK should disengage from all government involvement with South Africa in the economic and military fields, but he added that the British government should only act when our main trading partners act, and should delay action where possible. Other officials argued against the proposed removal of defence attaches from South Africa in view of South Africa's military importance in the region and the information provided by the attaches about South Africa's military capacity. This included important intelligence such as naval photo reconnaissance provided directly by the South African Navy, and the requirement to obtain intelligence on the nationalist organizations, their influence in the country and the degree of support which they receive from external and in particular Sino-Soviet sources. 140 In the end, the Hawks held sway and a decision was taken only to reduce the number of attaches from 3 to 2.141. The United Kingdom implemented an arms embargo against South Africa from 1964. Despite this, a steady flow of spare parts continued and the UK remained a key supplier of defence equipment to South Africa. 142 According to the retired South African Air Force General Pierre Stein, the UK's behaviour towards South Africa was hypocritical. They were publicly anti-apartheid, but showed a willingness to supply the SADF with various things, at least up to the late 1970s, and possibly later as well. 143. Officially at least, much changed after the UN mandatory arms embargo imposed in 1977. In April 1978 UK defence officials met with Mr. Jordan, the technical counsellor to the South African Embassy in Paris, an armscare front, to confirm that the British government would no longer supply arms or spares to South Africa. 144 However, information obtained from armscare by means of an access to information request by Saha suggests that the implementation of the arms embargo was not as thorough as has long been supposed. Armscare provided us with a list of 553 foreign contracts, which were all in violation of international sanctions. This list excluded Israel. The contracts do not contain the names of companies, but do supply the project name, in most cases, some descriptions of the material, and the supplying country's name. There is no indication of the value of any of the contracts. However, 87 of the contracts were with UK companies, the third highest country on the list after the United States and Germany. In addition, armscare provided a contract register that listed 610 contracts, consisting of both foreign and domestic contracts entered into between 1979 and 1999. This register did not include any values, but it did indicate with whom the contract was signed, the subject of the contract, material purchased, and the date. We analyzed this register and extracted those contracts that were clearly made with foreign companies between 1979 and 1990. This allowed us to identify 65 foreign contracts, of which 3 were with Marconi, UK, and 6 with Plessey, both prominent British arms companies. According to an authorized armscare history, many suppliers were unwilling to render direct assistance to armscare after the implementation of the UN mandatory arms embargo. In an effort to solve these problems, an officer of armscare acted undercover in Britain, effecting a slight improvement. Orders were handled by front or befriended companies. The necessary channel for the acquisition of the aircraft components, with a few exceptions, were successfully established. Contact and cooperation with the Rolls-Royce organization provided substantial assistance. Internal political goodwill towards South Africa in certain political party circles in Britain enabled South Africa to benefit from sporadic success in procuring weaponry and especially components from that country. 145. The South African military did not always require direct access to hardware. Sometimes secret documents, unethical British military personnel and a photocopy machine would suffice. According to James Sanders in his book Apartheid's Friends, the senior military intelligence official General Hennie Groenewald told him in 1999 that the exchange of military information and designs for weapons systems with the British Armed Forces was a long-standing tradition. He said that, in his experience, a party would be organized at a British military base and, At a certain point during the evening the British officers would withdraw, leaving the South Africans alone with a photocopying machine and whichever documents or plans were required. In that way the British officers would not, technically, have given their South African friends the information. 146. South Africa's desire for trading British weapons was also matched by that of British companies, who were persistent in attempts to supply the South African military. In September 1980, for example, Sir Dennis Smallwood, a military advisor to British Aerospace, BAE, and former commander of the UK Air Forces, until 1976, approached the Undersecretary for South Africa to ask informally if BAE could sell between 8 and 20 Coast Guard aircraft to the SADF for maritime patrol work. According to Smallwood, the South Africans provided an attractive offer, which included a 50% down payment in gold. In addition, the contract would provide much needed work for the BAE factory in Manchester. The proposal was turned down and Smallwood admitted that he had not expected any other answer, but thought it was worth a try. 147. BAE would later be implicated in bribe payments in the post-apartheid arms deal. In plea deals, particularly with U.S. authorities, the company acknowledged payments of hundreds of millions of dollars to agents to influence contract decisions across the world, including South Africa. According to a former Armscor employee, BAE's representative in the corrupt arms deal, Richard Charter, was also a sanctions buster and swindler. 148. He said that Armscor spent $8 million in 1989 buying data packs for fighter aircraft from a company owned by Charter in Midrand. The data packs were not delivered and, when confronted, Charter went white as a sheet. He had never procured the data packs and had intended to pocket the cash. The day was apparently saved by a more scrupulous sanctions buster, the UK company Martin Baker, led by Sir Dennis Burrell, which delivered the goods. 149. Robin Renwick somewhat naively believes that the arms embargo actually worked. When I put it to him that Armscor might have had ways and means, he responded brusquely, bollocks. Armscor was not able to buy heavy munitions, tanks, radar systems. 150. He added, while there were connections in Israel and France, the USA and Britain did not provide any military supplies to South Africa. According to him, this was the difference between the rule-abiding Northern European states and the temperamental Southern European states who do what they want. 151. In February 1981, Conservative Party MPs Jim Spicer and John Peyton, later Baron Peyton of Yeovil and a member of the Monday Club, approached Thatcher's office for a meeting to discuss the strategic and commercial reasons for selling weapons to South Africa. In a note to Thatcher's office, Spicer reiterated issues he had raised with Thatcher previously. The Prime Minister will know only too well the grievous state of our current naval order book, and will also know that unless some action is taken in the fairly near future, naval yards like Vosper's will face closure. 152. At a meeting with Thatcher in February 1981, Spicer and Peyton complained that British arms companies were losing business and could be driven to bankruptcy. Potentially their most promising market was the South African government. The difficulty was, of course, the arms embargo. Unfortunately, HMG were the only government which played it straight. They reported on the use of French and Italian helicopters against SWAPO resistance fighters and frigates originally bought from the UK being openly re-equipped in Simonstown with French radar and French guns. All this equipment appeared to be supplied by third parties. Why could we here not act in the same way? Thatcher responded that she found it unacceptable that the French and Italians would apparently be able, with impunity, to supply South Africa with military equipment through third parties. She would consider the implications for our own trading relations with South Africa. 153. The Foreign Office reported back to Thatcher that it advised no relaxation in the arms embargo other than the existing permissive view that allowed the sale of dual-purpose equipment. They were particularly worried about the interest of Parliament and the press in any contravention of the arms embargo, which was in contrast to French public and parliamentary opinion, which is remarkably indifferent. 154. Defense companies that covertly supplied weapons to Armscor could also prove a useful source of intelligence, given their contact with other defense forces. An example of this involved officials at Ferry Engineering, today rebranded as WFEL, which had contracts valued at millions of rand to supply military bridges to the SADF in the 1980s. Much of what they supplied was almost certainly in contravention of the arms embargo. According to a top-secret note from the South African military attaché in London to military intelligence, the senior management of the company was well disposed towards South Africa and frequently made contact to discuss security concerns. The company offered to provide and collect intelligence for the SADF when supplying training to other militaries in the region. One of the officials of the company had agreed to travel to South Africa from Zambia for a day and provide a briefing on the equipment provided to other countries along with his operational observations. According to the note, Armscor kept track of the movement of the company's personnel and the use of this source was very strongly recommended. 155. Despite all this covert activity, there were two high-profile instances of arms sanctions busters being caught and exposed in the 1980s by UK authorities, the Coventry Four and the men involved in the so-called blowpipe affair. In 1984, 4 South Africans employed by the Armscor subsidiary Kentron were arrested and charged in a court in Coventry on counts relating to the acquisition of missile components, spare parts for Buccaneer bombers, and other military equipment. They became known as the Coventry Four. While out on bail, paid by the South African Embassy, the Coventry Four returned to South Africa to await trial, only subsequently to refuse to return to the UK. A political hot potato had been neutralised for both Thatcher's and Botha's governments. The judge in the case described the original conspiracy as an extensive, profitable, and well-organized undercover operation. 156 In a letter from the 4 fugitives, written on a Kentron letterhead to the executive director of Armscor, they thanked the government for providing them with support and gave their assurance that this incident has positively motivated and inspired us, and we humbly wish to provide our services to turn these negative events, with their associated costs, into a positive dividend for the government and the organizations that we serve. 157 The letter was subsequently shared by Defense Minister Magnus Malin with both P.W. Botha and Pic Botha. 158. According to Armscor's authorized history, this chain of events had a marked influence on Armscor's procurement and marketing transactions. Armscor management was compelled to enforce a temporary embargo on all visits of the Armscor Group to Britain as customs control, in particular, had been made more stringent. This negatively influenced further acquisition from Britain. This setback did not, however, cause a total stagnation of trade with Britain, only the method of acquisition was changed. 159. The second exposure was known as the blowpipe affair. In 1989 a South African, Daniel Storm, was arrested by French police in a hotel room while examining the motor unit of a stolen British blowpipe missile. Storm was briefly interrogated by French counterintelligence before falsely claiming diplomatic immunity. 160 It turned out he was acting at the behest of the South African government in procuring blowpipe missiles from Protestant loyalists in Northern Ireland. The sting was most likely a joint operation between British and French intelligence services, and the source of great embarrassment for Pretoria. It led to a strain in relations with both London and Paris and the expulsion of South African diplomats from both countries. The Apartheid regime wanted to use the parts in upgrading its own missile for use in Angola, where its ground forces were vulnerable to attack by Cuban-piloted MiG fighter jets. 161 One of the other South African envoys expelled from France together with Storm was Louis Stein, a national intelligence agent described as a rotund, charming man who boasted that he could shoot a dog at 500 meters. 162. This raises the obvious question, why would UK and French authorities set up a sting operation to catch an embargo buster while, at the same time, they were busting sanctions willy-nilly themselves? The contradictions in the way that governments acted again suggest that they were not monolithic in their approach but shifted depending on the political streams of the time. Another possible reason is that any proposed deal with Protestant loyalists, on British soil, would have been a step too far for British authorities. Following a report to the State Security Council by the Minister of Defence, President Botha indicated to his cabinet that he intended to write a letter to Margaret Thatcher. Botha would use the letter to confirm that South Africa did not train or arm terror organizations, and that what had happened was against state policy and appropriate measures would be taken against the implicated persons. 163. Reports in the South African media argued that as Armscor had sufficient domestic weapons production capacity, it did not need the outdated British blowpipe missile. 164. They were wrong. The blowpipe affair also contaminated attempts by the South Africans to buy blowpipe missiles from Chile at the same time. A secret military intelligence memo reveals that an Armscor team was in Chile in May 1989, weeks after the expulsion of the South African diplomats from the UK. 165. The memo indicates that they were in conversation with top Chilean generals, who had agreed to sell the South Africans 50 UK-manufactured blowpipe missiles. Coincidentally, they believed that the British ambassador to Chile met with General Mathai of Chile, on the day of their arrival to negotiate a contract, to warn the Chileans against any sale of blowpipe missiles to South Africa. In a friendly conversation between Armscor and General Vega of Chile, it was made clear that the deal was off, even though Vega believed the British had no specific information about this transaction and were rather taking preventive action after the blowpipe affair in Paris. Given that the British wished to inspect Chile's missiles, the best an apologetic Vega could offer was to allow the South African team to undertake research on the missiles and take the intelligence home with them. 166. Lonhro and Tiny Roland. Peering through the window of his Gulf Stream at an African landscape, Tiny Roland remarked to the Zambian foreign minister, "There is not a president down there whom I cannot buy." 167. When the dust settled around the copy at Marikana on August 16, 2012, 34 mine workers lay dead and a further 78 injured. This was the single largest use of deadly force by the police in South Africa since the Sharpeville massacre and an indictment of President Jacob Zuma's administration. Most of the civilians were shot in the back. The perpetrators, the South African Police Service, were responsible for a massacre of mine workers who were struggling for a living wage. The focus of their anger and frustration was not the state but, rather, the mine owners, Linmin. Far from being blameless, this British platinum giant used its shareholder, the ANC heavyweight and, currently, South African Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, to call for what was termed concomitant action against the workers. At stake was the continued supply of cheap labor required to maximize profit from the mine. The struggle of these mine workers was against a 110-year-old corporation which, for almost 90 years of its existence, was known as the London and Rhodesian Mining and Land Company, Lonhro. By the late 1980s, Lonhro was active in 80 countries, employing over 140,000 workers in over 800 related subsidiary companies. Lonhro's interests in apartheid South Africa ranged from the distribution of Mercedes-Benz cars to ownership of the country's third-largest platinum mine, Western Platinum, which it acquired in 1987. 168. Lonhro shed its Rhodesian roots under the leadership of Tiny Roland, who controlled the company for almost 30 years from 1962 onwards. Roland was born in India to a British mother and German father. Both had been interned in a camp during the First World War because of their German links. Roland would spend part of the Second World War in a detention camp on the Isle of Man. During the 1930s he lived in Germany for a spell and joined the Hitler Youth. 169. Roland had a long-standing feud with the British establishment, which he sometimes disdained while still embracing its conventions of ownership and its institutions. He made his first fortune not in Britain but in the colony of Southern Rhodesia, where his good looks and upper-class accent charmed the local white elite. Roland was long associated with British intelligence, even though there is little substantive proof. It was thanks to the former MI5 man Sir Joseph Ball that he was hired by Lonhro. It is speculated that Ball might have been his controller when he was detained on the Isle of Man during the war. In addition, one of the members of his board, until at least 1973, had been an MI6 agent. 170. Roland was on good terms with African heads of state, including Libya's Muammar Gaddafi, Zambia's Kenneth Kaunda, and Jomo Kenyatta and Daniel Arap Moi of Kenya. His privileged relationship with the Malawian autocrat Hastings Bunda is said to have aided Lonro in large-scale transfer pricing, effectively a massive underpayment of taxes, which was common practice in Lonro's African business empire. 171 A similar allegation was made about Lonmin in South Africa under the leadership of its CEO Ian Farmer before the Marikana massacre of 2012. 172 Roland had easy access to the CIA chief, Bill Casey, Mossad's deputy chief, David Kimchi, and the Middle Eastern arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi. 173 Ronald Reagan's Assistant Secretary for African Affairs, Chester Crocker, a major player in Southern African politics through his policy of constructive engagement towards Pretoria, trusted Roland because of his unfettered access to African heads of state and reassuring penchant for clandestine diplomacy, guaranteed by the invisibility of Hennie. Staff. 174 Roland ticked all the boxes for the perfect spy. The Conservative Prime Minister Edward Heath dubbed Roland's boardroom behavior the unpleasant and unacceptable face of capitalism, thus sealing his perennial outsider status in the British press. This belied the fact that he was the consummate insider trader, enjoying access to powerful networks of influence across the world. His was the face of capitalism that seamlessly conflated business and politics in a manner that has become ordinary in most countries today, despite its deeply corrosive effect on integrity in public life. It should therefore be no surprise that his personal fortune peaked during Margaret Thatcher's doggedly pro-market prime ministership. This was thanks to the Lonro chairman Sir Edward Duncan, who was instrumental in getting Thatcher elected leader of the Conservative Party in 1975. 175 Duncan was also key in lobbying Thatcher to meet with Roland and persuaded her private secretary to insert documents supporting Lonro into the Prime Minister's red boxes at the end of a working day. 176 According to Duncan, Margaret regarded Tiny as extraordinary. 177 While this didn't always translate into policy, it enabled Roland to bypass Whitehall's foreign affairs mandarins, who were more skeptical of him. The British establishment treated him with contempt only because he exemplified some of the worst elements both of their past colonial entitlement and their future embrace of unregulated hyper-profit, without any of the usual dissembling and diplomatic cover-speak. In South Africa Roland befriended Prime Minister John Vorster, Harry Oppenheimer, and the ANC leader Oliver Tambo. He even offered to assist the ANC government in waiting to buy a newspaper in 1993, long before the pillaging Gupta brothers captured the political scene and the state in South Africa. 178 For this and other services, he was awarded the Star of South Africa by President Mandela in 1996. Did Mandela know the true extent of Roland's links to the apartheid military machine? While Mandela may have been privately briefed about the networks nurtured by the chameleon-like Roland in the old South Africa, the public had no inkling of his decades-long association with South African military intelligence. These top-secret documents have remained hidden in the dusty SADF archive in downtown Pretoria, until now. They provide an extraordinary insight into African politics in the 1970s and 1980s, South Africa's growing relationship with senior members of various African governments, and the role of private brokers such as Lonro, who actively sought to profit from these developments. It was a mutually beneficial relationship with the most significant military power in southern Africa, which ended with Roland's empire sinking its first platinum mineshaft on the Highveld. To do business, Tiny Roland always preferred to deal directly with heads of state, jetting with his Gulf Stream between countries and continents with pit stops long enough to squeeze flesh with senior politicians and security men, exchange information, and conclude deals. However, he also had to rely on local agents. In South Africa his bagman was the cardiologist Dr. Marquard de Villiers, who controlled Lonro's diverse interests in South Africa and Mozambique from his Pretoria medical practice. De Villiers, who moved easily between Lonro's corporate headquarters and the world of the apartheid military and intelligence, described his motive for engaging in business on behalf of Lonro as being driven by a strong sense of social responsibility. 179. Given what can be gleaned from declassified military intelligence records, he was most likely also driven by a strong sense of profit. An old golf buddy of B.J. Vorster and part of the Pretoria elite, He could provide Roland with direct access to the white oligarchs. 180 He first met Roland, while in England to watch his son play golf for Oxford University, through an introduction from a Lonhro board member. 181 The pair immediately hit it off and played a behind-the-scenes role in facilitating the first meeting between Zambian President Kenneth Kaunda and Vorster. This ensured Roland direct access to Vorster, whom he subsequently visited on a number of occasions at his holiday home. 182 An unconventional corporate diplomat. The Financial Mail described Roland as an unconventional corporate diplomat. 183 He was as comfortable in boardrooms and state houses as he was at defense headquarters. In one of the first recorded meetings between Roland and South African military intelligence in 1975, Roland briefed the South Africans on a meeting he had had with the number 2 in the U.S. State Department, Joseph Sisko. 184 A meeting that Henry Kissinger also joined. The purpose of the meeting was primarily to discuss Angola and the role of UNITA. Kissinger argued that South Africa, which by that time had invaded Angola, must act quickly and on a large scale, keeping the matter under cover as it had done until then. South Africa had to ensure the takeover of Angola. In return, the U.S. would try to buy time and offer the Portuguese government an $80 million loan to delay their withdrawal from the former colony until January 1976. The South Africans reported that Roland had no problem in gaining access to Sisko, who had asked him to work for the Americans. They felt that he had easier access to Sisko than their own diplomats, and his intelligence from Kissinger, including the proposal to bribe the Portuguese, made him even more interesting. 185 The South Africans, who still seemed to be assessing Roland at this juncture, described him as knowing everything about South Africa's military operations and as a man who knew every head of state in Africa and in Arab countries. 186 Military intelligence also noted that Roland had good contacts in Saudi Arabia, including the head of security services there, and Roland reported that the Saudis were wholly supportive of the South Africans. Roland also claimed that the former secretary of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, was in his service. This provided access to valuable sources at the OAU, underscoring Roland's value to South Africa in Africa. 187 The South Africans, however, were under no illusion that Roland's primary motive remained profit, as military intelligence believed that he would stab white South Africa in the back if in his own interests. 188 As an example of this, Roland had already put out feelers to SWAPO in the event that Namibia, just like Zimbabwe, would obtain its independence. 189 Military intelligence records also reveal a transcription of an audiocassette recording of comments by Marquard de Villiers concerning meetings he had had, likely with or on behalf of Tiny Roland, with various politicians. UNITA required money, medical supplies, and weaponry, according to de Villers's informer Jorge Sangumbe, who was described as Savimbi's number 2. De Villiers was also informed that the Chinese government had assisted in providing weapons to UNITA, which had taken 6 or 7 months to arrive overland from the Tanzanian port of Dar es Salaam. The reason for the delay was that Mozambique President Samora Machel had pressured his counterpart Julius Nyerere to block the release of weapons for UNITA, given his own support for the MPLA in Angola. 190 Spies and Red Eyes. But it was not just behind-the-scenes information that South Africa got from its relationship with Roland and Lonhro, they got arms as well. The first recorded instance of Lonhro's involvement in supplying weapons to South Africa came in 1978, a year after the UN embargo. It is found in a military intelligence interview with de Villiers in which Lonhro offered to assist in supplying South Africa with weapons and weapons systems, using the covered capacity at its disposal. 2 possible types of equipment on offer were gears produced by the German truck manufacturer Magirus Deutz and steel for the production of armored vehicles and artillery. 191 By the mid-1980s the offer to assist with weapons procurement became more tangible and sinister. Roland arranged for de Villiers to meet with the Israeli spy David Kimchi, who at that stage was Director General of Israeli Foreign Affairs after a stint as deputy head of Mossad. Kimchi could assist in providing Roland with Red Eyes, U.S. Stinger surface-to-air missiles, should South African-backed UNITA require them. 192 Lonro could also offer useful intelligence. The South Africans noted that de Villiers provided information about foreign military activity, such as East German Stasi officers in Zimbabwe, and the location of newly arrived MiG fighters in Zambia. 193 While Lonro had its ear to the ground in Zimbabwe, the motive was always its usefulness as leverage and in maximizing profit. One example is that Roland, through his intelligence sources, must have had direct insight into Robert Mugabe's notorious 5th Brigade, which was responsible for massacring up to 30,000 people during the infamous Matabeleland massacres of 1983–87 known as the Gukuraindi. 194 According to a briefing given by de Villiers to South African military intelligence in 1981, well before the massacres, Roland's German-born pilot had informed him that the 5th Brigade was being trained by 110 North Koreans. 195. Roland did, in any event, attempt to cover up efforts to shed light on the massacre by his own newspaper, The Observer. Donald Trulford, the editor of the paper, traveled to Zimbabwe in April 1984 to write about the killings. Mugabe reported to Trulford chillingly that the situation in Matabeleland is one that requires a change. The people must be reoriented. 196 The morning after the Observer editor had published his insight into the ongoing massacres, Roland released a letter of apology to Mugabe, describing the investigative report as discourteous, disingenuous, and wrong. He also threatened to dismiss his editor. 197 Roland eventually disposed of the Observer following a finding by independent directors that he had meddled in editorial affairs. De Villiers, upon inquiry by military intelligence, spun his boss's decision as an opportunity to show his loyalty to Mrs. Thatcher and protect his financial interests in Zimbabwe at the same time. 198. While Roland wanted to be regarded as the aloof proprietor of the Observer, he could not help himself in meddling in editorial content when it conflicted with his business empire in Africa. In 1982 the Swazi king asked Roland, given his own personal interests in Swaziland, to support his government in ongoing land negotiations with South Africa. 199 At the same time, the Observer carried an article highly critical of the proposed Swazi, South Africa land transactions, authored by the renowned South African liberal journalist Alistair Sparks. 200 Roland turned to South African military intelligence for assistance in getting rid of Sparks and asked them to provide him with any information they had collected of his conduct while he had been the editor of the Rand Daily Mail, which was famously critical of the apartheid regime. Following the meeting, a note from military intelligence indicated that the Chief of Staff Intelligence was in agreement that Roland should be provided with information about Sparks. 201. In another meeting in 1978 de Villiers met General van der Westhuizen, the Chief of Military Intelligence, and his senior officials. De Villiers was no doubt aware of the power struggle between P.W. Botha's military intelligence and Vorster's dreaded intelligence chief, Hendrik van den Berg. He made it clear that his preference was to work with the military as opposed to van den Berg as boss, which he regarded as unprofessional and as having been infiltrated. 202 On behalf of Lonro, he offered to broker a clandestine meeting between Prime Minister P.W. Botha and Zambian President Conde along the lines of the one he and Roland had arranged between Vorster and Conde in collaboration with van den Berg. 203 De Villiers made it clear that nothing he did took place without Roland's knowledge or cooperation. The prize that de Villiers was after was a meeting with P.W. Botha, which would please his boss. In return, he offered not only the Conde meeting but leverage he had with various African heads of state and leaders, including Jonas Savimbi, to whom he provided financial support. 204 Military intelligence seemed to be convinced of the value of associating with Lonro, noting that the relationship would have to be managed very carefully. 205. Within months, Tiny Roland received the Chief of Staff Intelligence at his English country estate in Buckinghamshire. Roland reported on feedback from Kenneth Conde, as well as his ongoing support for Jonas Savimbi and the UNITA rebels. Roland claimed that he had personally spent £1.5 million in support of UNITA since 1956. He lamented the lack of tangible support for Savimbi from African countries such as South Africa. The South Africans undertook to play their part, which included the provision of aircraft and security personnel for Savimbi when traveling abroad, as well as the use of its contacts to polish his international image. Roland was also keen to assist the South Africans in busting sanctions in return for profit, and claimed that he was in a position to procure the controlling shares in a new North Sea oil field in the event that South Africa would provide the capital for drilling. This in turn would guarantee oilpoor South Africa a controlling interest in the oil production. 206. Roland used his newfound relationship with military intelligence to claim an amount of £50,000 for transporting Savimbi between his bolt hole in the Moroccan city of Rabat and Grootfontein in Namibia in February 1980. 207. This was paid by the South African spooks into Lenro's bank account in the UK. 208. Later the same year, Roland requested a follow-up meeting with the military intelligence chief in Madrid. 209. The reason for the meeting was unclear, but Roland arrived with de Villiers and his pilot, and asked that he and van der Westhuizen be seated separately as he meant to talk business. The South Africans' opening gambit was that Roland must make a decision, their cooperation would be all or nothing. Roland countered by asking how on earth the South Africans could tape record a meeting they had had with Conde. He expected something of this nature from national intelligence, but not the military. The South African explanation was that they had only taped part of the conversation in which Conde had spoken poorly of Jonas Savimbi in order to prove to Savimbi that he could not trust Conde. 210. While Roland undertook never to mention this to Conde, he regarded it as a high-risk strategy. With the air cleared on these issues, it was agreed that Roland, the military intelligence chief, and Savimbi should soon meet, as Savimbi was frustrated with his relationship with Pretoria. He had told Roland that the South Africans didn't give him any money and treat him like a Bantustan. 211. With de Villiers sitting at a separate table, Roland turned to the military intelligence chief and asked if de Villiers, his South African employee, worked for them. The South Africans confirmed that he in fact did not, nor had he done so in the past. 212. Shortly after the Madrid meeting, the head of the Military Intelligence Special Tasks Unit met de Villiers at his consulting rooms, possibly under the cover of a checkup. The two men discussed ties that Lenro was helping to broker between the head of Saudi intelligence services, Sheikh Kamal Adam, and Jonas Savimbi. Adam, on behalf of the Saudis, wished to hand UNITA $1 million as well as military equipment, including the Milan-guided missile. There was a catch, however. The Saudis had previously sent equipment via Morocco to UNITA which went missing. This time they requested of de Villiers that he involve the trustworthy South Africans in arranging channels and methods of delivery. 213. Roland and de Villiers repeatedly expressed their fear that the South Africans might abandon UNITA, whom they were clearly backing with the prospect of future access to Angolan oil and diamond reserves. While Roland would at times use the West to support his allies in Africa, he was equally adept at using his African allies to put pressure on the West and, at the same time, help set the agenda from behind the scenes. For example, he met with Kenyan leader Daniel Arap Moi and lobbied him to lead the call that any future elections in Angola had to be free and fair, thereby suggesting that past elections in which Savimbi had been defeated might not have been so. Moi agreed to raise these issues at the Organization of African Unity and gather support from Zaire, Zambia, and Nigeria, and in turn raise the issue with Ronald Reagan at a meeting at the White House. The South Africans were advised by Lenro to support this call but allow the U.S. to play the lead role in doing so. 214. In late 1981 Savimbi traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with senior U.S. officials in the newly installed Reagan administration. Roland traveled to Rabat, where Savimbi stopped over en route back to Angola, to get a first-hand account of these meetings. He then relayed the information to de Villiers for the ears of South African military intelligence. Savimbi basked in the publicity he had received in the U.S., where he had met with the chief of the National Security Council, General Haig, on 2 occasions and with Chester Crocker on 3. Present in at least one meeting was Paul Wolfowitz, future president of the World Bank. A clear highlight had been a day-long briefing provided by CIA officials in which Savimbi was told that South Africa was the United States' friend and ally, regardless of what they were sometimes required to say in public. Haig apparently told Savimbi that there would be no settlement in Southwest Africa, which is contrary to their South Africa's interests. "We'll get rid of the Cubans or bleed them." Savimbi was also told that the U.S. had no interest in repealing the Clark Amendment, which banned the U.S. from providing military assistance to Angola, as this provided convenient cover for clandestine operations. 215. Not only did Lonro help support Savimbi in his relations with the U.S., but Roland had for some time sought greater support from Margaret Thatcher. On January 18, 1982, de Villiers called Military Intelligence's Director of Special Tasks from Roland's office in London to share good news. On the previous day Roland had met Thatcher for lunch at her invitation, and she had given her personal support to US Pretoria and Lonro in support of Savimbi, and would send a person on that day to General Haig in Washington, D.C. to inform him of her support. 216 Thatcher indicated that she had never been given the facts concerning Savimbi and the importance of UNITA, which de Villiers remarked was probably the work of her Foreign Secretary, Lord Carrington. 217 Roland flew to Rabat immediately after the meeting to inform Savimbi of the developments and returned to London the next morning. 218. Within weeks Roland was back in Pretoria. When military intelligence officials arrived to meet him at his hotel, he stayed at the dinner table with his pilot and sent de Villiers to talk to them in the hotel lounge. 219 Roland was clearly upset. The South Africans had not arranged for him to meet the South African Minister of Defence, Magnus Malan, with whom any bum of a leader or farmers' association could schedule a meeting. 220 Roland felt slighted. While the South Africans spent millions on making their case overseas, he was doing so free of charge for South Africa through his media interests in Zambia, Uganda, Kenya, and the United Kingdom. One of the reasons Roland was upset was that Conde had asked Roland to relay a verbal message directly and only to Magnus Malan. This petulant behavior did not, however, prove an obstacle to his long-term relationship with Pretoria. 221. During this period, Roland was also involved in an intricate game of double-cross. He was helping to broker contact between the U.S. government and UNITA at the highest level, while loyally reporting back to Pretoria on these negotiations. In January 1983 Roland met Chester Crocker at his request in the UK, and proposed a meeting between himself and Savimbi at an American Air Force base in Iceland, with Roland managing Savimbi's transport from Angola. The South African military felt that the clandestine trip could place Savimbi's life in danger and advised him not to travel to Iceland, thereby also sabotaging the Americans' bilateral engagement with Savimbi. 222. Roland eventually managed to arrange a meeting between Savimbi and a group of top U.S. State Department officials. 223 The group arrived in northern Namibia together with Roland on his jet, from where they would be taken in an SADF helicopter to meet Savimbi. The Americans were clear that they refused to meet Savimbi in Angola as it would create political problems for them back home. The South African military intelligence pointed out the duplicity, given that a CIA official had been stationed in Savimbi's headquarters in Jamba the previous year. Roland was asked repeatedly by the Americans to confirm that they would not enter Angola, to which Roland responded, "We are lucky it is just off the border," indicating a 1 centimeter distance with his fingers. 224. According to military intelligence, the U.S. group knowingly or unknowingly entered Angolan airspace to meet Savimbi on 14 and 15 August 1983. 225 The Americans were met with great fanfare by UNITA supporters in Angola and with waving U.S. flags. One American official, following a speech by Savimbi, referred to their relationship as that of allies. After what Roland regarded as a successful meeting, the group flew on to South Africa, landing at Wonderboom Military Airport, where they jointly met with the South African military intelligence chiefs. The Americans clearly left Angola impressed by UNITA and said that while they could not help Savimbi militarily, they expect South Africa to continue doing so. South Africa assists militarily and they assist in international politics. 226 The Americans also expressed concern about a weapons build-up in Angola and jibed that South African military must speak to the Israelis about countermeasures against SAM-8 missile systems, using South African special forces or other methods. They alluded to the fact that they would provide the necessary information to the Israelis for release to the South Africans. 227. While Roland looked forward to cashing in eventually on his Angolan investment, Lonhro's presence in Mozambique was already bearing fruit. The Nkamati peace accord between South Africa and Mozambique buoyed his investments in gas and the tourism sector, such as the purchase of Maputo's prestigious Palana Hotel in 1984. De Villiers reported that the golden era of communism had passed and South Africa now had to court the ruling party, Frelimo. What would be in this for Lonhro? They would act as a broker between the South African and Mozambican governments in a new anti-sanctions relationship, ensuring the supply of oil, computers, and other commodities, and working closely with the Mozambican state-owned enterprise Sosima. 228. By April 1985 Roland and de Villiers were offering tantalizing contacts to military intelligence, John Garang, leader of the Sudan People's Liberation Army, and the Libyan leader, Muammar Gaddafi. Kenyan President Daniel Arap Moi had also agreed to meet the head of South African military intelligence. Roland proposed a one-day meeting in which he would collect the South African securocrats in his jet in the morning, travel to meet Moi at his farm away from prying eyes, and return to Pretoria the same evening. 229. It is easy to dismiss Tiny Roland as some sort of rogue, an anomaly in the British way of doing things. Robin Renwick, the former UK ambassador to South Africa, is of this view. One company that wasn't above improper relations was Tiny Roland and Lonhro. He had a corrupt relationship with some African leaders. It is unthinkable that he would have done what he did in Africa in the UK. If he had acted in that manner in Britain he would have gone straight to prison. 230. Such a view is profoundly misplaced. Roland was no sidebar or swashbuckling businessman. He was a sanctions buster who paid his tax in Britain from a fortune made in largely poor African countries. Craig Williamson told me that he met Roland and recalls him flying into Waterkloof Military Airport just outside Pretoria. He believes that Roland was a businessman, in it for himself. 231. A former senior Armscor employee describes Roland's role in illicit weapons procurement as a good channel for us South Africa during the sanctions period. 232. The final characterization worth noting is by the UNISA emeritus law professor Andre Thomas Housen, who was close to the National Party establishment in the 1980s. He met Roland in the company of Pic Botha at the time and recalls their interaction. I asked him how he got so successful and he said that he had an effective distribution arm in Africa. He loved Africa. I don't think he had an ideology other than profit. As for Lonhro, it was probably a front for UK intelligence. 233. Is it not possible that Roland was all three, British businessman, friend of apartheid and English spy? He certainly acted like a spy in the service of the apartheid regime when it suited him. He was also both corrupt and in the service of many governments and political agendas. One of those was without doubt the UK and another was South Africa. Amory and Roland, two sides of the same pound coin. Tiny Roland, with a foothold on the British Isles and at home aboard a jet crisscrossing the equator, paved the way for Britain's involvement in new forms of imperialism in its old African stomping ground. Unlike Julian Amory, he did not seek to preserve white power as an avenue for his own profit-making. Instead, he recognized the importance of clandestine dealings with whoever controlled the land that surrounded his mineshafts and other business interests. It mattered little whether they were kleptocrats, white oligarchs or black nationalists. Both Amory and Roland represent the underbelly of British politics and its private sectors, which dabble in the dark arts of intelligence and covert military dealings. Roland's major insight, which has proven correct, is that cash and power networks would in future supplant kith and kin. The result, the specter of fairness, a threat to the ruling class, would once again be boxed in. These networks were mostly subterranean. As we have shown, they relied on Roland's rendezvous with military intelligence in Pretoria. Amory can easily be dismissed as an old British patrician who was happiest when lounging about Harry Oppenheimer's pool. He was far more menacing than that. His politics were right-wing and his intelligence connections, through LE Circle, were an important source of support for Pretoria. The connections that both these men had with apartheid South Africa are illuminating. They represent two sides of the same coin of the British establishment, seeking to bolster apartheid for its own pecuniary and other ends. The sum of all the relationships in this chapter exposes the hypocrisy of the British government. Despite statements made by politicians at the time against the policies of apartheid, this chapter shows the range of powerful friends the apartheid regime could rely on for its own survival. Politicians such as Margaret Thatcher argued against sanctions because it was not in the interests of black South Africans. However, many senior members of the British establishment continued to support the flow of money, and in some instances, weapons, in support of the apartheid regime. This was duplicity of the first order. The United Kingdom. Kith, Kin and Kindred Spirits. Chapter 10. The People's Republic of China, PRC. The Chinese people have always been staunchly supporting the just struggle of the South African people and are sincerely pleased to see their victory. Jiang Zemin, Chinese state president, congratulating President Nelson Mandela on his election, 1994, 1. The Great Wall. The Chinese embassy in Pretoria covers almost an entire city block and sits across from the entrance to the presidential guest house. It is an imposing compound, as aesthetically unappealing as the American embassy down the road, yet its size and location suggest a relationship between the two countries that is expected to be eternal. After only 20 years of full diplomatic and economic ties, China is today one of South Africa's main trading partners, benefiting from raw materials, investing in the country's banks and pumping cash into the economy through the lucrative share that Naspers owns in China's communications behemoth Tencent. Everyone in power benefits from this situation, from the billionaires behind the once strongly Afrikaner nationalist company Naspers to the ANC National Executive Council members who are sent on sponsored trips to study the Chinese system of governance. Officially there were no diplomatic or trade relations between China and Pretoria during apartheid. The staunchly pro-Western and anti-communist Pretoria government treated Beijing with the contempt it otherwise reserved for the Soviet Union. The feeling was mutual. Apartheid South Africa instead recognized the legitimacy of Taiwan, the Republic of China/ROC, and not mainland China, the People's Republic of China/PRC. South Africa and China had chosen sides in the Cold War and there was no way the distance could be bridged. The same applied to the struggle for the country's liberation. In the 1950s there had been initial contact between top ANC leaders and their counterparts in Beijing. However, during the 1960s and 1970s, as a result of the Sino-Soviet conflict, China backed the Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC, not least because of the support that the ANC enjoyed from the Soviet Union. Point 2 However, in 1975 Oliver Tambo traveled to China. The major turning point came about in 1982 following a meeting in Lusaka between Premier Zhao Ziyang and Tambo, which allowed for the restoration of party-to-party relations with regularized contact and even limited Chinese financial assistance to the South African Communist Party. Point 4. According to the official version, China was never a supporter of the apartheid regime. 5. The truth suggests that this understanding of the historical relationship between the two countries is far too simplistic, and ignores embarrassing details that all parties probably consider best buried. Were it not for archives and informants, we too might not have been any the wiser about the role that China played in supporting apartheid, despite its position as a permanent member of the UN Security Council and ally of the liberation movements. Indeed, as the pressure grew on the West to cut its military ties with Pretoria, so the bond between Red China and South Africa seemed to strengthen. The Silk Road. According to Zhong Weiyun, Director General of the Department of African Affairs of the Chinese Communist Party's Central Committee, writing in 2008 with Su Sujiang, China was consistently committed to comprehensive sanctions against apartheid. Point 6 This position only changed, according to the authors, from 1989 to 1991 when the Chinese government readjusted its trade policy towards South Africa. In 1989 the government allowed overseas branches of central state-owned companies to have unofficial indirect trade ties with South African companies established in another country. 7 Direct non-governmental trade with South Africa was only permitted starting in 1991, and China resumed economic trade cooperation in 1993 when the UN announced the lifting of economic sanctions against South Africa. 8. There is, however, significant contrary evidence to suggest that China worked closely with the apartheid regime in busting sanctions. As far back as 1982, Africa Confidential claimed that a South African delegation had traveled to Beijing to arrange the transfer of sophisticated South African technology sorely needed for the development of Chinese minerals. 9 It reported that South Africa would, in turn, receive a steady supply of Chinese tungsten, much of which China had for years sold directly to the Soviet Union. 10. In 1987, at the time that the ANC Secretary-General Alfred Nzo and the SACP Chairman, Joe Slovo, visited China, Africa Confidential reported. It is possible that the Chinese government also has channels of communication with the South African government. There have been intermittent reports of trade between the two countries, mostly via Hong Kong, most recently involving the alleged sale of Chinese maize to South Africa in March 1985. The Chinese aim seems to be to have workable relations with the ANC, although China has also pronounced itself against a violent transition in South Africa. 11. 3 Buddhas, this is the gift that the apartheid spy Craig Williamson claimed to have received as mementos of his first interaction with communist China on home soil. I was the first politician as a member of P.W. Botha's President's Council to host the first delegation of mainland China, PRC, officials to South Africa in 1988, he claims. 12 It was a cover trip and I still have the 3 Buddhas they gave me. My people were horrified that these were communists that they were meeting. They also met with the Defense Intelligence. 13 A letter found in P.W. Botha's archive confirms this. Marked top secret, Botha's Minister for Trade and Industry, Danny Stein, wrote to inform Botha of new trade relations that were developing with China in 1988. The new trade fell under Stein's sanctions-busting section, known as unconventional trade. 14 The South African state president had personally authorized the visas for an unofficial delegation from China who visited South Africa on a secret trip with the permission of their government. The outcome of the encounter was described by Stein as lucrative for South Africa. The secret trip to Pretoria was led by a 4-person delegation representing Beijing, Zhenguyu, Chinese government, Rene FCU, a middleman based in Hong Kong, Ms. P. Li, secretary, and Billy M.K. Wong, representing a Chinese front company in Hong Kong. The delegation participated in numerous meetings over a 13-day period from May 29 to June 10, 1988. Some of the positive outcomes for South Africa included the sharing of technology with China for the cooling of power stations, a joint venture to produce steel pipes in China, the sale to China of vanadium, iron ore, coal, and maize, an underground communications system for mines valued at $30 million, and an order for 20,000 liters of brandy and fruit juice. 15 It was agreed that a further meeting would take place between members of the Department of Unconventional Trade and Chinese officials in the near future. At the recommendation of the Chinese delegation, arrangements were made to appoint Rene Yu in Hong Kong as a consultant to the South African trade representative to deal with Chinese matters. 16. At the same time, the South African Department of Foreign Affairs, through its own sanctions-busting unit headed by Mark Burger, was also in the process of developing ties with China in the late 1980s. According to Burger, Chinese officials were complicit in subverting the trade embargo, possibly with the sanction of top officials. He sketches the example of covert trade using various middlemen and outright fraud. 17 A South African government front company in the Levant, probably Turkey or Israel, would place an order for 200,000 tons of a mineral, iron ore or coal, from a Latin American mining company with South African links. A European associate would then in turn secure an order from China for 400,000 tons of the same mineral. Burger's people, through a shipping front company, would then charter a large vessel that would set sail for China, with 200,000 tons of the mineral in its hull, heading east across the Atlantic and round the southern tip of Africa. The ship would then make an unplanned stop for engine repairs at South Africa's minerals export harbour at Richards Bay, where another 200,000 tons of the same mineral were loaded with falsified documentation to hide the South African origin. If the rest of the journey is fairly typical, the vessel might discharge some of her cargo at Singapore or Hong Kong. At one of these ports, Chinese employees who were proficient with trade documentation would board and accompany the vessel to the PRC port, at which point the Chinese officials would expedite the discharge of the minerals. 18 All of this would no doubt come at a cost, given that South African minerals needed to be sold cheaply, a burden carried by South African workers no doubt, and various officials needed to be bribed along the way. 19 It is arguable that the opening of China's economy to the world in the 1980s and its mercantile orientation inclined the country to trade with apartheid South Africa. But this explanation is insufficient. The real driver of the increased trade relations between South Africa and China was, simply, guns. China arms apartheid. Hansa, the one that refreshes. Hansa was the codename used by the South African Defence Force, SADF, for China from at least the early 1980s. It is marked in stencil on brown top-secret A4 folders retrieved from the SADF archives. Military code words give us an insight into the thinking of the men who assigned these monikers. A sober mind, with an interest in world affairs, might associate Hansa with the Hanseatic League of Trading Guilds which dominated northern European cities between 1400 and 1800. But a more prosaic explanation can be found in the well-stocked military intelligence pubs with their state-subsidized supply of Hansa Pilsener, a beer which in the 1980s had the tagline "the one that refreshes." For much of the 1980s, China was the one that refreshed the apartheid regime's arms supply. According to the retired military intelligence chief, Chris Thyrion, apartheid's predominant need for weapons in the late 1970s into the 1980s was to arm and support UNITA in Angola and Renamo in Mozambique. It was not plausible to do this with South African weapons or those explicitly procured for the SADF, as they could be traced back to Pretoria and the requirements went up significantly as the war escalated. As such, to provide for Angola and Mozambique, the SADF and military intelligence procured AK-47s from the Soviets, and landmines, mortars and submachine guns from the Chinese. 20 While Armscor was officially in charge of all procurement of weapons and weapons systems, the military did a lot of procuring themselves, and received crucial assistance from military intelligence to facilitate the transactions. 21 One of the reasons for this was that Armscor was, at times, inflexible and did not have the necessary military experience to determine what to purchase, and in what quantity, and struggled to assess the quality of the goods acquired and their relative adaptability. 22 It was also a way to keep some of the most clandestine procurements off the books. In April 1984, the SADF Chief of Staff Intelligence and a small party traveled to Hong Kong as part of an Asian tour to promote military relations with various Asian countries, including the island state of Taiwan. The stopover in Hong Kong involved a clandestine meeting with Johnny Wang, who was acting as go-between for Beijing and Pretoria. Wang was quite possibly representing a Chinese arms company in its dealings with the SADF. 23 More specifically, the documents suggest that he was acting on behalf of one of China's largest state-owned military manufacturers, Norinco. Norinco, an industrial behemoth that continues to play a large role in the Chinese military, industrial complex, was essentially Armscor's equivalent in China. Wang reported that all was going well with their office in Hong Kong, then still a British protectorate. However, he suspected that the office next door had been rented out, and he believes that this is to monitor Norinco, requiring the office to be relocated. 24 Although no indication was given of who the spies might be, the likely candidates are Britain, the United States or Taiwan. Wang also raised the need to resolve political problems, referring to South Africa's domestic politics, in order to allow business relations to flow between the countries. In this context, the reports noted that the Chief of Staff Intelligence was required to travel via Europe to get to China, which no doubt created logistical problems and a far lengthier trip. The South African intelligence chief pointed out to Wang that China must not place conditions on trade. If so, then South Africa could also tell China to stop all its support for SWAPO. Wang responded by saying that there were differing opinions in China as to the question of contact with South Africa. 25. At a supper later that evening, a man named Li, who represented the Chinese government, joined them. The South Africans pushed the point that Jonas Savimbi, codename Spiker, and his UNITA forces would prevail in Angola and that China must quickly choose sides as it had been a mistake to recognize the MPLA government at independence. Wang's response was that support for the MPLA was a short-term solution that the Chinese were forced to follow. In a subtle hint to the SADF officials that they should abandon their alliance with Taiwan, Li added that the Chinese Prime Minister Deng Xiaoping's vision of all Chinese under one roof would be achieved in the 1980s. 26 Neither of the predictions came about. Savimbi lived out his last days on the run in the Angolan bush, while Taiwan and China continue to coexist under two roofs. This exchange sums up many of the contradictions between these enemies, who were simultaneously dealing in weapons. The SADF was killing SWAPO fighters whom China was supporting, all the while building its armory from purchases from China. South Africa supported China's arch-enemy Taiwan, while China returned the favor by supporting South Africa's nemesis in Luanda. Yet, unofficially peace was being brokered over supper in Hong Kong during negotiations to buy weapons of war. The reference to the different schools of thought in Beijing also suggests that this relationship was not a one-off affair but constituted a pattern of behavior that must have been the cause of intense debate among top ideologues in the Communist Party's Africa Department, just as it was among the Broederbond in South Africa. The discussion between the two countries wasn't only focused on small arms. China wanted to buy South Africa's most sophisticated piece of artillery, the G5 howitzer. The design of the cannon was based on technology supplied by a Canadian-American sanctions buster, Gerald Bull. Bull and the Chinese were also in discussion at the time about the procurement of his supergun technology in a deal before it went sour. Wang reported to the SADF that they were swindled by Mr. Bull with the G5 blueprints. 27 This seemed to be the reason why Beijing turned to Pretoria. They wanted to test Armscar's product with an eye to procurement. Wang indicated that he was optimistic about the G5 deal and the two parties discussed how to carry out armor plating tests. Given that Chinese officials could be photographed in South Africa, and that transporting all the parts to China posed a logistical problem, Wang believed that Pakistan could help arrange a flight to enable South Africa to bring the equipment to China. Alternatively, Wang proposed that the tests be carried out in West Germany. 28. The documents also confirm that by 1984 Armscar had established an office in Hong Kong from which it could trade with the region. Mobutu, man in the middle. A key conduit for the transfer of Chinese weapons destined for UNITA forces in Angola, but paid for by the South African government, was Zaire. 29 The choice was obvious. The kleptocrat Mobutu Sese Seko was close to Washington and Paris, and was also an ally of Savimbi. In March 1983, the first plans were made by the SADF Directorate of Foreign Relations for a trip to Zaire to facilitate the procurement of weapons from China. The purpose of the visit was the signing of Hansa-related contracts and obtaining letters of accreditation and documentation from Zaire. According to an SADF memo, the Hansa purchases of weapons and ammunition are being undertaken with a Zairene end-user certificate and the PRC has demanded the letter of accreditation. To this end, Colonel Pretorius and Mr. Otto of the Armscar Technical Council in Paris were appointed by Zaire to act on its behalf through an Armscar front company, Adam Export, and conclude a contract with Narinco. 30 Registered in Geneva, Adam Export listed its directors as Henry Paul Duvalier and Stephen Hugendijk. 31 Meetings took place with Alain André Attendoulayengo, referred to as Mr. Attendou, the deputy head of Zairene intelligence, on February 24, 1983, after which he reported back to President Mobutu. That evening, Attendu informed SADF's Colonel Pretorius of the President's views on a number of issues, including the letters of accreditation. Mobutu had given orders to Attendu to issue the letters as proposed by the SADF, and the memo notes that this matter was therefore successfully concluded and provides much room for future business with the People's Republic of China. 32 The exchange was also useful in further cementing ties between the SADF and Mobutu, who requested a meeting with the SADF Chief of Staff Intelligence in the near future. Colonel Pretorius proposed a return trip to Kinshasa in May 1983 to meet again with Attendu. The purpose of the meeting was to finalize a trip to Zaire by the SADF Chief of Staff Intelligence. In addition, the Armscor Technical Council in Paris asked that Zaire should be urgently contacted in order to issue end-user certificates for importing plus or minus R5 million worth of pistols and shotguns. While no reference was made to the supplier, it is likely that it was a Chinese firm like Norinco. 33. A shopping list for the Chinese market. On February 24, 1984, Major D.J. Kotze of the SADF Directorate of Foreign Relations traveled to Kinshasa on a two-day trip. He carried a teleprinter, a precursor to email, used by the SADF, and top-secret documents that the Defense Force was requested to ensure were not opened by customs upon his return to South Africa. 34 A series of secret cables between Kinshasa and Pretoria discussed an end-user certificate for a major purchase of weapons from Norinco by the Armscor front company Atom Export. The fiction was that Atom Export was acting as an agent for Zaire. Zaire, in turn, provided end-user certificates against payments made by Armscor through one of its secret accounts at Crédit Bank Luxembourg. Norinco was represented in correspondence by its president, which suggests that figures at the very top of China's military establishment, and probably some of its most senior politicians, had sanctioned these deals. 35 They too must have known of Armscor's intimate relationship with Crédit Bank Luxembourg. The South Africans intended to present a shopping list of weapons to the Chinese. This included machine guns, such as AK-47s, landmines, mortars, rocket launchers, and missiles, as well as 20,000 rounds of 20mm ammunition. Most notably, they wanted to buy 200 bombs weighing 250 kilograms each and a further 200 bombs weighing 200 kilograms each. 36. As a first step in the procurement, the SADF managed to secure a letter of accreditation from Zaire officials for Atom Export, in return for payment for the favor. A total of just over $2.5 million was paid into an account with Crédit Bank Luxembourg in order to facilitate this arrangement and was signed by Admiral Lamponda, the Zairian State Secretary for Defense. 37 The likely beneficiary of this facilitation fee was the Zairian government or its senior officials. It is evident that permission for these types of transactions was required from Mobutu's office, which did not preclude his taking a cut of this deal. However, shortly after payment was made, the Zairians had not yet provided the end-user certificates, and the South Africans expressed concern about the reliability of their counterparts in Zaire. 38. At this stage, the South Africans provided more details of the weapons they urgently required from the Chinese, including 74,000 kilograms of bombs and 45,000 rounds of high-explosive incendiary shells capable of piercing armor. 39 While it can be assumed that the majority of weapons were required to arm UNITA, the SADF also provided the Zairian military with weapons from the same order. These could be used in support of UNITA by the Zairian military, and some no doubt found their way to other bloody conflicts on the continent. On September 6, 1984, Armscor supplied a quote to the SADF for its Zaire gift, which largely mirrored the order of high incendiary shells from Norinco. 40 Everybody got to feast on the same carcass. Turning Chinese guns into Congolese plowshares. China, South Africa, and Zaire had to go to enormous lengths in conspiring to hide their burgeoning arms trade. Fortunately for the SADF, they had Zairian intelligence on their side. In 1985, Nkapa, the head of Zaire's Special Intelligence Service, agreed to deny that any ships had docked in Zaire and offloaded military cargo if he was asked. 41 With this, the so-called Operation Kaka could be rolled out, involving the transport of 282,000 kilograms of Chinese weapons from Shanghai with a value of almost $5 million. The Danish-registered Vinderslev was hired to transport the weapons between the three countries, using what would become a well-worn channel for embargo busting. 42 The plan was to offload the cargo at Zahere's main port of Matadi. It would then be loaded into containers and innocuously re-exported as coffee. A Zarine agent, Zahere Containers, along with clearing agents, was hired and tasked with delivering 32 empty containers for the export of the coffee. 43. Richard Still of Armsker sent one of his agents, Jose Pedro, to manage the transshipment, which would cost Armsker approximately $220,000, to be paid through a special channel created by the Armsker office in Paris. This covert operation was signed off by President Mobutu Sese Seko on April 27, 1985. SADF officials noted that the success of the project depended on Mobutu's personal involvement. Mobutu, for example, waived all customs-related landing costs. The mission carried his personal seal of approval, as it almost certainly had of the South African head of state and of senior Chinese officials. 44. One of the additional recommendations made by SADF officials was that the vessel Vinderslev could be bought by the SADF and used repeatedly in future to deliver weapons for Pretoria, manned with a newly selected crew and operating between Shanghai and Matadi. 45 In the 1980s the port of Matadi was frequently used for the delivery of Chinese weapons destined for South Africa or for onward passage to UNITA, Renamo, or other allies. A 1985 investigation by the journalists Calm Foy and Christine Abdelkrim came close to exposing these links, although they seem not to have identified the role of the Vinderslev. According to their research, the scheme involved the Danish shipping company Svendborg Enterprises, owned by Jørgen Jensen. Svendborg operated a ship that had by 1984 made at least 3 trips from Shanghai via Matadi to South African harbors. 46. While Operation Kaka was underway, it became apparent that the original plan to repackage the weapons as coffee destined for Maputo was no longer possible because of logistical difficulties in Zaire. As a result, an alternative arrangement had to be found, and quickly. The slow boat from China was due to arrive any day. It was decided that the weapons would be offloaded, taken to a warehouse and placed in new containers in the name of a Pretoria-based front company, Rust Enterprises, destined for Maputo. A Rust Enterprises invoice dated May 10, 1985 listed the camouflaged cargo as 16,500 cook sets, 5,000 plows, 2,000 bicycles and 26 trucks, with a total value of $4.70 million. 47. The cargo eventually reached Matadi on May 10, 1985, and the operation was immediately beset with logistical problems. Many of the key actors were not fully informed of the nature of the cargo, warehouses were not available to store the containers during the transshipment period, and there was a concern that they would not be ready for collection when the onward-bound ship arrived. A payment of a further $40,000 to Zahere Containers seemed to clear up many of these logistical difficulties, but the scheme remained precarious. 48. The final spanner in the works risked not only upsetting the whole deal, but causing a major international incident. On the evening of May 15, 1985, as the material was to be transferred between containers, a Russian ship docked directly in front of the store containing the Chinese weapons. It too proceeded to offload goods onto trucks and forced the South Africans to keep the door to their warehouse firmly shut as the Russian captain and his crew went about their business. The Russian sailors passed within 20 meters of the Chinese bombs on a sweltering tropical evening, some with cigarettes in hand, blissfully unaware of what lay nearby. If the Russians had found out about the deal and blown the whistle, it could have spelt disaster for the deal and had major repercussions for both the Chinese and South African governments. In South Africa it had the potential to do serious damage to P.W. Botha and his regime. Following an evening of negotiation with local officials, the Russian ship departed, none the wiser, and the dock was closed. With the coast now clear, the 32 empty containers were brought into the warehouse and rapidly loaded with weapons over 2 days. In an act of apparent petulance, the Vindersloofhalm and its crew had left the harbor without offloading the rope needed to secure the cargo in the new containers. SADF officials had to find a replacement rope, which was purchased from a nearby ship, in order to secure 26 cannons in 13 containers. 49 The cargo of Chinese weapons did not reach Maputo but was instead offloaded in Durban, South Africa. Thus criminal bureaucratic alchemy transmuted swords into plowshares, napalm into bicycles, and none would be the wiser. Sharing the bounty. The Chinese weapons bought by the SADF were primarily used to fuel conflict in southern Africa. They contributed to a flood of Chinese and Eastern Bloc armaments, which appear to have been more freely available than one would have expected. Indeed, the SADF was even willing to export its surplus stock of weapons to other conflict regions across the globe, as it had no reason to doubt that it could be easily resupplied. In November 1983, the Chief of Staff Intelligence sent a memo to the Chief of the SADF noting that Armscor recently received an inquiry from Singapore regarding the procurement of certain communist weapons. 50 Stuart Pretorius of the Armscor Asia Division confirmed that Armscor could provide the following weapons for Singapore: 3,000 AK-47s, 3 million bullets, 50 RGP-7s, anti-tank rocket-propelled grenade launchers, and 1,000 rounds of RPG-7 ammo. The total cost of these weapons was $1,375,800.51. The SADF was concerned that the sale should not be allowed to endanger the defense stockpile, but noted that their replacement can be done without any difficulty through the Project Hansa from the PRC. The document added that Armscor therefore requests the SADF to make these weapons available as tangible proof of our cooperation with Singapore. The weapons will be purchased by the Singapore Intelligence Service, who we have been in contact with regarding the requirement. It appears that they want to use the weapons in support of resistance organizations in Cambodia and/or Afghanistan. The DMI can gain an intelligence advantage through its willingness to make the weapons available. 52 Both the Chief of the SADF and the Chief of Staff Intelligence signed off their approval of this request. 53 The most likely recipients of these weapons were Mujahideen fighters countering the Russian occupation in Afghanistan or guerrilla groups in Cambodia that enjoyed Chinese support. 54 The Mujahideen, once funded and armed as a useful bulwark against the Soviets, would morph into Al-Qaeda and, eventually, what we know today as ISIS. Support for these groups has cast a long shadow over the world today. The SADF, in turn, traded its Chinese stockpile for intelligence and cash with other countries. They would soon again call on China to restock their supplies. Gradually the relationship was reinforced as it became more complex and lucrative for all concerned. Shooting for the stars. The covert defense relationship between the SADF and China went from strength to strength in the second half of the 1980s. As we have seen in Chapter 8, South Africa passed U.S. missile technology that it had clandestinely obtained onto China. A 1986 SADF annual report of special projects reflected on the smooth progress made with the procurement of arms and ammunition from the PRC, and envisaged the continuation of arms deals, which were considered a vital element of the burgeoning relationship with China. Answer was also awaited from the Chinese about a proposed visit by South African military intelligence to China. Such a trip would form the basis of formalizing intelligence cooperation between the two countries. 55 As part of the arms trade between China and South Africa, a senior member of NARINCO asked to visit South Africa in May 1986 in order to have discussions with Armscor. He also requested the issuing of a third country passport for him by South Africa. Photographs were already in possession of military intelligence to facilitate this. In return, the PRC invited Armscor officials from its research and marketing department to visit armaments factories in Mongolia. 56 The relationship thus steadily intensified through direct contact between the militaries and their powerful state-owned arms companies. An Armscor financial report for 1988-9 reports a payment of over $22 million to NARINCO for the delivery of goods between September and November 1989. The purpose of the procurement was Project Scraper, which focused on highly sensitive projects, including the procurement of intelligence and clandestine support for foreign resistance movements. 57 In the same year, the SADF Directorate of Foreign Relations budgeted for special contact under Project Hansa to the amount of R25,000. This was likely to be for a meeting in South Africa, China, or Hong Kong between the new allies. 58 Towards the end of apartheid in 1988, the increasing contact between South Africa and China led to high-tech military collaboration. P.W. Botha was informed of the collaboration by his Minister of Economic Affairs and Technology, Danny Stein. The Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, controlled by the South African state, invited China to cooperate in the development of its nascent satellite technology. The collaboration included the proposed joint procurement of strategic goods and follow-up visits between the two countries. 59 This was a major step. The relationship had shifted from mutually beneficial trade to strategic and sensitive collaboration. For South Africa, such satellite technology not only had the potential to provide a means of monitoring its neighbors, but was also an important step in the development of a program to design long-range ballistic missiles and the longer-term goal of developing intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. This capacity to fire nuclear warheads at any city in Africa, or eventually Europe, India, or the United States, would have provided P.W. Botha with his ultimate deterrent against external threats to white domination. It would have given South African nuclear weapons a potentially wider reach by extending the range capability beyond the 1,400 kilometers that had been achieved through collaboration with the Israelis in the Jericho I missile project in 1989. According to a report in the London Sunday Times published in 1993, South Africa reached a clandestine $2 billion deal with China to give the apartheid regime the capability of sending a nuclear weapon deep into Black Africa, according to senior military sources. The secret treaty, made in the late 1980s, gave Pretoria access to Peking's long-range missile technology, allowing it to develop the capability of launching ballistic nuclear weapons and sending its own satellites into space. 60 The South Africans also worked closely with Israel in the development of its long-range RSA-1, RSA-2, and RSA-3 missiles. The RSA-3 could, for example, send a satellite into space and deliver a nuclear weapons payload to neighboring countries such as Angola. 61 The RSA-4 was then still in a development phase, based on the Israeli Shavit missile. With possible added Chinese know-how, it would have had the capacity to send nuclear weapons hurtling directly towards New York or Moscow. 62 It was the development of this technology that the American authorities were able to scupper in 1993 through financial inducements paid to Pretoria. In addition to the claims that China may have helped South Africa develop missiles to deliver nuclear weapons, there has long been speculation about China's delivery of low-enriched uranium to South Africa in 1981 through a third party. Nick von Wielij, who helped both develop and decommission South Africa's nuclear weapons arsenal, confirmed that China did indeed supply such uranium. 63 He stated that South Africa received approximately 88 tons of low-enriched uranium, which could only have come from two countries, France or China. Neither countries were signatories to the Non-Proliferation Treaty at the time and thus were not required to disclose to whom they sold such material. 64 Von Wielij was present when the International Atomic Energy Association, IAEA, inspected some of the cylinders containing this material. The IAEA official concluded, based on the inscription on the cylinders and a test of the material, that it was undeniably of Chinese origin. He apparently remarked, "You can see for yourself where the stuff came from." 65 China had not only helped arm apartheid, but enabled it to acquire its deadliest weapon. In silence, nobody loses face. When the ANC came to power, the Mandela administration gently dispensed with South Africa's ties with Taiwan and finally recognized only the government of China. This move reflected China's growing economic importance in the world. But in the pomp and ceremony of embassy openings and reciprocal trips by successive South African presidents to China and vice versa, nobody has ever officially spoken a word about how China helped the apartheid government to procure arms. This must surely be a source of great displeasure for all involved, the Chinese Communist Party leadership, the anti-communist National Party supporters and the current ANC government. China, the most important partner in the BRICS economic and political project, does not have a squeaky clean record when it comes to collaboration with apartheid. The evidence no doubt lies strewn on battlefields across southern Africa. It is apparent that all 5 members of the UN Security Council, the Big Five entrusted with the power of veto to keep world peace, facilitated conflict and racial oppression in South Africa. They did not act alone. In the next chapters, we turn to the network of states that acted in tandem with the big powers in support of apartheid South Africa. On the Silk Road. China, arms and apartheid. Pretoria, China, and Zaire, the SADF needs a range of machine guns, mortars and high-caliber bombs. Armscors offices in Paris and Hong Kong are instructed to find and buy the weapons. Chinese state-owned arms company Norinco, likely with approval from the Chinese Communist Party, agrees to supply the weapons to Pretoria. Zaire's intelligence officials agree to assist. Proxies, players, and pariahs. We have a logger with open doors. P.W. Botha, September 1986. Chapter 11. Proxies and other players. We are probably no better, but certainly no worse than the rest of the world. P.W. Botha, August 1986. The permanent 5 members of the United Nations Security Council failed to enforce the arms embargo against apartheid. As the previous 5 chapters have shown, in many instances, these countries willfully violated the embargo or encouraged their agents to do so. Such behavior trickled down throughout the international system. Pretoria could call on the support of dozens of states across the globe that acted as clandestine supporters, providing weapons and intelligence and participating in covert trade. There was an extensive network of embargo-busting allies. The most obvious are the 4 other pariah states, all outsiders in the international system, for different reasons. We return to them in the next chapter. In this chapter we focus on the network of proxies and other players, states that largely operated in the Western powers' field of influence. They were conduits for covert relations with the big powers or ran sanctions-busting efforts for their own interests. They supplied transit points for shipping arms, exchanged intelligence and false documents, and provided the other covert activities required to facilitate arms embargo busting. These countries engaged in this for profit, political gain and, occasionally, out of ideological sympathy. Intelligence was an important conduit for these relations between deep state networks. These countries were a mix of dictatorships and democracies ruled by chancellors, presidents, and kleptocrats who openly condemned Pretoria, while their governments and private sector cultivated dirty business ties. In a number of instances we can reveal for the first time the nature of these clandestine relations. The countries identified in this chapter are case studies of what was probably a far larger phenomenon. They are drawn from Africa, Asia, and Europe and provide a unique insight into the countries and corporations that were eager to show solidarity and, if necessary, break the law to assist Pretoria. Secrecy provided the perfect cover. A supergun, proxies in practice. In the late 1970s the South African Defence Force, SADF, was in the market for a supergun. They wanted a mobile cannon that could shoot projectiles up to 50 kilometers into the Angolan bush, far into the front line of their Cuban and Angolan opponents. With the development of the G5 and G6 motorized 155mm howitzer cannon, Armscor became one of the world leaders in artillery manufacture. The company described this as one of its most outstanding achievements, an example of home-built military excellence, which became a major revenue earner as countries around the world lined up to use the new supergun in wars of their own. 1 As with so many of Armscor's achievements, it came with a great deal of help from friends abroad, embargo busting to boot. In the development of the G5 cannon, Pretoria had the assistance of everyone, from US intelligence to a Caribbean island and the King of Spain. The man behind the initial development of the G5 was the eccentric Canadian weapons developer, Gerald Bull. His lasting passion was the unrealized development of a supergun, with a barrel that was 52 m long and 40 centimeters wide, which could launch shells across the world and satellites into space. 2 The US government, at the height of its Cold War ambitions, invested in this process and granted Bull and his Space Research Corporation, SRC, great leeway for research and testing on the Quebec, Vermont border of the United States and Canada. In the mid-1970s, as Pretoria was being desperately outgunned in Angola by Soviet artillery, the South Africans turned to the Americans for help. Through the CIA's representative in Pretoria, Lieutenant Colonel John Clancy, Armscor was put in touch with a CIA fixer, Jack Frost, who in turn arranged contact with Gerald Bull and his closest associate, Luis Palacio. Bull and the SRC were in need of cash, and Pretoria needed bigger guns. A deal was struck. In 1976, in exchange for a $10 million Armscor investment, resulting in 19.9% ownership in the company, the SRC would ship containers of the 155 mm shells and guns to South Africa for replication. In addition, Armscor's engineers would be welcomed to SRC facilities in Canada and Belgium for training and assistance. 4 Crucially, Frost alerted the U.S. State Department to the scheme, possibly for reasons of conscience, but the government unremarkably failed to act on the whistleblower's report. 5 This clandestine supply worked effortlessly. Bull had previously used his relationship with the government of the Caribbean island of Antigua, where the SRC operated and tested shells for the U.S. military, to bypass any prying eyes. In Antigua, the shipment of weapons was collected by a German-registered ship, the Tagelaland, which was the property of a New York company owned by the South African government. 6 The ship, now laden with weapons, was meant, according to official documents, to travel to Barbados, but it changed course and set sail for Durban. This guise worked well until a careless ship's captain let slip to a dock worker the real destination of the guns, painted yellow to disguise them as Caterpillar tractor parts. Subsequent investigation in Canada by the Trudeau government and international protest, at the time of the arms embargo in 1977, led to the closure of the supply channel. A convenient replacement was found with the assistance of the SRC employee Luis Palacio, who had Spanish friends in high places, so high in fact that Armscor employees were granted a private audience with King Juan Carlos. He agreed that Spain would act as conduit for this weapons trade in exchange for Armscor's assistance in obtaining manufacturing rights for Spain. 7 As the provision of weapons to South Africa became obvious to law enforcement in the United States and Canada, Bull's options started to run out. The U.S. Department of Justice launched an investigation and Bull was sentenced to a year in prison, while the SRC was fined $105,000. This lenient sentence represented a willingness on the Americans' part to grant a plea bargain for fear that possible U.S. government authorization of SRC shipments to South Africa would be revealed. 8 By this time, the South Africans had been provided the skills, technology, and know-how they needed, and could proceed without Bull and manufacture upgrades of the cannon at home. P.W. Botha proudly announced the homegrown G5 cannon and dismissed all talk that the technology had been imported. 9 The U.S. Congress, for its part, was not unaware of American complicity in the deal. A report by the Congressional Africa Subcommittee commented that it is probable that a U.S. defense consultant who was assisting the CIA's Covert Action Program in Angola, planned with South African government officials shipment of US origin arms to South Africa for use in Angola. At the very least, this episode suggests serious negligence on the part of the agency. At most, there is a possibility that elements of the CIA purposively evaded U.S. Policy 10. The CIA had an interest in supporting the South African military in Angola. But there would be other knock-on benefits down the line. The former spy Craig Williamson told me that during the 1980s South Africa used the Comoros Islands as a transshipment point in supplying the Iraqi army of Saddam Hussein with 155 mm shells for use in its war with Iran, and that Saddam was shooting these at a rate of knots. 11 He added that the US was pissed off with Iran and was aware that South Africa was playing this role. 12 However, The security services of Israel, a key South African ally at the time, saw Iraq as a bigger threat than Iran and were unhappy with the situation. In the end, the USA was the bigger dog, and given that they approved the supply of South African weapons to Iraq and Saddam Hussein, we continued despite Israeli protestations. 13. One of the reasons for this was also financial. Armscor needed a return on its investment as it was in serious economic difficulties, and there was talk of retrenching almost 5,000 Armscor employees in 1983 if a deal, such as the sale of the G5 to Iraq, did not come through. 14. Following an initial heavy investment to procure the technology, Armscor now proceeded to export the G5 into conflict zones, turning it into a prize cash cow. Soon, South Africa was reportedly supplying the G5 gun not only to Iraq, but also to Iran. 15. There is nothing more profitable than arming both sides of a war. This was a vital coup for the South Africans, who were feeling the pinch of the oil embargo and relied on barter trade with oil-rich nations such as Iran and Iraq. 16. As we have seen in Chapter 10, even China was interested in buying these weapons directly from source. Gerald Bull continued to nurture his ambition of designing a true supergun to fire satellites into space, and he even worked for Saddam Hussein's ballistic missile program. In 1990, Bull was murdered by an assassin who shot him 5 times as he entered his apartment in Brussels. Although never definitely proved, it has been largely suspected that the assassination was the work of Israeli intelligence, displeased with his continued collaboration with the Iraqis on the eve of the First Gulf War. 17. Europe, a covert union. West Germany. During the 1980s, West Germany had strong trading links with South Africa, being one of the top exporters to South Africa and one of the top 5 importers of South African goods. 18. West German banks were among the leading private creditors to South Africa, and in the early 1980s they managed 63% of all major loans by international banks to the country. 19. An estimated 400 West German companies were active in apartheid South Africa, and those with a significant presence included the industrial giants Siemens, Daimler-Benz, and BMW. As a major international weapons producer, Germany also kept a keen eye on the lucrative South African market. Key to this long-standing relationship were members of the political elite who encouraged close ties with Pretoria. Chief among them in the 1980s were the conservative politicians Helmut Kohl and Franz Josef Strauss. Kohl was Chancellor of Germany from 1982 to 1998 and chair of the Conservative Christian Democratic Union, CDU, for almost a decade longer. The driving force behind the reunification of Germany in 1990, his reputation was tainted by a CDU party funding scandal which was exposed after he was voted out of office. It soon became apparent that under Kohl's leadership the CDU had set up a relatively complex money laundering scheme, including secret accounts and separate civic organizations to act as middlemen, all to collect illegal donations and avoid paying tax on these. 20. Kohl's primary political rival was the Bavarian politician Franz Josef Strauss, the leader of the Christian Social Union, CSU, which was also the CDU's coalition partner in government. Minister-President of Bavaria from 1978 until his death in 1988, Strauss is remembered today as the colorful conservative who stood out in the colorless world of present-day German politics as a fighter who played politics with the same passion he devoted to hunting, flying, and drinking. 21. Compared with Strauss, Kohl was more careful about distancing himself from Pretoria. During his 1984 European tour, P.W. Botha was received by Kohl. But when the Chancellor's office realized almost too late the negative media coverage that would ensue, at the last minute Kohl ordered that the couch upon which he usually hosted international leaders be removed from his office, opting to stand and declining the mandatory political handshake with Botha. In marked contrast, Strauss, who visited South Africa every 2 years between the mid-1960s and the mid-1980s, conspicuously offered Botha a warm welcome during the same visit. 22. During one of his trips to South Africa in 1983, Strauss told a German diplomat accompanying him that while he rejected petty apartheid, he did not support equal rights for black South Africans in a one-man one-vote system, as this would, he said, lead to South Africa's downfall. 23. In the early evening of June 8, 1983, Strauss welcomed the head of South African military intelligence into his office. In the mood for an informal conversation, he immediately served his guests large stone tankards of Bavarian beer. 24. In this exchange, Strauss was critical of the Liberal Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hans-Dietrich Genscher, whom he regarded as being obsessed with the United Nations. 25. He also informed his guests that, despite their reported rivalry, he helped school Helmut Kohl in African affairs in a weekly 2-hour briefing. Claims by the South Africans that they could roll the communists back in southern Africa received his wholehearted approval. Not hiding his racism, Strauss added, when the USSR suffers further setbacks in southern Africa, the blacks' black mentality will change. However, we must prove to the blacks that we are on their side. 26. The third partner in Kohl's center-right coalition was the Liberal Free Democratic Party, FDP. The party's minister, Genscher, unlike Kohl and Strauss, was a thorn in the side of attempts to bust the arms embargo. As a result, P.W. Botha sought to exclude him from high-level meetings with German politicians. Genscher's attitude to apartheid was a cause of much irritation to Pretoria. To counter his negative influence, efforts were made to place pressure on him through allies in Germany. According to his reminiscences, the South African diplomat Donald Sol relied on top-level German businessmen such as the Daimler-Benz chairman, Joachim Zahn, to do his lobby work. 27. Before a controversial issue related to South Africa was submitted to Genscher, Sol would ask Zahn to call Genscher and mention that something sensitive was on its way to him. In so doing, he would head off any anti-apartheid proposition submitted to Genscher, who was always conscious of his party's close links to the private sector. 28. German U-boats. In 1999, Hoheitswerke Deutsche Werft, HDW, 29 and Ingenieurkantoor Lübeck, IKL, today trading as a subsidiary of the ThyssenKrupp, were two of the three companies, together with Ferrostal, in a German consortium that won the bid to supply the South African Navy with new submarines. This process was highly skewed in their favor and formed part of the controversial arms deal of Thabo Mbeki's government. It is little known, however, that both HDW and IKL were controversially linked to the sale of blueprints and technology to equip the apartheid military with new submarines during the mid-1980s, a subject to which we now turn. A peculiar coincidence between the sanctions-busting deal and the arms deal is that both involved a South African Navy captain, Jeremy Mathers. In the post-apartheid deal, Mathers acted as a consultant for the German bidder Ferrostal. At that point, very recently retired from the Navy, Mathers was hired by Ferrostal to provide information on the Navy's requirements. Controversially, Mathers' substantial communication included a success fee in the event that the deal was awarded to Ferrostal. 30. A decade prior, in 1984, Mathers was the Navy's project manager for Project Tamborin, which involved the successful acquisition of submarine blueprints from West Germany. 31. Helmut Kohl, as West German Chancellor, controversially agreed to a deal to supply submarine plans to the South African military. The Germans would supply the know-how and the South Africans would build the vessels in Durban and Cape Town. In June 1984, 10 days after a meeting between P.W. Botha and Kohl in Bonn, a contract for DM116 million sealed the arrangement. 32. This deal, initiated in 1982 and exposed in 1986, was secretly concluded through middlemen in Turkey and Israel. It would grow to include not just submarine blueprints, but also expertise and electronic components for the submarines and other strike craft, ultimately resulting in a contract worth DM423 million, or 3.5 billion in today's value. 33. How Kohl and Botha brokered this agreement is worth recounting. In Kohl, P.W. Botha found his match. When the German Chancellor met Botha in Bonn on June 5, 1984, with hundreds of protesters outside the building, he started the conversation by saying that it would not help to hide behind the diplomatic niceties. The Prime Minister Botha did not look a diplomat to him. he was exactly as he had imagined him to be. 34 The two men met without their ministers of foreign affairs present and were ready to talk business, which Botha described as personal matters. 35 Botha got straight to the point. The South African government was ready to facilitate the investment of German businesses in South Africa. He added that it was important that certain specialized know-how be made available to the South African authorities. 36 According to Botha, everything had been arranged between IKL/HDW and the South African shipbuilder. Botha stressed the seriousness of the matter and appealed to Cole to make a positive decision as soon as possible. Cole responded that he would take care of the matter personally. Cole first asked whether it was speedboats South Africa needed. Botha was clear: South Africa would build its own U-boats using the specialized know-how it had acquired. Cole promised Botha that he would look into the matter and write to the Prime Minister personally. 37 Experts in naval shipbuilding, HDW, and IKL provided the all-important submarine plans, while the German electronics companies Siemens and Zeiss provided expertise for the equipment required by the vessels. 38 In addition, two Krupp subsidiaries supplied torpedoes and sonar, and MBB, a company closely associated with Franz Joseph Strauss's CSU, was contracted to supply a simulator for training crews. 39 Strauss was also a strong lobbyist for the deal, and internal memos from HDW described him as the constant pressing force in the background. As the coalition partner in Cole's government, Strauss had unique political leverage with which he could support both the German arms industry and his friends in Pretoria. Together, the German companies provided the necessary expertise and assistance to build 4 submarines and to equip them and the South African Strike Command vessel, the Drakensberg, with sophisticated technology. They were required for the type of commando and sabotage raids that the SADF regularly carried out in Mozambique and Angola in the 1980s. According to General Bertha Steenkamp, who was stationed in Germany as military attaché at the time, he on occasion collected the blueprints in the port city of Lübeck and subsequently ensured their delivery via diplomatic bag to Pretoria. 41 He believes that Armscor had already made progress in constructing the facilities needed to build the submarines in Durban before the plan was exposed in 1986. Owing to the public exposure, after significant pressure from the German Green Party, the South Africans and Germans needed to develop alternative delivery and payment plans. The answer was found in Germany's NATO ally Turkey, which was itself involved at the same time in negotiations to build a deep-water port for South African sanctions-busting operations. Providing the submarine plans to Turkey was no problem, and the onward supply to South Africa was then negotiated by Turkish and South African military officials in Mauritius. 43 The scandal became the subject of a lengthy public inquiry in Germany, largely thanks to the German Green Party and the Social Democrats. 44 South African military correspondence shows that when friends of South Africa with good contact to members of the committee required information to support South Africa's case, they were secretly assisted by the South African military. 45 The German party's parliamentary efforts were also bedeviled by excessive secrecy on the side of the government. Ultimately, the supplier companies got off lightly. Following a criminal investigation into their activities, the Kiel state prosecutor dropped the investigation and the corporations were instead fined less than 1% of the value of the contract for a tax offense. 46 In a candid admission of the sanctions-busting problem, a spokesperson for Cole's economic ministry said there are some companies that will always find a loophole, some that have no morality. 47 As South Africa moved towards a democracy and the end of the Angolan War, the submarines were no longer required and the plans were shelved despite a hefty financial investment. Within a decade the German companies were again bidding for the sale of submarines to a new democratic administration. Arms made in Germany. During the embargo period, South Africa had no shortage of offers of weapons from German arms companies and middlemen. For example, immediately after the imposition of the arms embargo, the chair of the far right-wing National Democratic Party of Germany, Adolf von Thatten, approached the South African embassy in Bonn in October 1977 with an offer of ammunition for long-range rocket launchers. 48 The South African diplomats felt that, even for them, his politics were distasteful, and they were not willing to do any business with him. 49 Managing these offers and the military mission in Bonn was not without complications. As an indication of the delicacy of South African, German military relations at the time, when the South Africans were looking to replace a long-standing military attaché in 1981, they were informed that the Germans would not favor a new appointment. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Hans-Dietrich Genscher, which largely drove these concerns, was conscious of the political embarrassment that might ensue. However, during a visit to Bonn, the South African Chief of Staff of Military Intelligence was told by his German counterpart that the Germans would support the covered appointment of a military attaché. 50 What followed was 3 years of delicate and protracted correspondence between Bonn and Pretoria. By 1984, the existing South African military attaché, Commander Bitsker, expressed the wish to return home. There seemed little possibility of a resolution to the problem that now faced both governments. As long as he stayed in Bonn, the Germans were unlikely to disaccredit him, but the moment he returned permanently to Pretoria they would refuse to accredit a replacement. In January 1984, the South African Chief of Staff Intelligence was in Bonn again and met his counterpart, General Sauter, and agreed to a modus vivendi, or covered solution to the problem. The military attaché would not resign his post, but would rather return to South Africa and then travel back to Bonn from time to time. This neat solution would be a cover for a civilian official who would be secretly placed in the South African embassy to continue all the normal military liaison tasks of his predecessor. 51. This fiction, set up with the approval of the German government, continued throughout the rest of the 1980s. A secret report from 1988 shows that exchanges between the military intelligence services of both countries happened every 3 months and that when material had to be handed over to the Germans, it would take place away from prying eyes at the German Ministry of Defense. 52 The South African contacts in the German Chancellery also gave their nod to the scheme. Remarkably, the State Secretary, the Chancellery and, later, the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs all eventually agreed that this clandestine solution was a fair compromise. 53. Despite the arms embargo, large German corporations continued to supply equipment and weapons to the South African military. 54 The electronics giant Siemens was a sought-after supplier for the proposed submarine deal and welcomed SADF officials to their Munich headquarters in 1984 to test equipment. 55 Krauss-Maffei, the Munich-based producer of the Leopard tank, also worked closely with the SADF and Armsker, and at one point in the mid-1980s South African military intelligence reported that the Armsker project team procuring tank equipment and technology practically has free access to Krauss-Maffei's facilities. 56. The German arms behemoth Thyssen also welcomed Armsker and the South African Navy in July 1986 to discuss an offer of TR-1700 submarines, at the time among the fastest diesel-electric submarines in the world. Dr. Werner Bartels, a member of Thyssen's executive board, was the go-between in this deal with the South African Minister of Defense. 57 At Bartels's request, naval officials, including Captain Jeremy Mathers, traveled to Germany on a top-secret visit to meet him in August 1986. 58. Records reveal that there also was a steady flow of dozens of senior German military officers to South Africa. 59 One of the surprising guests in October 1989 was Bernd Wills, the government's spokesperson on defense at the time and a future German Minister of Defense in Kohl's cabinet from 1992 to 1998. Wills was described as a good contact of the South African embassy, and has often stood up for the RSA in Germany. 60 The visit was organized by the South African Department of Foreign Affairs but had an almost purely military agenda, with Wills requesting to meet senior SADF officials, including Magnus Malin and the chief of the SADF, General Jannie Geldenhuys. 61 Wills also expressed a desire to view South African armaments technology and tour the Simonstown Naval Base. 62 The visit had a distinctly clandestine character. The SADF described Wills's decision to travel to South Africa as coming with considerable political risk to himself, should it become public knowledge. His visit to the RSA and the SADF in particular should be handled with the necessary confidentiality. 63. One of the areas in which the German military was particularly helpful was in the provision of NATO codes, used by members of the alliance to integrate their equipment and weapons systems. Access by the South Africans made it far easier to procure weapons from Western suppliers and ensured a behind-the-scenes alignment with the alliance. A number of visits overseas by South Africans emphasized the importance of obtaining updated NATO codification data from Germany, which was one of the only NATO countries said to be willing to supply these. 64. By the early 1990s, dozens of German middlemen and arms manufacturers were knocking on the South African embassy's door to sell all manner of weapons as the Cold War market began to lose its importance. These included fraudulent offers, such as the mysterious bogus chemical known as red mercury, which was on sale for $136,000/kg. 65. On the more serious side, the Sinrheinstahltechnik offered to sell naval frigates at half price. The source was the Argentinian Navy, which it appears was under financial strain at the time, possibly to repay their German supplier, and South Africa was invited to purchase the frigates on the cheap at $100 million each. 66. In 1999, the SIN was one of the lead suppliers in the German Frigate Consortium's, GFC, sale of fighter vessels to the South African Navy, and was implicated in this corrupt multi-billion-dollar deal. German spies. At the same time that the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs showed an unwillingness to accredit a new military attaché, the relationship between South African military intelligence and their counterparts in the West German Federal Intelligence Services, the BND, strengthened. From late 1982 a South African military intelligence official was deployed covertly to Munich, where his primary task was liaison with the BND. 67. In June 1983, Norbert Klosak, the deputy president of the BND, led a delegation of 7 officers to a meeting in downtown Pretoria. 68. Klosak had traveled to South Africa the previous month, as a guest of South African military intelligence. They discussed the exchange of tradecraft to intensify the cooperation of both services. 69. For the June 1983 meeting, the aim of which was to identify areas of future cooperation, the South African delegation was led by the Chief of Staff Intelligence, P.W. van der Westhuizen. The South African officials felt that there was a need for closer collaboration than that provided by the existing annual intelligence conferences held between the services. The BND agreed to hold seminars supplying information on new equipment and covert collection techniques, and the South African military agreed in turn to allow the Germans the opportunity to interrogate Russian/East Germans if captured in Southwest Africa. The BND indicated that it would welcome such an opportunity. 70. Another issue discussed was closer collaboration in counterintelligence operations, and there was in principle agreement that South Africa could use West Germany as a base for covert intelligence operations, as long as the BND was informed. 71. A little more than a year later, a delegation of military intelligence, SADF, and Armscor officials traveled to meet Klosak and his team in Germany. 72. In the exchange of information, the SADF noted that no requests that they made were denied by the BND, and that a large amount of sensitive technical information had been obtained and shared, including information about Soviet missiles. The BND offered the South Africans a reward of $2 million should they be able to import a Soviet Mi-24 helicopter or Su-22 aircraft from Angola. 73. Such exchanges of military material had been happening for a number of years. 74. The BND also offered to purchase a Soviet MiG-23 fighter jet for $25 million, which both agencies could jointly evaluate in South Africa. As the BND was short of funds, they asked the South Africans to stump up half the amount. 75. In June 1984, a group of 7 South African military officials traveled to Germany for a 2-week training course, codenamed SK201, provided by the BND. This was the second such course offered, and it was clear that SK-201 undertook great effort and a measure of risk in presenting this training to military intelligence. 76 The Germans also informed the South Africans that they wished to distance themselves from the shoddy official treatment that P.W. Botha had received earlier that month on his visit to Bonn, and that the head of the BND had also expressed his displeasure concerning this. 77 Top-level contact between South African military intelligence and the BND continued throughout the 1980s, with regular intelligence conferences, despite increasing reluctance on the part of the military to approve overt collaboration or official visits by military personnel to South Africa because of pressure from the anti-apartheid movement. 78 In 1988 the German military intelligence head, Brigadier General Botzmann, informed the head of the SADF that with the current political climate in the FRG, it would be impossible for any senior officer, excluding those serving in the BND, to visit the RSA. 79 With much contact then happening in secret, the BND provided assistance in the procurement of sensitive German arms. When the South African military attempted to buy sophisticated reconnaissance cameras for their fighter jets, they approached the German company's ICE. Following an initial rebuff, a decision was taken to travel in January 1988 to Germany to meet the head of the BND, Dr. Hans-Georg Wieck, with whom military intelligence had a very good working relationship, especially after his visit to South Africa during 1987. 80 The South Africans noted that Dr. Wieck's involvement can assist negotiations and limit the risks. 81 It is unclear if Zeiss delivered the goods, but the documents show the potential role entrusted to the BND as a go-between when negotiating with arms manufacturers. As the 1980s wore on, military intelligence ties came to define the important deep state relations that existed between Germany and South Africa. Belgium. Trading shotguns and flamethrowers. Belgium, as we have seen in Chapter 5, was central to Armscur's arms money machine. Credit Bank in Belgium and its Luxembourg subsidiary enabled Armscur to move billions of rands around the world to pay for weapons and technology procured from a wide range of sources. Nonetheless, this was not the only arms connection between South Africa and Belgium. Arms and intelligence were traded bilaterally as well. Belgium has been described by the investigative journalist Walter de Bock as an arms bazaar at the crossroads of NATO, the European Community. We have a very developed business concentration, multinational companies, and being at the crossroads of international exports, it is a very privileged transit zone. In fact, it is such a small country that is no more than a transit zone for a greater part of the economy. 82 While this opportunity wasn't lost on Pretoria, Belgian officials were also keen not to lose out on the lucrative South African trade, despite arms sanctions. Accordingly, an official from the Belgian embassy in Pretoria drew his minister's attention to Armscur's growing procurement budget in 1978.83. This was just as the UN mandatory arms embargo began to take effect. He reported that the trade councillor in the embassy believed that he would make himself guilty of a dereliction of duty if he did not inform Brussels fully of all the business opportunities that exist. How this information will be used and to what extent is not in the competency or in the responsibility of this embassy. 84 This diplomatic doublespeak is a reminder that Belgium, with its own domestic arms business, remained interested in opportunities in South Africa. Trade opportunities aside, many of the 23,000 Belgian citizens living in South Africa in the 1980s served in the SADF, using South African manufactured R1 rifles produced by Armscur, which were copies of the Belgian FN rifle. 85 One of the more disturbing files we found in the SADF archive concerned a failed arms deal to purchase over 20,000 flamethrowers. 86 Who was the military intending to smoke out and set alight with 20,000 flamethrowers? Nobody carries a flamethrower, which ejects a long stream of burning liquid fuel, without knowing that they may well roast another human being alive. This is the reason that all armies are prohibited from using them as a result of the 1980 Geneva Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, which entered into force in 1983. 87 While this deal didn't violate the convention in legal terms, it was in violation of the spirit of the convention as well as of the arms embargo. Who would provide the weapons? This was the Zimbabwean weapons smuggler, John Berdenkamp, and his Antwerp-based company, Kasele.88. Berdenkamp is a notorious figure in the world of clandestine deals in southern Africa. He is said to have made his first fortune as one of Rhodesia's chief sanctions busters, moving at least one commodity that we know of, tobacco, offshore.89. Berdenkamp, a Rhodesian, emigrated to the Netherlands in 1968. From 1976, he was linked to the Rhodesian firm Intebex, which illegally imported Rhodesian tobacco to Europe via Antwerp. Berdenkamp worked at Intebex together with Nicholas Mackiesack, who was sent to Antwerp by the Smith regime to facilitate clandestine tobacco imports. The Belgian government never put a stop to this, despite demands by the UN Secretary-General, Kurt Waldheim.90. In 1976 Berdenkamp and Mackiesack established the firm Kasele, which was involved in arms sanctions busting for Pretoria.91. By the mid-1980s Berdenkamp was back in Zimbabwe as a close ally of Robert Mugabe, helping to prop up that regime by becoming involved in that country's resource-plundering war in the Congo between 1998 and 2003.92. While Berdenkamp has admitted to his role in Rhodesian sanctions busting, he has denied involvement as an important broker for the British arms company Bay in the post-apartheid arms deal.93. In mid-1982 Armscor agents approached Berdenkamp and the Kasele subsidiary Nuria Trading to procure flamethrowers. The minutes of an Armscor meeting show that Berdenkamp, codenamed Peptic, and other representatives of his company met Armscor officials to discuss the deal.94. Berdenkamp had spent $100,000 on acquiring fraudulent end-user certificates from Nigeria and Zimbabwe for the export of the flamethrowers, which were manufactured by the Belgian arms company PRB. However, the deal hit a major snag. The airplane that had been chartered at a cost of $174,000 was prevented from flying from Egypt to pick up its cargo in Belgium. It appeared that bad management, an unpaid bill in Cairo, had scuppered the deal.95. The cargo was moved from the airport back to the arms company, but Belgian authorities smelt a rat. Why was a Nigerian transport plane not used to transport the weapons if that was where they were headed? The deal was stymied, and it was agreed that the Nigerian authorities were to be asked to put pressure on the Belgian arms company to ensure that the weapons could be released. 96 An SADF internal audit document shows that further plans to export the weapons in early 1983 were halted when the Belgian authorities were asked by their UK allies to review all weapons exports southwards for fear that they might fall into the hands of the Argentinian army during the Falklands War, which was then raging. 97 Belgium, Trading Intelligence. In March 1991, as the stop-start South African political negotiations process was underway, Belgian and South African military intelligence services were busy exchanging pleasantries. Major General R. van Calster, Belgium's Chief of Intelligence and Security Services, the SGRS, wrote to his counterpart, Lieutenant General Badenhorst of South African Military Intelligence. He hoped that the South African negotiation process would normalize secret intelligence contacts between the countries. The recent development, and the way that they are perceived by the responsible authorities in my country, gives me the opportunity to anticipate further official consolidation and even extension of the long-standing but up to now confidential relations between our services. 98. Documents from the SADF archive reveal that a cordial relationship existed between the military intelligence agencies of both countries throughout the arms embargo period. While successive Belgian heads of state railed against apartheid, the military intelligence services continued their work largely undisturbed in the shadows. In September 1985 Major General J. de Mild, the head of the SGRS, wrote to Lieutenant General van der Westhuizen, who was about to leave military intelligence for the State Security Council. 99 He noted, "The military intelligence will certainly miss you. I wish to also thank you for the excellent relationship which has been established with your service." 100 This was written in the same month that Belgium announced that it would no longer accredit a South African military attaché. It seems South African military intelligence was unperturbed by this decision and simply moved its relationship with Belgian intelligence deeper underground. 101 General Mild's deputy head, Colonel Moreau, expressed his gratitude to the South Africans, writing, "I remain very indebted to you for the excellent collaboration and interesting exchange between our services and more personally the kind invitation to visit your beautiful country. It was a sojourn that my wife and I will never forget." 102 The relationship with Moreau appears to have been long-standing. He hosted a top delegation from the SADF at an intelligence conference between the two countries in Belgium in 1984. Major General H. Roux, chief of the SADF, wrote to Moreau after that trip to thank him for a successful meeting and added a special word of thanks to you and Mrs. Moreau for the very personal attention paid to us at home during our interesting visit to Brugge. 103 Thus, at the height of the arms embargo, the Belgian intelligence top brass received their South African counterparts at home for supper. How much intelligence material was exchanged? The SADF archive does not provide any of the details. However, a cable from the South African ambassador stationed in Brussels and sent to Pretoria in June 1977, just after the UN embargo was implemented, provides insight into how this took place. It reflects the contents of a letter between the South African military attaché, MA, and the head of military intelligence in Pretoria. Belgian intelligence refused to make copies of documents available to MA, but are willing to circumvent the ban, so document is to be left under supervision for half an hour with MA, and notes can be made on subjects and matters of interest, the cable noted. Belgian intelligence will then make a summary of the issues available to the MA. 104 Such trickery, also employed by British security, see Chapter 9, could allow the Belgians to wipe their hands of the matter if it was ever exposed in the media. Switzerland. In 1993, on the eve of South Africa's first democratic elections, the South African government purchased a Pilatus trainer jet from the Swiss arms company Ehrlichen Bur. This transaction was colored by allegations of corruption at the time, but was never properly investigated. The ANC at first objected to the sale, but eventually warmed to it, giving the go-ahead despite the continuing arms boycott. The South African embassy in Bern remarked that it had been informed by its contacts that the Swiss business community was jubilant about the sale. The fact that South Africa decided on the Pilatus airplane is regarded as a reward to Switzerland for their support over many years to South Africa during difficult times. 105. In Chapter 4 we saw that Switzerland was a first port of call for South Africa's moneymen seeking the continued flow of capital to South Africa. Bankers like Bruno Seiger and Fritz Leutwiler used their power as senior members of the powerful and secretive Swiss banking sector to smooth the way for apartheid's representatives. This relationship was built on gold and the promise of mutual profit. Yet it was not the only basis for the relationship between Switzerland and apartheid. Placed strategically in Europe, and one of the largest per capita arms suppliers in the world. 106 Switzerland was also an important ally of apartheid when it came to obtaining intelligence and weapons technology. The Swiss historian Peter Hug has written a 1,000-page study of Swiss, South African military and nuclear relations during apartheid. He believes that political, military and arms industry relations between the two countries were at their peak during the 1980s. Hug's findings are almost exclusively based on declassified documents made available by both South African and Swiss authorities, as he undertook his research as part of a Swiss government-sanctioned project. Switzerland largely broke the embargo using a range of illegal and semi-legal transactions. Its contacts with South Africa extended to intelligence cooperation and the exchange of information, and directly contributed to the close links in the arms trade in favor of the South African government. Hug also shows that prominent Swiss companies delivered important components that assisted the South African government in its uranium enrichment program, as part of the development of nuclear weapons. 107. One of the reasons for the growing military contact was that Switzerland was one of the few countries in Europe that allowed the presence of an official South African military attaché. 108 Intelligence contact between the countries was formalized in 1977, and thereafter senior heads of both intelligence services paid regular visits and attended annual intelligence conferences, the venue alternating between the two countries. 109. One of the most important supporters of the arms trade with apartheid was Dr. Dieter Burr and his company, Ehrlichen Burr, now part of the German arms company Rheinmetall. Burr's father was infamous for supplying weapons to both Nazi and Allied forces during the Second World War, and he was also close to Hermann Göring. 110 His son Dieter, then one of Switzerland's wealthiest people, was given a suspended sentence and a fine in 1970 for his involvement in the unauthorized supply of weapons to a number of countries, chief of which was apartheid South Africa. 111 Despite this, his trade with South Africa continued through licenses provided to South African weapons manufacturers, including Armsker subsidiaries. Burr's office was also an important port of call for South African military officials visiting Switzerland in the 1980s. 112. As a sign of appreciation to Ehrlichen Burr, P.W. Botha conferred South Africa's highest award on both Dieter Burr and his chief sales representative, Gabriel Liebedinsky, in 1978. Following their return to Switzerland, both men wrote to thank Botha, with Burr seeing the award as recognition of the fact that he was a true friend of your country and your government. 113 Liebedinsky believed himself committed to the weapons trade with South Africa. It means for me an obligation for the future as well. 114. Switzerland was useful in addition as a transit point for making contact with arms suppliers and trading in weapons. The financial capital of Zurich was host to most of these meetings. 115 One of Armsker's primary contacts was Dr. Hans Jacob Hugelshofer, who was both a sanctions buster for Armsker and involved in the uranium trade with South Africa. The South African embassy noted that he would travel by train to Bern, to hand-deliver or take receipt of documents from Armsker. 116 Hugelshofer was also the representative of the German tank company Krauss Maffei in Switzerland, which at the time was involved in sales to South Africa, possibly through Hugelshofer himself. 117. Spain. Both South African military and civilian intelligence exchanged material with their Spanish counterparts. The Civilian National Intelligence Service, NIS, had an agent in the South African embassy who would regularly exchange intelligence with the Spanish intelligence agency. 118 The military intelligence agencies of the two countries also collaborated, and in the words of a Spanish naval captain writing to South African military intelligence in 1985, our exchange of information is mutually beneficial. 119 The presence of both military and civilian intelligence agents was not limited to Spain. Records show that the South African embassy in Portugal also hosted agents from both agencies, who were active in Lisbon. 120 Military reports from Spain show that Armsker was involved in smuggling in Spain in 1980. 121. Military intelligence was also a potential go-between for proposed barter arrangements. From 1980 to 1981, the SADF and Armsker were drawn into a proposal to sell coal to the Spanish company Carboex, in exchange for sensitive, possibly military, material. In June 1981, it was reported that the prominent Spanish businessman José Sierra López, then chairman of the minerals company Carboex, asked an intermediary to inform the South African embassy to renew negotiations for the delivery of coal to Spain. 122 López, who today is the chairman of Rio Tinto's Spanish subsidiary, Tartsus 123 gave the South Africans the tip that the Spanish government was keen to discuss the import of South African coal. In exchange, he let it be known that the delivery of certain sensitive materials to South Africa might be a quid pro quo for such trade. 124. At about the same time, the military received an intriguing business plan from a Spanish entrepreneur, Antonio Garcia López, proposing to establish a joint front company with Armsker, in order to unite Spanish and South African interests. 125 The company, Austral of Technology, would have a 60% South African ownership through Armsker, but would operate as a nominally Spanish company although domiciled in one of the Caribbean tax havens. Armsker would manage its investment through one of its offshore companies and thereby ensure that this nominally Spanish company could illegally claim export credit guarantee benefits from the Spanish government. 126 There is no confirmation that the company was set up, other than a report from military intelligence that López had met with members of Armsker. 127. Italy. Military intelligence agents operating from the South African embassy were active in Italy, unimaginatively codenamed Monza, in the 1980s. From a handful of documents available in the SADF's archive, it appears that they focused their activities on covert propaganda campaigns, meddling in Italian politics, and more benign public diplomacy. One of the more revealing documents shows that military intelligence considered funding an Italian political party in April 1989. In a letter to the Chief of Staff Intelligence, Ivor Little, the embassy's first secretary, said that the founders of a new political party have hinted that they would not object to receiving covert funding in return for using their influence. Perhaps you might care to discuss this with your own friends when they call on you in the near future. 128 Somewhat inexplicably, the supporting documents, which included the prospectus of the new party, are missing from the file. However, a likely candidate is the Lega Nord, North League, a right-wing political party established in 1989. The Lega Nord, which had a strong anti-immigrant stance, received up to 10% of national support in the polls during the 1990s, and eventually assisted the scandal-prone Silvio Berlusconi to form a government on several occasions. This was not the only occasion on which South Africa considered funding local domestic politics in other countries. As we have seen, funds were made available to U.S. politicians, and requests were also made by French politicians. In another instance, the South African ambassador to Portugal in 1980 proposed funding the centre-right governing party through a secret channel, in return for a quid pro quo, such as the provision of weapons and equipment. 129. The other notable leg of the Italian operations was a covert attempt to place pro-SADF articles in leading Italian defense publications. Italy, as one of Europe's largest arms producers, remained an important source of weapons for South Africa, and attempts were made to influence the senior security officials who read these magazines. The documents show that two Italian journalists, both still active in this field of work, undertook to place pro-South African military articles in several prominent publications, including Panorama Difsa and Diana Army. 130 Vincenzo Fanilli and Luca Poggiali were said to be keen to act as COMOPS agents for the SADF and UNITA. 131 In 1988, Fanilli and his wife undertook a trip to the South African battlefront and were reported to have had nothing but praise for the South African Air Force, and were fired up with enthusiasm. The report went on to note that we can thus look forward to a good return on our financial investment in this couple. 132 A measure of the return on investment was that Fanilli and Poggiali published a total of 18 articles in defense publications, focusing on different arms of the South African military, between December 1988 and mid-1989. 133. South African and Italian military intelligence enjoyed well-established contacts from at least 1983 onwards. In 1983, the head of South African military intelligence, Lieutenant General P.W. van der Westhuizen, wrote to his Italian counterpart at Sesame to thank him for receiving him in Rome, and lauded him for his decision to personally visit southern Africa in order to see for yourself what the real situation is. 134 These ties were important, as the Italian government took a decision in 1986 to stop accepting military attaches from South Africa. The links between the intelligence agencies meant that the contacts could continue on a clandestine basis. The two agencies also engaged in a prolific exchange of visitors. While interdefense force visits between the two countries were not allowed, 3 visits to South Africa, including an intelligence conference, were planned by officials from Sesame in 1988-9. With regard to weapons transfers, the report noted that visits to suppliers are a dangerous and embarrassing business and should be left to Armscor or else carried out extremely carefully in a covert manner. Factories are carefully watched for a SA connection. 135 Despite this, Italy remained an important supplier of aircraft equipment. Armscor's authorized history notes that, despite the arms embargo, the delivery of components by the Italian aircraft manufacturer Aermacchi continued without problems. 136. Befriending Asian tigers. Singapore's GDP per capita has increased 100-fold in the past 50 years and is now the fourth highest in the world. 137 This remarkable surge in wealth and growth in the tiny city-state is largely due to its being a crucial strategic port for access to Asia more broadly, and to its immediate neighbors in Indonesia and Malaysia. During the 1980s, under the authoritarian leadership of Lee Kuan Yew, the country prospered as a financial hub and trading center. This gateway to Asia made it an attractive ally in apartheid's covert sanctions-busting operations. Military ties between the two countries developed in the late 1970s, and Armscor used Singapore extensively as a covert go-between to procure weapons from other countries. Armscor also supplied Singapore with weapons for re-export to the Eastern Bloc and Iraq in the early 1980s. 138 Indicative of Armscor's access to Singapore's political leadership was a meeting between the chairman of Armscor, P.G. Murray, and Goh Keng Swee, the senior deputy prime minister of Singapore, in 1982. 139 Subsequently, P.W. Botha personally invited Swee to South Africa with the promise that "I can assure you that your presence here will be treated with the appropriate discretion." 140 Goh Keng Swee was an influential politician and had been a cabinet minister, his responsibilities including defense, since independence in 1965. He visited South Africa in July 1983, and met with top government officials, the Reserve Bank, as well as the head of Armscor and the Minister of Defence. 141. The political contacts between the regimes were only a backdrop to the more important and enduring contact that existed at the highest level between the country's military intelligence agencies. This relationship was not only the basis for the exchange of information during apartheid, but a conduit for the clandestine exchange of weapons. Contact with the South African military began to intensify in 1982 following a visit by a Singaporean delegation to South Africa, who handed military intelligence a shopping list of Eastern Bloc weapons they wished to purchase. 142 Within months, the chiefs of the South African and Singaporean intelligence services met in Hong Kong. They agreed to exchange intelligence and cooperate in the arms trade through their respective military attaches in Taipei. Shortly thereafter, they met in Singapore, where initial discussions concerning weapons trade took place. 143. In Singapore, the South Africans developed an important ally in the head of the Secretive Security and Intelligence Division, SID, Eddie Teo. Teo, current chairman of Singapore's Public Service Commission, is a respected public servant who headed both the country's internal and external intelligence departments during the 1980s. Following a significant sale of Eastern Bloc weapons to Singapore by Armscor in 1984, including 3,000 AK-47s and 3 million rounds of ammunition, as detailed in Chapter 10, Teo visited South Africa in April 1984. The secret payment to Armscor for these weapons was made from the Singaporean Development Bank via banks in Luxembourg. 144 At the 1984 meeting, it was agreed that the two intelligence services would come together in an annual conference. 145 The SADF also arranged for Teo to meet Jonas Savimbi, who he described as a sure winner for your country. 146 Intelligence conferences between the countries continued throughout the 1980s, and Teo paid a further visit to Pretoria in 1988. Singapore was not the only valuable point of entry in Southeast Asia. The ties developed in Singapore resulted in Eddie Teo facilitating contact between South African military intelligence and the head of the Thai army, General Havalit, a future Thai prime minister. Havalit welcomed South African military intelligence officers to his country in 1984. 147. Despite Indonesia's strong anti-apartheid position within the non-aligned movement, the first official contacts between the South African Chief of Staff Intelligence and a group of Indonesian military officials under the leadership of General Benny Moerdani took place in a London hotel in 1980. 148 According to Moerdani, President Suharto had given him carte blanche to speak to the South Africans. The two intelligence services immediately agreed to start exchanging information. This would take place through their respective contact people based in Washington, D.C. Moerdani, who was appointed the chief of the Indonesian military in 1983, also indicated his eagerness to visit South Africa and its Sisal plants. He speculated that, Given their common interest in weapons, the two countries could procure weapons together and thereby gain a bulk discount. 149. Military intelligence was also the recipient of fraudulent Indonesian end-user certificates, which it was strongly suggested had been approved by President Suharto. 150. Suharto also approved the covered import of South African goods, and it was intimated to military intelligence that his son would handle the Indonesian side of this arrangement, thereby enabling him to draw considerable personal benefit. 151. Little record exists of the relationship during the 1980s, other than that by 1987 the first delegation of Indonesian officials arrived in South Africa for meetings with Armsker and, later that year, South African military intelligence in turn paid its first visit to Jakarta. 152. The Africa Network. Many African countries had a complicated relationship with South Africa during the 1980s. On the one hand, they paid a great financial price in showing their opposition to apartheid and rallied international support behind the cause of the liberation movements and for more stringent sanctions measures. However, many of the same countries were also reliant on South Africa for overt trade and clandestine support for both their civil and military needs. For example, Zaire relied on South African ports for 57% of its imports and almost half of its copper exports. De Beers, through its local subsidiary, was also the primary diamond mining company active in Zaire at the time. 153. The Malawian President Hastings Bunda, a vocal ally of Pretoria, was critical of what he saw as African duplicity, those who maintain a clear conscience by voting resolutions against Pretoria, but who fill their stomachs with South African meat. 154. When President Omar Bongo of Gabon called for South African Airways to be denied landing rights in his country, he ignored the fact that a South African company was at the time helping to build a landing strip in Libreville that could accommodate wide-bodied aircraft, including Phantom South African flights. 155. Morocco was a South African ally in North Africa, and Kenya from time to time provided fraudulent end-user certificates, enabling the import of weapons by the SADF. 156. In Mauritius, military intelligence fostered ties with the opposition politician and cabinet member, Sir Gaëtan Duval. These were so close that a cryptography machine, to facilitate secret communication, was set up in his office in 1984. 157. In the Ivory Coast, Félix Houphouët-Boigny, the father of Francofrique, served as that country's first post-independence president for 33 years until his death in 1993. He was the darling of pro-market advocates, who pointed to the prosperity of the Ivory Coast economy in the 1960s and 1970s, when Boigny relaxed capital controls and encouraged foreign investment. 158. Although his relationship with French President François Mitterrand was less warm than with his Gaullist predecessors, it is unsurprising that Houphouët-Boigny became a key middleman in the relationship between France and apartheid South Africa. Relations between the two countries dated back to 1968, when Jean Mauricio Beaupré, a pillar of Focart's Francofrique, established contact. 159. Following a nearly 2 decades-long lull in the relationship, Beaupré informed South African military intelligence in 1986 that Houphouët-Boigny was ready to re-establish contact at head of state level. 160. Military intelligence returned to Houphouët-Boigny's palace in July 1987, and again in February 1988, 161, where they were warmly welcomed. Within months Houphouët-Boigny received the chief of South Africa's military intelligence in Abidjan in April 1986. 162. Houphouët-Boigny was a strong supporter of P.W. Botha's so-called reform efforts and also of UNITA's Jonas Savimbi, which was another reason for the contact he was keen to foster with the South Africans. In addition to trade links, various African countries became important proxies in the supply of intelligence to the South African security forces. Such contacts sometimes bordered on the farcical. The South African security police agent Vic Macpherson, when based in Malawi, operated under the cover of a sports clothes manufacturer which he unimaginatively named Blue Line Enterprises. 163. A fan of Marlene Dietrich, he called himself Klaus Dietrich and became a feature of the social scene at the Capitol Hotel in Lilongwe, where he played the trumpet. 164. However, by day Macpherson used his presence to plot gruesome activities such as an attempt in the mid-1980s to blow up the entire ANC leadership during a conference at Arusha in Tanzania. The plan was only called off at the last moment by Magnus Malin, when somebody sensibly pointed out that Pretoria had just started negotiations with the same people they intended to murder. 165. Zaire and Central Africa. Mobutu Sese Seko, President of Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, for 31 years, was the archetypal kleptocrat. Backed by Western powers, particularly senior intelligence and political figures in the United States, France, and Belgium, Mobutu systematically looted Zaire's wealth, accumulating a fortune estimated at $5 billion. Wearing what would become a trademark leopard skin cap and wooden walking stick, carved with the figure of an eagle at the top, and ensconced in his extravagant palace in Gbadolite, dubbed the Versailles of the jungle, Mobutu did not tolerate dissent and used his security forces to maintain order through violence. 166 He had come to power through a CIA-encouraged coup in 1961, which resulted in the overthrow and murder of Patrice Lumumba. The CIA would continue their long-standing relationship with Mobutu, which included using Zaire's troops to launch an attempt to capture Luanda, the Angolan capital, in 1975. 167 In the 1980s, Reagan called Mobutu a voice of good sense and goodwill. 168. Mobutu's relationship with the CIA is well documented, his relationship with apartheid's leaders is less so. Beyond a marriage of convenience as allies in the war in Angola, Mobutu and his securocrats nurtured a close and extensive relationship with the apartheid military. Military intelligence was able to build important listening stations in Zaire, in exchange for weapons, training, and funding from Pretoria. In addition, as we saw in Chapter 10, Zaire became a central node for the transit of weapons bought illegally by the apartheid regime. Remarkably, the relationship developed to such an extent that Mobutu clearly had the ear of P.W. Botha, and used this to lobby for the release of Nelson Mandela. Zaire was an opponent of apartheid, at least on the surface. In early 1977, as the UN debated arms sanctions against apartheid, Africa's largest country sent a clear message to the world during a meeting of the UN in New York. The Security Council should also adopt resolutions inviting states to enact legislation not only banning the sale of arms to South Africa but also banning any transfer of capital to that country, because lending money to South Africa when one knows that that money is going to be used to perpetuate apartheid is even more criminal, if anything, than financing trade in drugs. 169. But the country had a more complicated relationship with Pretoria than appeared at first glance. Within a day of the statement to the UN, Kinshasa cabled the SADF with a list of weapons it required as urgent military aid from Pretoria. It included 1,300 napalm bombs, rockets, cannon ammunition, and maintenance for 10 of the country's fighter aircraft. 170 The SADF responded favorably to this request, despite its own budget constraints. The first clandestine contact between Mobutu Sese Seko, his security chiefs and South African military intelligence took place in early 1980. Mobutu was joined by, among others, Pi Roger Nkmalilo, commonly known as Nkma, the head of the Foreign Department of Zaire's security police. The CND. 171 Pretoria had established regular contact with the CND via Paris. The focus of the discussions was on political developments in southern Africa. Mobutu agreed to send Nkma as his representative to visit South Africa and Southwest Africa, as a guest of military intelligence, as long as this took place covertly, with Nkma pretending to be a journalist. 172. By October of the same year, Nkma proposed that South African military intelligence should place an officer undercover in Zaire to facilitate contact between the two countries. He also suggested a courier system for the frequent exchange of intelligence material. 173 At around this time, military intelligence was increasingly active in Central Africa, and had direct contact with President Omar Bongo in Gabon and the government of Obiang Nguema Mbasogo in Equatorial Guinea. Zaire was an important transit point for safe air flights carrying South African military personnel, technical specialists, and equipment through Africa. 174 Bongo was particularly interested in procuring 6 South African Impala fighter jets and SA-7 missiles, which the South Africans sought to deliver using Zairene end-user certificates. 175 Bongo was briefed by South Africa's Chief of Staff Intelligence on at least one occasion in January 1982, when his weapons requirements were also discussed. 176. In addition, Zaire was also used, with Mobutu's knowledge and approval, as a covert refueling stop for the delivery of weapons to Hissène Habre in Chad in February 1982, months before the brutal dictator seized power in a CIA-backed coup. 177 A Senegalese court in 2016 found him guilty, during his 8-year rule, of rape, sexual slavery, torture and the killing of 40,000 people. Once Habre was installed in N'Djamena, he continued to seek military support to counter a Libyan-led challenge to his authority. Zaire, which played an important role in providing support, asked South African military intelligence to assist in providing further bombs, missiles, ammunition, and spare parts. Apparently U.S. intelligence was prepared to provide a supply of spares, but only on payment of cash. 178 The South Africans informed the Zairenes through an agent in Washington, D.C. that they were eager to assist to a limited extent. 179. Following a 2-year hiatus, the head of South Africa's military intelligence returned to Kinshasa in January 1983 to meet Mobutu. 180 During the hour-long audience, they exchanged opinions on the conflict in Angola and regional political dynamics. Towards the end of the conversation, the South Africans revealed the real intention of their visit. They needed Mobutu's help. Jonas Savimbi's UNITA forces urgently required weapons and military equipment of Soviet origin, given that his troops were most familiar with these, which South Africa did not possess. South African intelligence was ready to buy the weapons, but needed Zaire to provide the necessary end-user certificates to help camouflage this illicit trade. 181. When Mobutu was informed that the supplier country was China, he was at first hesitant because of his good relationship with that country. He was quickly put at ease when told that the Chinese knew that the weapons were intended for UNITA, and had previously supplied the rebel group with 300 tons. 182 Mobutu was satisfied and immediately ordered his Secretary of Defense to issue the necessary certificates. As we have seen in Chapter 10, Zaire became an important channel for the supply of weapons from the Chinese state-owned arms company Norinco both to UNITA and the SADF. Documents show that this channel was used throughout the 1980s. 183 In 1988 Zaire, under the signature of the presidency, provided South Africa with a fraudulent end-user certificate for the purchase of 1.3 million rounds of ammunition, 43,000 mortar rounds, 100,000 grenades, 35,000 rockets and 20,000 AK-47 rifles, among other things. 184. As the two countries' military collaboration gained pace, Zaire's defense force and intelligence increasingly turned to the SADF and military intelligence to provide them with weapons and equipment needed to restock their military supplies, given their own involvement in supporting Habre's regime in Chad. 185 In the light of Zaire's usefulness in supplying end-user certificates, South African military intelligence undertook to offer R2 million in cash to help Zaire procure spare parts and weapons for its own needs. Furthermore, the South Africans would make crucial repairs to its Air Force fleet, against payment from Zaire. 186. In the mid-1980s the Zairene Air Force General Kakunda Ambala offered to buy weapons ostensibly for Zaire, which the Air Force would then relabel and ship onwards to South Africa. 187 In the same manner, he proposed to use a well-known aerospatiale front company, Gysers, based in Switzerland, to help camouflage South African purchases. Kakunda raised these issues with South African military intelligence in the presence of Aerospatiale's representative in Kinshasa. 188. The country's ties grew consistently stronger. In early 1984 the Zairene Secretary of Defense, Admiral Lamponda, accompanied by the head of the Air Force and the Deputy Chief of Zairene Intelligence, Alain André Atandoliango, visited South Africa, where they met with Magnus Malan and participated in extensive discussions with the South African military. 189 By May 1984, South African diplomats and national intelligence agents traveled to Kinshasa to prepare for a planned meeting between Mobutu and P.W. Botha that month in Lubumbashi. 190. In 1985, as the South African presence in Central Africa became entrenched, military intelligence was eager to establish an intelligence listening post in either Gabon or Zaire, where it had good relations with both heads of state. This facility would allow them to monitor communications in the region, as they were already doing in Malawi and the Comoros. 191 Kinshasa was eventually selected as the host for such a facility in Central West Africa. By that year, the intelligence agencies of the two countries had a classified direct telex connection, and had agreed that they would both host undercover intelligence agents in their countries. 192. Another turning point in 1985 was the appointment of Honoré Banda as the head of Zaire intelligence. The appointment of the former Zaire ambassador to Israel, who was regarded as very pro-Israel, was seen as a positive move by the South Africans. 193 The links between military intelligence in both countries were formalized in a 1986 agreement between the heads of the two services. 194 Examples of this cooperation were annual intelligence conferences and assistance from the SADF in the establishment of Zaire's own counterintelligence capacity. 195 Just a year after his appointment, in 1986, Banda visited South Africa, where he met P.W. Botha and his Minister of Defense, Magnus Malan, and had lunch with members of the State Security Council. 196 At the end of the meeting, which discussed collaboration and international terror threats, Banda was presented with a crew guaranteed by P.W. Botha. 197 The visit was important to the SADF, as discussions focused on ensuring the continued supply of end-user certificates from Zaire, as well as on deepening existing intelligence contacts. Banda also used the opportunity to discuss South African assistance and hand P.W. Botha a personal message from Mobutu. 198 When Banda met the chief of South African intelligence later that year, relations had developed to such an extent that while on a sightseeing tour on the Congo River, he proposed that the SADF, UNITA, and Zaire should establish a formal three-way alliance. 199 There is little to suggest that this was ever concluded, but South African collaboration with Mobutu's intelligence and military services continued into the 1990s in the training of his special forces, the provision of basic goods, and the collection of intelligence. 200 In December 1988, an agreement regarding the withdrawal of South African and Cuban troops from Angola was signed at UN headquarters. During the negotiations, Pretoria had refused to release Nelson Mandela. However, in the same month that the agreement was signed, Africa Confidential reported on a meeting between P.W. Botha and Mobutu at the latter's palace in Gbadolite, which had occurred just 2 months previously. 201 According to this report, Botha and Mobutu discussed a plan for Mobutu to fly to South Africa in early 1989, and return to Zaire with Mandela. 202 This would likely have been a useful solution to Pretoria and a boost to Mobutu's reputation. As the report notes, it is highly unlikely that Mandela, who had long refused release on Botha's terms, would have agreed. 203 At the end of the Cold War, like many other proxies, Mobutu became more an embarrassment than an asset to his Western allies. In 1997, increasingly isolated, he was overthrown by a coalition of forces led by Laurent Kabila. In the following year, peace negotiations between the warring factions in Zaire, led by President Mandela, took place on board the South African Navy vessel Outnikwa off the coast of Pointe Noire. So much had changed that not even Mobutu's old military allies in South Africa could come to his rescue. He fled the country and died of cancer in November 1997. Seychelles. The 115 islands that make up the Seychelles are an idyllic tropical holiday destination. To the super wealthy, it is also a tax haven. Yet to the apartheid state it was a weak state, compromised by links to the criminal underworld, and thus ripe for use in the global sanctions-busting networks. The first significant attempt to alter the island's politics was a coup led by Mad Mike Hoare, and organized by South African military intelligence, in 1981. This failed, but a decade later, more insidious and covert projects were put in place to use the islands to the benefit of the regime. The historian Stephen Ellis, who has written extensively about the role of the Seychelles in these networks, provides useful background to this story. A key player in Pretoria's network was Giovanni Mario Ricci, an Italian businessman who found his niche in the Seychelles in the late 1970s, see Chapter 3. Trading under his surname, GMR, he became an indispensable friend of both the Seychellois political elite and a range of shady international business and government interests. Ricci, a convicted fraudster, was already middle-aged when he settled in the Seychelles in the mid-1970s. 204 The islands, governed by a president who came to office through a coup, were a strategically important site for both superpowers in the Cold War, as well as for South Africa's attempts to project its power on the rest of the region. As a result, several regional and global powers competed here for influence, making the islands a target for external manipulation and destabilization, including foreign-backed coup plots. According to his partner and business associate, the apartheid spy Craig Williamson, who worked in GMR in 1986-87, Ricci was very flamboyant and played a similar role to oil sanctions buster John Dias. He had serious contacts in the European financial sector and especially Italy. 205 Soon after his arrival in the Seychelles, Ricci became a friend and financial advisor of President René, as well as financier of the single political party and of the government itself. Ellis describes how in 1978 Ricci was granted the sole rights to incorporate and administer offshore companies in the Seychelles, through a new entity called the Seychelles Trust Company. It started as a joint venture with the Seychelles government, but was fully privatized by 1981, making it the first private offshore registration company in the world. Ricci also got diplomatic status in Seychelles, apparently on the mistaken assumption that he was a representative of the Vatican. His status was as emissary of an entity called the Sovereign Order of the Coptic Catholic Knights of Malta, which, though bearing a resemblance to the Knights of Malta Order of the Catholic Church, turned out to be a commercial company registered in New York. 206. Through all of this, Ricci became a natural go-between for foreigners wishing to cultivate influence or financial interests with the Seychellois political elite. As Ellis writes, although having no official government position, he was diplomat, unofficial head of security, businessman, and financial advisor to President René, all rolled into one. 207 Ricci soon became, as it were, a big fish in shallow tropical waters. He appears to have become an especially important intermediary for South Africa following that country's botched attempt in 1981 to effect a coup in the Seychelles, in which 6 operatives were captured and put on trial. In the aftermath of this embarrassing international event, South Africa had to negotiate for the return of its operatives, and it is quite likely that Ricci was the person to whom they turned. 208. Ricci, using his base in the Seychelles, was also an important oil sanctions buster. After the Suez Canal was closed in 1967 as a result of the Six-Day War between Egypt and Israel, the Seychelles resumed its place in the key oil trade route down the east coast of Africa. 209 Craig Williamson confirmed in an interview with me that I ran a lot of oil through Seychelles for South Africa. However, it didn't all arrive in South Africa. 210 According to Williamson, who worked with Ricci in GMR as a sanctions buster, he provided intelligence services to the Seychelles government, which were funded by GMR. 211. When I asked Williamson why he chose to assist the apartheid regime in this manner, he said, "We did it because it was fun. It was great to be in the know. People who read the newspaper don't have a clue what is really going on. Government then was run like a military operation and required military discipline. We would caucus in Magnus Mallin's office together with Ters Ellers P.W. Bota's private secretary. There were no debates even in the NP party caucus about directives. The caucus was told this is policy. 212. Williamson describes GMR as just one little cog in the wheel. 213 However, its role as a sanctions-busting vehicle must have generated a fair amount of profit. When Ricci moved to South Africa in the late 1980s, he was said to be a billionaire. 214. Comoros. Vehemently anti-communist, Bob Denard was a soldier of fortune who had fought for the French in Algeria and then as a mercenary in conflicts from the Congo to Rhodesia. He was widely believed to have operated at least with the knowledge of, but more likely under the direction of, the French DGSE and Jacques Foccart, as part of the Francofrique network. 215. After his 2006 trial for a final coup attempt in the Comoros, he led at least for over 2 decades. He described the support he received from the French establishment. Subsequent officials at the Élysée had provided money and passports. 216. When asked during one trial whether he had had a green light from the government for his plots, he said, "No, not exactly, just an amber light," meaning that there was no opposition. 217. Craig Williamson was unequivocal, Bob Denard was definitely a French asset agent. He shot the president of the Comoros after an argument about money. 218. In 1975 Denard led a coup to oust Ahmed Abdallah, the first post-independence president of the Comoros. Despite this, Denard brought Abdallah back to power in 1978 and would lead the presidential guard for the next 11 years, acting as the de facto ruler of the island. In this period, Denard and Abdallah drew the Comoros closer and closer to apartheid South Africa. The relationship was beneficial to South Africa in various ways. Air Comoros provided a cover for South African commercial flights, which were limited by a civil aviation boycott. But perhaps most importantly, the Comoros acted as a forward base for intelligence gathering and a staging area from which to arm militants in Mozambique. 219. Ultimately, the Comoros was deeply integrated into South African military and political strategy at a variety of levels. 220. French and South African interests in the Comoros coexisted with various levels of tension over time. The French were unhappy with South Africa's continued use of the Comoros to arm Renamo, and were also unimpressed by South Africa's attempts to gain economic advantage through hotel chains on the islands. 221. Despite this, the French clearly tolerated the relationship and the sanctions-busting advantages that it offered South Africa. Both France and South Africa had an intelligence listening station in the Comoros by 1980, and agreed to collaborate in the collection of signals and in code breaking in order to avoid duplication. 222. Of course, the South Africans had to pay for the advantages they enjoyed, and they funded Denard throughout the 1980s. Craig Williamson confirms that the Comoros was generally used as a military end-user certificate, EUC, paper trail. 223. Sometimes, despite the best intention to be discreet, a single mistake from one's hosts in Comoros could blow one's cover. Williamson recounts an occasion when I traveled to the Comoros in the 1980s as an undercover agent. When I arrived, I was picked up by mercenaries on the tarmac and driven straight past immigration. Nobody would talk to me at the hotel excepting a drunk NGO worker at the bar. My cover was blown. 224. Williamson got a small taste of what others truly thought of his associations, even if they didn't know who he really was. The proxies and players we have discussed in this chapter played a significant role in supporting the apartheid state. In Europe, Asia, and Africa, arms companies, security services and middlemen worked closely with Pretoria. What is apparent is that towards the end of the 1980s, as the pressure on South Africa continued to mount, far greater reliance was placed on covert intelligence networks. The role of these intelligence agencies in establishing contacts in the arms industry and in providing weapons and information is not to be underestimated. In the shadows, rules no longer apply, and none of the documents we have examined suggest that any of the proxies' intelligence agencies came under any significant pressure to cut ties with Pretoria. Covert collaboration by the proxies showed that the myth of apartheid isolation was just that. Pretoria could rely on both obvious and unlikely allies to assist in busting the arms embargo it faced. We turn to the world's pariah states next and investigate a similar pattern of behavior. Proxies, players, and pariahs. The secret alliances. Chapter 12. Pariahs. We were the most unpopular country in the world, and hardly a week went by without some or other manifestation of the UN's comprehensive anti-South African campaign. Israel limped in a poor second and Chile third. South African diplomat to the United Nations 1. As thick as thieves. The apartheid state embraced its outsider status. The regime saw itself as misunderstood, a victim of bullies and a bastion of Christian anti-communist values in a rough neighborhood. Such victimhood became a necessary defense used to rally domestic support. There were few countries willing to collaborate openly with the apartheid security establishment. As we have seen, for the majority of countries there was a fair amount of hypocrisy involved in their covert relations with Pretoria. However robust the ego of the apartheid state, it needed friends, and in the 1970s and 1980s the regime found them in countries such as Argentina, Chile, Taiwan, Republic of China, and Israel. What all 5 countries had in common was that they were treated as outsiders by other countries. The term pariah state is not only a pejorative term. It refers to the way in which the rest of the world viewed many of these countries at the time. They were isolated for different reasons, Taiwan because of China's claim on the island, Israel because of its policy towards Palestine and Palestinians and conflict with its neighbors, and Argentina and Chile because of their right-wing governments and state-sanctioned death squads. None of these 5 countries had a glowing human rights record at the time. This alone did not make them pariahs. Such a description is reserved for smaller countries that develop a significant siege mentality over time. Point 2 As Noam Chomsky has pointed out, the United States was, during its invasion of Iraq in 2003, a prime candidate for pariah status. Point 3 However, the big nuclear powers, with their own appalling human rights records, are never accorded this title. All these countries had a relatively open security collaboration with South Africa. This was a well-known fact at the time. However, we are still developing an understanding of the nuts and bolts of these relationships. The visits by generals, contact between intelligence agencies, and the extent of clandestine military collaboration at the time have not yet been fully uncovered. The archives and the work of other researchers provide an important insight into the covert relations between these 4 pariahs from very different regions of the world. These allies were as thick as thieves. Argentina. In the 1970s and 1980s, the military junta in Argentina oversaw a reign of terror. Brought to power in the 1976 coup that ousted Isabel Perón, the military junta that ruled from Buenos Aires was intent on crushing leftist resistance throughout the country. Human rights groups estimate that up to 30,000 people were disappeared by the dictatorship between 1976 and 1983. This was a period of misery and fear for Argentinians, characterized by torture and death camps. The end of the junta came only after the generals were defeated in their war with the United Kingdom over their claim to the Falklands/Malvinas Islands. However, the activities of the junta are still felt today as Argentine courts continue to prosecute many of those involved in the disappearances, torture and extrajudicial executions that occurred in this period. Point 4. The junta didn't act alone. It received support from its key ally in the Western Hemisphere, the United States. Declassified U.S. State Department documents have shown that the U.S. Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, encouraged the military dictatorship. In a meeting with Argentina's foreign minister, Admiral Guzzetti, Kissinger said, "I have an old-fashioned view that friends ought to be supported. We read about human rights problems but not the context. The quicker you succeed the better. We won't cause you unnecessary difficulties." 5. This support is unsurprising given the role of the United States and Argentina in supporting right-wing regimes in the dirty wars throughout South America. Argentina's military stepped into the breach for the CIA when the latter was constrained by the more liberal presidency of Jimmy Carter. Point 6. In South Africa, the dictatorship opened up new opportunities for collaboration across the South Atlantic. Armscor launched a vigorous marketing effort in Argentina, and Armscor and its Atlas Aircraft Corporation became important suppliers to the Argentine Air Force. Point 7. In the year before the Falklands War, more than 20 Latin American generals visited South Africa, including a number of Argentinians. At the time, the U.S. was a supporter of a proposed South Atlantic Treaty Organization, SATO, intended to supplement NATO, and made up of South Africa, Argentina, and Uruguay. 8 The former spy Craig Williamson recalls that some of the ties between South Africa and Argentina were cemented by an Argentinian naval general, responsible for torture in his country and subsequently sent on a diplomatic posting to Pretoria. 9 An example of the close relationship between the countries is that on the eve of the 10-week Falklands War of 1982, South Africa and Israel were the only countries reportedly willing to supply weapons and spare parts to the Argentinian military. 10 However, South Africa came under pressure from London not to supply any sophisticated weaponry to Argentina that could give them the upper hand against British forces. To boost their existing stockpile, the Argentinians were at the time shopping around for Exocet missiles, a number of which were successfully fired at, and sank, British warships. Craig Williamson describes this period as a most difficult time for us politically. The Argentinians wanted the Exocet missile. Even though the relationship between South Africa and Argentina was very close, there is a hierarchy of relations, and the UK was more important. 11. One aspect of this relationship, secret until now, was proposed coup plots jointly hatched by the Argentinian and South African militaries in support of armed groups in Central America and Southern Europe. Never carried out, they are a mark of hubris and naivete, but if successful they might have changed the course of the Cold War in the 1980s. In the shadow of the Olympics. At the beginning of the 1980s, South Africa and Argentina were drawn into a bizarre plan to organize 3 coups on 2 continents in the space of 6 months. Egged on by a group of questionable middlemen and convicted criminals, the intelligence agencies of both countries seriously considered supporting these coups. They were intended to overthrow the governments of Haiti, Albania, and Yugoslavia. The Albanian government of Enver Hoxha and the Yugoslav government of Josip Tito both had lukewarm relations with the Soviet Union during the Cold War but lay all the same within Moscow's sphere of influence. An attack on them would no doubt have provoked the ire of the Russian bear. The backdrop to the coup plots would be the 1980 Moscow Summer Olympic Games. The calculation was that the Soviet Empire, focused on logistical arrangements for millions of tourists, would be hard-pressed to mount an effective response. An added benefit was that with so much attention directed on Moscow, this would be the perfect opportunity to humiliate the Soviet Union. For both avowed anti-communist regimes, the prospect of these fantastical plans was too appealing to pass up. Distance did not discourage the Antipodean allies. The world was their playground and they were not even discouraged by the prospect of supporting the violent overthrow of governments in the backyard of the world's 2 superpowers. According to archival documents, the coup plotters actively sought the support of powerful Catholic leaders in the Vatican as well as the Muslim-dominated states of Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Recently declassified South African military intelligence documents suggest that the go-between in this affair was a retired U.S. diplomat, Stephen A. Kozak, who was treated with some seriousness by the parties, despite the fanciful nature of this proposed adventure. Kozak was a former U.S. diplomat to Hungary, declared persona non grata by the Hungarians in 1949, Berlin and Israel. 12 He resigned from the State Department in the 1960s and unsuccessfully contested both the Democratic and Republican presidential primaries 3 times between 1984 and 1992. How Kozak gained such access to Argentinian and South African intelligence is unclear. However, if the audacious plan had been carried out, there is little doubt that it could have brought the world closer to the brink of an international conflict. To set the international coup plot in motion, the first target was the government of Haitian President Jean-Claude Baby Doc Duvalier. The Haitian coup was planned for late December 1979. Duvalier, a dynastic ruler and kleptocrat 13 was earmarked for replacement by a well-off Haitian banker, Clément Charles. 14 The politically aspirant Charles, who later stood charged of a bank scam in the United States, had just been released from a Haitian prison after serving a 10-year term for opposing Duvalier. 15 According to military intelligence documents, Charles had undertaken, once installed as new Haitian president, to cut ties with Fidel Castro's Cuba, work with South Africa and recognize the Bantustan of Trans-Cape. 16 These would all have been attractive propositions to Pretoria at the time. A crucial element of the Haitian operation, according to Charles, would be to capture and imprison both President Duvalier and his mother, the supposed power behind the throne, in an attempt to recoup $500 million that Duvalier was alleged to have hidden in Swiss bank accounts. 17 Charles said he had all the necessary account numbers, and only required access to Duvalier, whom it can be assumed he intended to force to repatriate the cash to Haiti. By November 1979 Charles claimed to have raised $1.5 million for his coup plot from U.S. private institutions and requested an additional contribution of $1 million from the South African military. 18. The significance of the Haitian coup was that it would support the two subsequent coup plots in southern Europe. Charles, once in power, would provide logistical support in the form of ships to transport the coup plotters to the Mediterranean. As soon as the battle commenced, he would recognize the coup plotters' claims in Yugoslavia and Albania. 19. South African military intelligence, without any explanation in the documents, decided not to support the Haitian initiative but offered instead to provide assistance to Charles, only if his proposed coup was successful. 20 Perhaps the South Africans wanted to test his seriousness, or they were wary of irritating the United States in its own backyard. The records show that the Haitian coup attempt was in any event scuttled at the end of 1979. This was due to indiscreet actions and lack of security, involving two ex-CIA men and two civilians, including a South African, who were in the process of buying $35,000 of weapons from South Africa and shipping them clandestinely to the Dominican Republic for the coup. 21 It transpired that the ex-CIA agents had bungled the operation, and it was further compromised by an advertisement calling for the overthrow of Baby Doc Duvalier, which was placed in the New York Times and signed by one of the coup plotters. Fatally, the coup plotters had signaled their intentions too soon in advance. The government of Baby Doc protested to the U.S. authorities, and it was only a matter of time before the plot was exposed. 22. Despite this, the South Africans and Argentinians still saw a prospect for coup attempts in Albania and Yugoslavia. These were scheduled to take place between mid-July and early August 1980 to coincide with the Moscow Summer Olympics. Kazak, the American go-between, arrived in Pretoria on November 21, 1979 to discuss the plans. South Africa was a transit stop between Rome, where he suggested he had been in contact with Vatican officials, and Argentina, where he was to meet with local security officials. 23 The chief of the SADF, Magnus Malin, approved travel for a military intelligence officer, Colonel Noetze, to join Kazak in his deliberations with his Argentinian counterparts in December 1979. 24. According to Kazak, the project had the support of the Argentinian Army, Air Force, Navy, and intelligence services, who had agreed to train 1,500 Croatian soldiers for this operation. 25 The Croats, a Yugoslav minority, would focus their efforts on winning control of an area of the country today known as Croatia. 26 Once trained, the Croat militia would be transported by ship to Yugoslavia under the guise of returning migrant workers. The harbors, which were controlled by Croat naval officers, would be captured with their assistance, and they relied upon Croats working in Yugoslav air bases to sabotage military aircraft. 27 This would effectively cripple any major military effort to counter the coup. Simultaneously, plans were afoot to stoke a revolution in the neighboring state of Albania. The exiled Albanian King Lika proposed to lead a force of Albanian fighters, who he claimed could take control of all the country's border posts within 14 days. 28 The plan was that the Albanian coup would only be rolled out 3 or 4 days after power had been seized in Croatia, as the Croat forces would send ships to back the Albanian fighters. 29 King Lika was at that point in exile in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, and after that country's first democratic elections, he moved to South Africa, where he was granted diplomatic status. In November 1979, Lika traveled to Saudi Arabia and Qatar to gain both the blessing and financial support of these kingdoms. 30 The reason for this was also strategic, given the large ethnic Muslim population in Albania. 31 An added advantage from military intelligence's perspective was potential support for this operation from within the Vatican and for the development of strong future ties with the Vatican. 32 A top-secret memo from the military attaché in Washington indicated that if the Vatican approved of the coup, the Pope would keep a discreet distance from the affair and rely instead on the involvement of a trusted cardinal or archbishop. 33 The coup plotters also regarded the election of the Polish Pope John Paul I as of strategic value. Given his anti-communist stance, they felt that he would be inclined to support the plot. One of the clerics on whom the plotters placed some hope was the conservative Croat Cardinal Franjo Sepaer, who they thought could provide support for their plot from within the Vatican. 34 The Vatican's support was so crucial to the entire enterprise that the Argentinian security officials had reportedly identified 2 Argentinian Catholic priests to receive and transmit any possible message of support from the Pope. Failing this, neither the Argentinians nor the South Africans would support the initiative. 35 The Argentinians viewed the potential support of the Vatican as an affirmation that the Vatican is committed to eliminate liberal elements in the Catholic Church in Western countries, and any accommodation of Marxists in left-leaning countries. 36 They no doubt saw the rise of liberation theology in Latin America as a direct threat to their authoritarian rule, and regarded Vatican involvement in the proposed coup as an opportunity to challenge this. The chief of South African military intelligence in turn identified 2 specific advantages in supporting this operation. The first would be access to the Vatican's intelligence service, and, secondly, should the revolt fail, that it might force the Soviet Union to shift its attention back from Africa to Europe. 37 By this calculation the Soviets might withdraw support from Angola, where South Africa was backing the UNITA rebels, and thereby smooth the way for greater South African control of the region. Assistance from South Africa would be required in the form of finance and the training of the Croat troops. The Argentinians had agreed to train 1,500 Croat soldiers in preparation for the coup and an equal number of Albanian soldiers. 38 However, as not all of these soldiers could be clandestinely incorporated into the Argentinian Defense Force without notice, it was proposed that some of the training should covertly take place in South Africa. To prevent any embarrassment for their hosts, it was proposed that Croat and Albanian soldiers need not be told they were being shipped to South Africa for training, but rather that a fictitious site in Latin America can be named. 39 How they intended to keep up the disguise is never revealed. According to Kazak, he was hopeful that financing would be shared equally by Saudi Arabia and the Croats and Albanians. However, as they were still awaiting confirmation from the Saudis, he turned to South Africa to provide an advance line of credit. 40 As with the Haitian coup, the plotters were looking to South Africa to bankroll the effort. None of the 3 coups ever took place. The South African and Argentinian officials may have questioned the seriousness of the plotters, although the documents don't suggest this. They might also have been dissuaded by other friendly Western intelligence agencies. After all, neither Albania nor Yugoslavia was a hardline pro-Moscow supporter. Added to the mix was the fact that the Yugoslav leader, Tito, died in May 1980, which may have changed matters. In addition, over 60 countries withdrew from or boycotted the Moscow Summer Olympics, led by the United States, following the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan the previous year. Even if the coup had taken place, it might have packed much less punch in this context. Despite this, the rollicking tale of the coup plot is significant, as it shows the willingness of Argentinian and South African intelligence officials to cooperate, even to the extent of organizing coups in the Northern Hemisphere. It reveals too the level of trust enjoyed between the militaries of these countries, their bravado in hatching such plans, and their naivete in imagining that they could be successful. While the entire enterprise may seem a little far-fetched, secret defense documents show that this was not the only instance in which South Africa was approached to assist with organizing a coup in the 1980s. The apartheid government's support for a military coup in Seychelles in 1981 is a well-recorded fact. but military intelligence was approached on at least 2 other separate occasions to assist in attempted coups in Iran, 1982, and Madagascar, 1988. Records show that both requests were turned down. The Iranian coup plotters, a group of former top security officials in the government of the Shah of Iran, led by General Bahram Ariana, were taken seriously up to a point and were invited to send a senior delegation to Pretoria at South African government expense. 41 According to secret documents, the United States had indicated that it had no objections to South African participation in this coup. 42 However, the request was ultimately rejected, primarily it seems because Israeli intelligence dissuaded the SADF from becoming involved. 43. Chile. Close to perfect was how a U.S. defense memorandum described the CIA-backed coup that brought Augusto Pinochet to power in Chile in 1973, deposing the democratically elected President Salvador Allende. 44 In fact, President Nixon had promised $10 million or more if necessary to ensure that Allende didn't assume the presidency, and supported the idea of a coup immediately if he did. Pinochet's power grab was announced through hundreds of extrajudicial executions, and his rule would be defined by repression and torture. 45 He was to be president of Chile for 17 years, after which he retained power as head of the military and then as a senator for life. His eventual exit from the presidency took place in 1990, within a year of P.W. Bota's demise. Pinochet's pals. Pinochet and his generals were not only the friends of the United States and their right-wing neighbors in Argentina. They developed a very close relationship with apartheid South Africa and its military officials, and from 1981 the two militaries hosted an annual bilateral intelligence conference. 46. Military officials from both countries were also keen to pin medals on each other's lapels. Both the South African Minister of Defense, Magnus Malan, and the head of the Chilean Air Force received their counterpart countries' highest awards. 47 South African ambassadors to Chile in the 1980s were all retired top generals, signaling the primacy of the military connection. 48 These contacts also had embargo busting on the agenda. In September 1987, the chief of the South African Air Force, Dennis Erp, met with his Chilean counterpart and Augusto Pinochet in the presidential palace in Santiago. According to the Chilean Air Force head, General Fernando Mathieu, they discussed the possibilities of dealing jointly with all the shared problems that we face over embargoes. 49. Armscor was eager to sell its weapons in Latin America. Chile's premier arms fair, the Feria Internacional del Aire, FIDA, was an important staging post for South Africa to market its weapons on friendly Chilean soil. In 1988 two South African Navy ships, a missile strike craft and a replenishment vessel, arrived heavily laden with South African armaments in Santiago to attend that year's FIDA. Leading the South African representation was the SADF, Armscor, and 20 private South African military manufacturers. Armscor's general manager, Fred Bell, was quoted at the time as saying, "Chile is our main port of entry into Latin America." 50. This was in addition to Armscor's collaboration with the Chilean arms manufacturer Carlos Cardoen, whose Cardoen Industries factory in northern Chile was visited by General Magnus Malan in early 1989. At the time Cardoen confirmed a co-production agreement with Armscor in making South Africa's G5 155mm artillery gun. 51 Cardoen is today known in Chile as a philanthropist and wine farmer. 52 During the Cold War, however, his company was a major producer of deadly cluster bombs, which were banned in 2010 after the UN Convention on Cluster Munitions came into force. One of his biggest clients at the time was Saddam Hussein's Iraq, which bought up to $200 million worth of these bombs. 53. In 1986 Adrian Bloch, Deputy Minister of Defense and of Law and Order, traveled to Chile to participate in the FIDA Arms Fair, and met numerous high-ranking officials. Accompanied by a delegation from Armscor, he visited military shipyards and cocktail functions offered by Armscor. 54 I interviewed Bloch, who subsequently as Minister of Police under P.W. Botha was implicated in serious human rights violations. Over the past decade, Bloch has become an active proponent of reconciliation. He is known to wash the feet of those he harmed during apartheid, largely as a reflection of his Christian faith. I asked him about his impressions and whether he questioned the activities of the Chilean regime. In his words, "I didn't know what happened there. They rolled out a red carpet for us. I never even knew what had happened there. They were one of the few friends we had." 55. I then asked Bloch if he ever wondered why Chile, with its appalling human rights record, was one of Pretoria's few friends. He looked a little startled by the question. "No, I never ask such questions. I am not that type of person." 56. In contrast, declassified documents show that the South African military intelligence chief, Dries Putter, was under no illusion as to whom he was dealing with. He described the Chilean government as at best an enlightened dictatorship. 57. He noted that the Chilean army was engaged in rolling out pro-Pinochet propaganda in a crucial forthcoming referendum in October 1988, in which the electorate would ultimately reject an attempt by Pinochet to extend his rule by a further term. 58. The negative outcome of that referendum for Pinochet motivated the South African ambassador to Chile, General P.W. van der Westhuizen, to consider the impact of a future, more progressive, left-oriented government on South Africa's relationship with Chile. The embassy came to the conclusion that in the event the so-called skunk status of the two countries is left out of the equation, there was very little in common between Chile and South Africa or ties that would bind them together. 59. Located far away from one another, the countries did not share the same strategic interests other than strong anti-communism and the problem of Cuban-supported terrorism. 60. He went on to add that even in the area of trade, the two countries were largely competitors. 61. Despite this, the two regimes opportunistically collaborated in the area of arms and intelligence. An example is a March 1988 visit by a South African Air Force, SAAF, electronic warfare team to Chile. The Chilean Air Force had developed an advanced electronic reconnaissance system with American assistance, but they needed Russian equipment to test its effectiveness. 62. Helpfully, the SAAF had captured Russian radar and the Chilean Air Force proposed to test their equipment on board South African aircraft flights in the operational areas in Namibia and Angola. The South African Chief of Staff Intelligence suggested that this is a golden opportunity to expose the SAAF to the best American technology currently available outside America. 63. General Chris Thirion, a former senior South African military intelligence official, explained in an interview to me that he had a very good relationship with the head of Chilean military intelligence. 64. According to him, at one point in the Angolan War, the SADF could intercept all of the Cuban MiG fighter jet pilots' communications, but did not have a suitably efficient system to translate those intercepts into English. Attempts to use civilian Spanish speakers as translators were apparently unsuccessful because of concerns around secrecy and because they did not understand the Spanish-speaking Cuban fighter pilots. 65. Thirion used his connections and struck a deal with Chile for them to provide a number of their own pilots to do the translations for the South Africans. He says that they were based on the border between Namibia and Angola, and this approach proved to be very successful. 66. As popular resistance in South Africa gathered momentum, the South African and Chilean militaries sought collaboration in dealing with civilian urban unrest and revolt. The Chilean counterpart of the South African security police was the paramilitary Carabineros. The SADF's military attaché in Santiago reported that he was asked to give talks about the South African police with such frequency that South Africa should consider posting a police attaché to the country. 67. The head of the Carabineros, Rodolfo Stanger Elkers, was invited to South Africa by Magnus Malin in 1986 on Armsker's ticket, to make contact with the SADF, the police, and Armsker. 68. Elkers was a close ally of Pinochet and was later accused of human rights abuses committed during the junta. Taiwan. As we have seen in Chapter 10, the apartheid regime cultivated a close, clandestine relationship with China, which included regular weapons trade, despite its stated opposition to the communist state. Officially, though, it enjoyed far better military and intelligence ties with China's foe, Taiwan, throughout the 1970s and 1980s. The apartheid state was one of the few countries to continue recognition of the island as an independent state. One reason is that the international community marginalized both Taiwan and South Africa from the 1970s. UN Resolution 2758 formally recognized Beijing as the only legitimate representative of China to the United Nations, essentially expelling Taiwan from the UN.69. During the 1980s, military, economic, and intelligence ties were strengthened between the two pariah nations. This led the apartheid regime to confer the title of honorary whites on Taiwanese nationals visiting South Africa from the early 1980s, as well as on Japanese and Koreans, thus excluding them from some of the harsher racist policies of the time. Once again, the archives provide important slivers of material describing the nature of this relationship. These reflect the exchanges between the political and military elites of the two countries. At an executive level, P.W. Botha paid an official visit to Taiwan in October 1980 as Prime Minister. 70 In return, the Vice Premier of Taiwan, Chu Chuanghuan, visited South Africa in 1983. 71 Ties at a military level were also improved. In May 1981, P.W. Botha was congratulated on his successful re-election by General Wang Sheng, in effect the second-in-command of the Taiwanese military at the time. 72 I am very glad to have learned that the National Party under your leadership won an overwhelming victory in the South African Parliament election. I believe that the RSA under your intelligent leadership will go forward with continued success and prosperity. 73 During this time, regular exchanges included the joint training of fighter pilots. 74 And prominent participation by top SADF officials in Taiwanese military parades. 75 In November 1986, the Commander-in-Chief of Taiwan's Armed Forces, General Wen Hsiang, paid a visit to South Africa. He noted to the Chief of the SADF, "I feel especially honored for the medal conferred on me." 76 As from 1982, top Taiwanese and South African intelligence officials met at the annual Republic of China, Republic of South Africa, ROC-RSA, Intelligence Exchange Conference. 77 These were hosted in both countries and were often followed by warm letters of appreciation from intelligence and military chiefs. 78 In October 1986, the chief of the SADF, Jannie Geldenhuis, was hosted by the head of the Taiwanese Defense Force. This included a trip to the Kinmen Islands, a small disputed territory just 2 kilometers off the coast of mainland China. Geldenhuis noted that with the buildup of USSR conventional weaponry in our neighboring states, we have much to learn from your situation on Kinmen, opposing the communist threat from the mainland. 79 However, the military relationship seems to have been more about style than substance. In August 1988, Captain P.C. Potgieter, the SADF Naval and Air Force attaché in Taipei, reported on his 2-year tour of duty. He stressed the importance of U.S. relations with Taiwan and the impact of this on Taiwan's relationship with South Africa and the SADF. 80 Any opportunity for cooperation, he argued, was moderated by U.S. interests. He noted that Taiwan's reliance on U.S. weaponry and training meant that any request by the SADF or Armscor for intelligence or technology was avoided or delayed in view of sensitivities about how an important third party, the United States, would react. 81 Although defense technological agreements were already in place between Taiwan and South Africa, with meetings taking place every 9 months, he was of the impression that there had been no significant exchange of weapons during the previous 2 years. Therefore, Taiwan cannot be described as a South African supporter in this sense. 82 An instance of U.S. pressure on Taiwan in this regard was recalled by Chris Thyrion. South Africa had a very good relationship with the Taiwanese. They tried to use this relationship to test a new drone that the South Africans had developed in a state-of-the-art, US-built, wind tunnel in Taiwan. This was given the okay by the Taiwanese, but at the last minute the Taiwanese demurred and said it was not possible. Thyrion suggests that this was at the behest of the Americans. 83 The development of drone technology was crucial for the SADF at the time because of the surveillance capabilities it provided on ANC safe houses in Mozambique. 84 Ultimately, he says the South Africans got lucky in developing their drone capacity. A South African merchant navy ship sailing in the Far East contacted military intelligence to alert them to a small plane which they had spotted just below the surface of the ocean. Following the instructions of military intelligence, the sailors brought the craft on board, and upon arrival in South Africa it was discovered that they had found a high-tech drone at sea. Based on its performance, they could upgrade their own technology, without Taiwanese assistance. 85. Trade with Taipei. South African, Taiwanese trade ties were probably more fruitful during apartheid than any tangible benefit derived from military contact. Just at the time that foreign firms were disinvesting from South Africa, Taiwan was one of the largest new foreign investors, according to the CIA. In 1988, a CIA internal report indicated that Taiwan contributed 21 of the 41 foreign firms that had been granted permission to set up large factories in South Africa. 86 Taiwanese businesses, particularly in the garment industry, invested heavily in building clothing factories in Bantustans such as the Ciskei. One Taiwanese trade official, based in Johannesburg, when quizzed by the Boston Globe about the political wisdom of investing in South Africa, quipped in 1988, "We, too, know what it is like to be isolated. So while we do not approve apartheid, we must still consider South Africa our good friend." 87. Trade also increased. Taiwanese imports from South Africa grew a staggering 146% between 1983 and 1986, increasing from $236 million to $510 million. 88 The following year, the CIA reported that total trade between South Africa and Taiwan increased by more than 45% in 1987. 89 In addition, the CIA reported that Taiwan was being used as a conduit for the export of South African goods that were subject to sanctions. The report noted that West German imports of steel from Taiwan in 1987 increased 20-fold in value and more than 50-fold in volume over the totals for 1986. 90 This suggests that Taiwan was an important conduit for embargoed South African commercial goods, even if its value as an arms sanctions buster was questionable. Israel. The relationship between Israel and South Africa during the final decade of apartheid still remains shrouded in some mystery. Records of the collaboration between the two regimes are still by and large strictly under lock and key in Pretoria. The author Sasha Palekau-Suransky, following an intervention from Defense Minister Mosi Yolekita, achieved some success in this regard a decade ago. His findings were published in his 2010 book, The Unspoken Alliance, on Israel's secret relationship with apartheid South Africa. However, as an official in the Foreign Affairs Archive told me, after the book was published access by researchers was unofficially blocked. "There was hell to pay for that," he said to me with a wry smile as he reflected on rumors about the Israeli government's response to the release of archival records. At the Department of Defense, almost all access to information requests pertaining to Israel were denied. Public access to any material that relates to Israel seems to be taboo. This may be music to the ears of the Mossad station chief in South Africa, but is anathema to information activists. What we know has been gleaned from fragments of archival records and important research by others. Despite the unwillingness of officials to release material on relations between Tel Aviv and Pretoria during apartheid, what we know leaves little room for doubt that the two were the most important allies in the network of proxies and pariahs. Both countries saw themselves as victims despite the injustices their security establishments meted out to the people they treated as subjects. The two states, isolated by their neighbors, strongly militaristic and deeply devout to similar biblical texts, were from the late 1970s governed by conservatives who became firm friends. Ties that bind. The exchange of weapons between the two countries began in earnest in 1970 when French arms dealers representing the firm Dassault approached the South Africans, urging them to order 50 Mirage jets and to consider re-exporting them to Israel. This covered channel would allow French arms companies to sell weapons to Tel Aviv, despite a breakdown in government relations between France and Israel following the Six-Day War. 91 Armscor historians identify the role of French arms companies, seeking alternative go-betweens, as a primary reason for the burgeoning arms trade between Israel and South Africa. 92 As military ties blossomed in the 1980s, it became Israel's turn to assist in upgrading the South African Air Force's fleet of fighter jets. The last Mirage jets had been supplied by France more than a decade previously. Although Chapter 6 has shown that the French were more than willing to bust the embargo to provide spares for these craft, along with a range of other weaponry, South Africa was in need of a more fundamental overhaul. At the height of the conflict in Angola, Cuban and Russian MiGs were proving a handful for the South African forces. In return for a huge injection of cash to the Israeli aircraft industry, IAI, Israeli experts ultimately upgraded prototypes of the Cheetah with state-of-the-art weaponry, electronics, and navigation, based largely on the KFIR fighter jet. 93. In the early 1970s, a South African military delegation traveled to Israel to scope out the possibilities of greater collaboration. They enthused that there was not a country to be found from whom South Africa could learn as much about technology as Israel. 94 This prompted a flood of South African military visitors to Israel, who began to search for the technology and equipment they could get, particularly from the large state-owned Israeli military industries, IMI, and Israeli aircraft industries, IAI. 95. However, the real surge in purchases came after 1973, following the Yom Kippur War. Two factors were important in this regard. The first was that Israel, under the leadership of the defense minister, Shimon Peres, decided that arms production was a route out of Israel's economic woes and that self-sufficiency was key. 96 They would sell to any government and regime in need, and it just so happened that this period coincided with a booming military budget in South Africa. 97 As Armscor's historians put it, the Israeli economy was in a bad state because of the incessant wars against Arab countries. Israel had a fairly large amount of surplus armaments which South Africa could use. The Israelis were keen to carry on trade with South Africa. Both countries would derive benefits from such trade. 98. The scene was set for closer ties. First, Shimon Peres visited South Africa in 1974 for a secret meeting with his counterparts. This paved the way for Peres and P.W. Botha to meet in Geneva the following year and sign the Israel-South Africa Agreement, ISA. This security pact saw biannual meetings take place between the country's security and intelligence officials. 99. In 1975, Israeli and South African defense officials would meet and negotiate the purchase of tanks, missile boats, and fighter jet engines and the development of the Jericho missile. By 1975, South Africa accounted for the bulk of Israel's arms exports, predominantly as a result of an order for 200 tank engines for $84 million and what must have been a staggeringly large purchase of ammunition from IMI totaling over $100 million. 100. It was not just individual purchases that were negotiated during these meetings. They laid the groundwork for long-term collaboration on the development of new weapons, including tanks, light arms, and missiles. According to Armscor, the exclusive nature of the cooperation made it very special. From the start it was agreed that no party would make manufacturing licenses or rights and skills in respect of defense or armaments available to other organizations or countries without the approval of the other party. 101. On a political level, ties began to strengthen, and in 1976 Prime Minister B.J. Vorster, who during the Second World War had been a Nazi sympathizer, paid Israel a state visit and famously laid a wreath bearing the South African flag's colors at the Holocaust Memorial at Yad Vashem. 102 The big political breakthrough came about in 1977 with the election of the conservative Likud Party under the leadership of Menachem Begin. This introduced an ideological element to the relationship which until then had been largely based on profit. A far greater shared self-image of an isolated minority under siege by terrorists took shape and, as we will see, it was the defense establishments, not the diplomatic corps, that managed the alliance. 103. Armsker sets up shop in Tel Aviv. South African and Israeli arms traders were keen from the start to formalize their relationship and points of contact. An important step was the establishment of an Armsker office, initially with only one official representative, based in the South African consulate in Tel Aviv. With the movement of Armsker and SADF staff to Israel for periods ranging from a few months to a year or two, it was decided in 1975 to establish an Armsker office on the 9th floor of the building occupied by the South African consulate. 104 This arrangement, as we have seen, was similar to Armsker's office in the South African embassy in Paris, allowing sanctions busting to take place under the cover of diplomacy. The South African Consul General liaised closely with senior Israeli military officials, including Colonel Zvi Reuter, the Chief External Relations Officer of the Israeli Defense Force, IDF. 105 He agreed that Armsker's representative, Mr. Jago, should coordinate all Armsker's projects from within the consulate and would officially be listed as Consul for Scientific Affairs. 106 The IDF undertook to brief its ministries responsible for scientific matters, in order to ensure that the cover is as secure as possible. 107 The Israelis were at pains to stress the need for Jago to have proper standing as a member of the Consulate General, with an official passport. One of the reasons for this was that with diplomatic status, unlike that of a private concern, the military censor could extend his protection to Armsker. 108 The South African Air Force General Pierre Stein moved to Israel with his family between 1975 and 1978. He told me that he was employed as a so-called cultural attaché while based at the Herzliya and Lod Air Force Base. He recalls great camaraderie at the time. His children attended the American school and learned Hebrew. 109 According to Stein, the Americans didn't want anything to do with us. They allowed Israel to act as a proxy. 110 Despite the attempts at creating a cover, the South African military presence left an inevitable footprint. As Sasha Palekau-Suransky explains, in 1981, there were 20 South African students attending the American school in Tel Aviv, but only 4 of them belonged to parents appearing on the South African embassy's diplomatic list. The rest were the sons and daughters of South African defense officials working clandestinely in Israel. Teachers and other parents were becoming suspicious about the unusually large South African contingent at the school, and Armsker officials were afraid that their covert mission in Israel, and the extent of the military ties between the two countries, might be exposed. 111 The presence of such a heavy military contingent and the obvious need for innocuous cover stories sometimes had comical consequences, which led the Tel Aviv mission to ask that new staff from Pretoria should preferably not have school-going children. The SADF mission cabled headquarters complaining that it was hard to keep cover stories intact while learning Hebrew in an Ulpan, language school, because it was difficult for children to conceal their parents' true identity in a classroom setting. South Africa's naval attaché was pretending to be an underwater researcher but had no idea who the prominent Israeli oceanographers were. His predecessor, posing as a computer engineer, was caught off guard when asked to help a friend's school-going son with math problems, which he could not solve. 112 This issue remained a challenge to the SADF until the early 1990s, when an embassy official noted in a top-secret memo that the large South African presence here is very noticeable. South African children are, by way of example, the largest single group in the American school. There are more South African children than American children in the school. He added that everywhere in shopping centers, Afrikaans could be heard, and in the neighborhood of Herzliya, a wealthy beachfront district, a number of houses were occupied by South Africans. 113 While we don't know the total number of South African defense personnel in Israel, during the second half of the 1980s military intelligence had at least 5 officials based in the Tel Aviv consulate. These were in addition to the military attaches, Air Force officers and the large contingent of Armsker officials. 114 Clandestine travel by military officials to Israel also presented unique problems. A report following a successful trip to procure large screen displays for the military in 1987 reads like a handbook for South African spies from the 1980s. Firstly, Air Force personnel would travel to Israel under an alias and develop a civilian identity that included manufactured company details, business cards, a front home address, and knowledge of their civilian job. All care had to be taken to ensure that flight bookings and travelers' checks could not be traced back to the South African government. The officials recognized that they could not disguise South African accents, but a substantial clothing allowance would apparently deal with the problem of what was referred to as typical SA clothing. 115 As part of the ruse, the new clothing, presumably bought in South Africa, had to be worn for 3 weeks prior to departure from Johannesburg and for a minimum of 3 weeks after return, to ensure a lived-in look. Booming business. From 1977, the year the UN arms embargo came into effect, into the 1980s, South Africa was Israel's largest weapons customer. 116 Arms sales to South Africa boomed from $70 million to over $1 billion from 1973 to 1981. 117 This provided much needed foreign currency for the Israeli state in return for the procurement of technology, ships, aircraft and, ultimately, cooperation in the development of nuclear weapons. In 1977 South African Air Force personnel were in Israel working on plans for a fortified base while NASCEM, an Armscor subsidiary, was receiving training on bomb making. That same year, Armscor negotiated a $400 million contract for the purchase of ammunition with IMI, a vital inflow of cash to Israel and a vast supply of ammunition for the SADF to let loose in southern Africa. 118. Israeli arms manufacturers would also regularly approach Armscor to sell their wares. As one Armscor official revealed to me, defense companies such as Tataran 119, an Israeli conglomerate that manufactured everything from drones to sophisticated electronics, would travel to Pretoria to offer weapons for sale to Armscor. 120 Israeli arms companies, collaborating with Israeli intelligence, were willing to bust the embargo. Craig Williamson told me that Israeli companies working in the armaments sector, such as Israeli Aircraft Industries, IAI, exported weapons to a third country that may or may not be Indonesia, and then Indonesia would allow the re-export of the weapons to South Africa. 121 We procured spares from the Indonesians with the help of the Israeli Air Force, he says. There was a Mossad guy I worked with. 122. The countries also collaborated in the exchange of intelligence. Such reliance on Israeli weapons in particular could have presented a risk to the South Africans if anyone in the Israeli establishment succeeded in disclosing these ties. There were regular trips by Armscor and military personnel to Israel. In 1977, General Constant Viljoen visited the occupied territories to learn how Israel controlled the movement of Palestinians. 123. Apart from Israel's reliance on her largest export customer, the South Africans also noted that the Israelis were old hands at secret arms deals. Since the Israelis do have a good deal of experience in operating a covered arms trade, it is, not foreseen, that the military cooperation between the two countries will drastically alter unless something untoward happens. 124 One conduit for such covered deals was coal for guns bartering between the two countries. Despite the size of the Israeli military, industrial sector, the country was cash poor on various occasions in the 1980s. On one occasion, in preparation for a trip to Pretoria of the Director General of Israel's Ministry of Defense in 1981, the chairman of Armscor wrote to Magnus Malin that the Israelis had an expectation that the South African Ministry of Defense would place pressure on its Minister of Finance to undertake further loans, in addition to existing agreements between the two countries. 125 The South African military rejected the idea of a further big loan on this occasion, as it needed any additional cash from the finance ministry for its own needs. 126 Where cash was in short supply, the countries turned to barter trade. As weapons were provided to Israel by the US, guns were sometimes in oversupply and provided an important source of leverage in international trade negotiations. In May 1985, the South African consulate in Tel Aviv was approached by an unnamed representative of the Israeli government to explore the possibility of bartering Israeli weapons in exchange for South African coal. 127 With South Africa having increasingly to disguise its international coal exports, This no doubt was an attractive proposition. It meant that South African coal exports to Israel, $100 million in 1985, could increase threefold. 128. In a letter to the chairman of Armscor, the chief of the SADF revealed that Israel was not in a position to pay for the coal in cash. In the event of barter, it was proposed that the South African government would pay SA coal mines money that would have been paid for Israeli products. 129. This also meant that valuable foreign exchange would remain in South Africa, and in addition it would stymie similar barter propositions from coal-producing countries such as Australia. The military hawks, looking for an argument with which to convince the cabinet, argued that this transaction could prevent the loss of between $100 million and $300 million in foreign exchange. Importantly, the SADF confirmed that to make a fair trade, Israel should only be allowed to offer weapons in return. 130. No wishy-washy. The relationship between Israel and South Africa relied on an intersection of ideological interests, military collaboration, profit, and their mutual pariah status. However, fundamental to the longevity were personal relations between the most senior political leaders. An illuminating example is an exchange between a South African diplomat and the Israeli Minister of Defense, Ezer Weizman, in 1978. The diplomat had the unenviable task of delivering to Weizman an undiplomatic rebuke, not at all uncommon, from Prime Minister P.W. Botha. 131. In addition to his position as head of state, Botha was also at the time Minister of Defense, a capacity in which he had no doubt nurtured a relationship with Weizman. They had met as early as 1972 in Pretoria to ratify an agreement on mutual military assistance. 132. A further meeting between the two men in 1978 led to an additional agreement, that each country would supply the other with weapons from its own stockpile in the case of shortages during times of war. 133. Weizman, a former soldier and head of the IDF, known as a blunt-talking maverick, would later become president of Israel from 1993 to 2000, when he kept alive the ailing Oslo peace process. His family was considered the closest thing to royalty in Israel. His uncle, Chaim Weizmann, was the first president of the country. The South African diplomat, referred to only as Jacobs, met Weizmann in his office in December 1978. The conversation between Weizmann, W., and Jacobs, J., is recorded below. 134. W. I hope you have good news. J. No sir, I'm afraid not. W. We are used to it. I am prepared for the worst. J. I have been instructed by Prime Minister Botha to convey a message verbally to you. I have received it in Afrikaans and I am giving my own translation, which I think is not too bad. What followed was a 5-point tirade from Botha, accusing Israel of disloyalty and siding with South Africa's enemies. Botha ended by stressing that both countries are fighting the same enemy and that Israel should not at inopportune times increase the pressure on South Africa. He concluded, the cooperation between Israel and South Africa as a whole may be detrimentally affected by Israel's voluntarily participation in political and psychological pressure on us. Weizmann reportedly listened attentively, eyes closed, changing his sitting position a few times. W. I am sorry to receive this message. I accept it and will pass it on to the Prime Minister and Moshe Dayan, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I will talk to the Prime Minister Menachem Begin when he comes back from Scandinavia and will answer then. I accept the message as from a friend that is hurt. I like Mr. Botha very much. I came to like him better last time when we met and appreciate his straightforward and blunt way. He does not wishy-washy around, saying this is our excuse. We are also pinched in a political sense. We are definitely fighting the same enemies. We are now in a situation where big decisions have to be made in Israel. Please convey my respect and esteemed friendship to Mr. Botha. I will do my utmost to restore relations. I highly respect the South African Prime Minister and like his straightforward way. In fact, I want to bet on him that he will become the Prime Minister. How are things otherwise? J. We are fine. At present, We are taking leave of our Air Force attaché, CMDT Stein, possibly General Pierre Stein, who retired from the military as Secretary of Defense in the Mandela administration. W, are we in for a party? Enthusiastically. J, I can assure you that the Israeli Air Force are giving him a good farewell. Further on the local scene Israel, everything is fine. J, you might consider meeting Mr. Bota again. W, yes of course. Where shall we meet? Here. There, 135. Israeli officials made a regular appearance in Pretoria. However, this also meant that their hosts had to turn on the charm. In February, the Air Force General Hennie Groenewald found that when he picked up the Israeli Air Force head, David Ivery, and the intelligence chief, Odette Erez, they were reluctant to talk. Groenewald, whose aim was to kickstart the project to upgrade South Africa's Mirage aircraft, needed a way to loosen up his guests. His solution was to begin the trip by co-opting a military helicopter, handing the Israelis some rifles and taking them for a hunt on a farm in Hoedspruit. According to Groenewald, after shooting a zebra and being invited to fly the helicopter back, David Ivery was much more talkative. 136. Love letters, Ariel Sharon, Magnus Malin, and mutual military interests. The Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has long been a controversial figure. A career soldier, considered a brilliant strategist by some, but one with a history of insubordination, he brought to both his military and political life a leadership style that would rightly be termed reckless, were it not so often rewarded with success. His place at the center of almost every key military moment in Israel's history earned him the title of war hero, while his leadership of 2 massacres of civilians, one of 69 people in a village in the West Bank in 1953, another of as many as 3,000 in a Lebanese refugee camp in 1982, earned him the moniker of the Butcher. He was instrumental in the development of the Israeli policy of swift, violent reprisals for any attack on Jewish life. His subsequent political record is similarly controversial. As Minister of Housing in the 1990s, he received another epithet, the bulldozer, before ending his career as Prime Minister in the 2000s. There has been little reflection on Sharon's place in the relationship between Israel and South Africa during the final decades of apartheid rule. Sharon played a key role in maintaining ties with Pretoria, going further than most Israelis in publicly asserting South Africa's urgent need to be allowed access to more and better weaponry. There was a clear sense of parallels between the struggles of the apartheid and Israeli states, and although many Israelis were at pains to maintain their ideological distance, Sharon was not among them. A surprising measure of the controversy of Sharon's legacy was foreshadowed in a 1982 document, from the office of the chief of the SADF to the South African Defence Minister, Magnus Malin, providing him with a CV and character assessment of his new Israeli counterpart. 137 Sharon's behavior should be carefully weighed. On the one hand, he is an impulsive politician apt to make drastic, far-reaching decisions on the spur of the moment. On the other hand, his reputation in dealings with other countries is highly impressive. The Americans not only have great respect for him, but seem to like dealing with him. Furthermore, it is clear that Prime Minister Menachem Begin trusts him to handle virtually all highly sensitive matters. 138 The note provides guidelines for interacting with Sharon. A policy of do not beat around the bush seems to be his preference. Creating false hopes/expectations that later turn out to be unfeasible could be counterproductive. 139. The South African approach seems to have paid off, and Sharon, like others in the Israeli military establishment, developed close ties with apartheid securocrats. During a secret visit in 1981, Sharon spoke to South African forces along the border of Angola. 140 South African troops had by then repeatedly invaded and commenced occupation of part of Angola, in support of the CIA-backed UNITA rebel movement. Sometime shortly afterwards, Sharon visited Washington and, according to a report by the New York Times, he, in company with many American and NATO military analysts, reported that South Africa needed more modern weapons if it was to fight successfully against Soviet-supplied troops. 141. While a vast amount of money was wasted on weapons that were never used during the Cold War, various southern African countries experienced real conflict. In August and September 1981, just as Sharon took office as Israeli Minister of Defense, the SADF invaded Angola in what it termed Operation Protea. This was by far the biggest battle in the war between South Africa and Angola, resulting in massive bloodshed. Almost 1,000 Angolan and SWAPO soldiers were killed while 10 SADF soldiers died. To achieve this, the regime in Pretoria mobilized 142 aircraft, including unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, used for reconnaissance. 142 These drones were developed in South Africa but based on similar craft purchased from the Israeli Aircraft Industries, IAI. 143 Some reports suggest that this was the first use of modern drones in military conflict. 144 The IAI Scout drone was subsequently deployed by the Israeli military during the 1982 Lebanon War. Following the Lebanon War, the Israeli government established a commission of inquiry which found that Sharon, as Minister of Defense, bore personal responsibility for the massacre by Lebanese militias of Palestinian civilians in the refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila. The commission recommended that he resign, which Sharon did with great reluctance on February 14, 1983. 145 Magnus Malin wrote a letter to Sharon 2 weeks later, expressing regret of the circumstances under which you vacated the defense portfolio and wish to thank you for the friendly and understanding way in which you have conducted matters of mutual interest between ourselves and our respective defense forces. 146 Sharon responded, thanking Malin for his letter and making the point that I am sure that the understanding between our countries will develop for our mutual interest. 147 The nuclear option. South Africa's and Israel's nuclear connection dates back to the 1960s, before the countries developed their military alliance. At that time South Africa provided Israel with 500 tons of uranium for its nuclear weapons capacity, with the assistance of France. 148 However, it was not until the mid-1970s, in the context of a growing military relationship between the nations and the increasing appeal to the apartheid regime of a nuclear deterrent, that collaboration for the purposes of acquiring nuclear weapons was first discussed. Sasha Palekau-Surinski lays out what he sees as the trail of this relationship. According to his reading of declassified South African defense records, the Israelis made their first offer of the Jericho missile system, a 300-mile range missile capable of delivering a nuclear bomb, in 1975. The deal was attractive to the South Africans, who were at the early stages of developing their own nuclear arsenal. The project, named Chalet, was discussed at two further meetings between P.W. Botha and Shimon Peres, at one of which Botha inquired whether the Jericho came with the correct payload. Presumably, says Surinski, he meant nuclear warheads. This first foray into collaboration was ultimately aborted owing to the nascent state of South Africa's nuclear program and the high cost. 149 In response to Palekau-Surinski's revelations, Shimon Peres's spokesperson denied that there had ever been discussion about an exchange of nuclear weapons between the countries. According to him, Israel did not conduct any negotiations for the sale of nuclear weapons to South Africa, and none of the aforementioned documents are original signed Israeli documents that confirm the existence of such talks of such negotiations. 150. However, this denial should not detract from the fact that an exchange of materials crucial to the development of nuclear weapons did take place. An important role in the relationship was played by Air Force pilot Jan Blya and the cabinet minister Fanny Botha. Botha was a senior minister and later National Party leader in the Transvaal. Both men were involved in the 1976 agreement between Israel and South Africa for 500 tons of uranium in exchange for 30 grams of tritium. 151 Tritium is a radioactive substance required to increase the explosive power of thermonuclear weapons. Much has been made over the past few decades of alleged nuclear weapons tests carried out by South Africa and Israel in the South Atlantic in the late 1970s and subsequently in the Kalahari. A file of handwritten notes by Magnus Malin of discussions with P.W. Botha and Ariel Sharon on November 23, 1981 may shed a little light on the issues. 152 Issues raised at the meeting focused, unsurprisingly, on defense and nuclear weapons. Firstly, future arrangements between the two countries would take place by written agreement, not under camouflage. 153 Malin noted that both he and Sharon recognized the sensitivity around proposed nuclear tests, of which there was a willingness, but agreed that these should take place underground as air, sea will become known. 154 The issue of nuclear explosions and tests was also discussed between Sharon and P.W. Botha. The notes finally suggested that a decision had been taken about a satellite. 155 These cryptic clues do not provide a definitive answer about the extent of nuclear tests that might have taken place, but they do show that discussions on this issue took place at the highest level between the two governments. In addition to testing nuclear weapons, the military wanted to develop a system that had the potential to deliver nuclear and other warheads over a long range. Missile testing took place in both Israel and South Africa from the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s. As tests and collaboration accelerated in the 1980s, Israeli and South African engineers and nuclear scientists were required to travel extensively between the countries. Several Israeli scientists were enticed to South Africa to work at Pelindaba. 156 At one point, South African diplomats working in Tel Aviv and Pretoria were concerned that not enough was being done to obscure the nature of the nuclear collaboration and raised the extensive travel requirements as a security threat. 157. The nuclear relationship began to intensify in 1984 when both Israel and South Africa were set on developing the Jericho-2 missile with a firing range of 900 miles. In order to test the missile, South Africa made available its secret Overberg missile testing facility near Cape Town in the Kogelberg biosphere. Over the next 5 years, Palekau-Surinsky's research shows that 75 highly skilled Israelis traveled to the Overberg facility and 200 South Africans made the return journey, despite new stringent arms sanctions placed on South Africa by the Israeli government in 1987. The project culminated in July 1989 when a U.S. satellite picked up a trail identical to that of the Jericho-2 over the seaside town of Arnistan close to Africa's most southern tip. 158 Despite Israeli and South African denials, it was hard to erase such evidence of the fact that the South Africans had launched an intermediate-range missile, developed with assistance from their Israeli allies. The end of an era. By late 1990, it was evident that the new South Africa would prevail. Both Israel and South Africa began to re-evaluate their future relationship. A top-secret South African Foreign Affairs memo in October that year set out some of these challenges. 159 Military ties between the two countries remain strong, with as many as 5,000 Israelis employed as a result of South Africa's appetite for their weapons. The Armscor officials in Israel still maintained that this relationship was critical, although with new markets beginning to open up, this was about to change. According to the report, the embassy was informed by a senior Kuwaiti journalist that Arab countries were aware of nuclear collaboration between South Africa and Israel, which would prove a major stumbling block to future relationships as long as this was ongoing. The letter also lamented that South Africa's relationship with Israel was upsetting Israel's primary ally, the United States. At the same time, South Africa is constantly pressurized to provide financial support to Israel. South Africa must pay but receives little in return, and this sword which is always being held above our heads can disappear together with the Armscor connection. 160 The diplomat noted that if Nelson Mandela and others had a say in the new South Africa, South Africa's relationship with the Arab countries would change dramatically. He added that continued military collaboration with Israel could create the impression that whites were pro-Israel and anti-Arab. This could be detrimental to whites in the new South Africa. 161. By mid-1993, with democratic elections agreed to, the SADF was looking to wind up aspects of its covert relationship with Israel. In preparation for a trip by General Pierre Stein to Israel, military intelligence wanted to be sure it could allay Israeli fears by giving guarantees that Israeli military secrets known to the SADF could be kept safe after the transition. 162 Foreign affairs officials informed their South African military counterparts that this could not be guaranteed once a new government came to power. Military intelligence concluded that it would be wise to inform appropriate leaders in the ANC of the nature of these projects and attempt to get them on board before they made this discovery of their own accord. 163 According to the Foreign Affairs officials, military intelligence seems to accept that their special relationship is nearing its end. 164 The last apartheid-era annual meeting between the chairman of Armscor and the Israeli Minister of Defense took place on 24 June 1993. 165 The Israeli Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Yitzhak Rabin, who was assassinated 2 years later, received the chairman of Armscor, Tilman Deval. Rabin emphasized the excellent military relationship between the countries and welcomed positive future changes in South Africa. Armscor's top brass confirmed to Rabin that they had discussed current projects, presumably those with Israel, with the ANC, and it looked as if these were acceptable. In his words, they were engaged in managing the transition while developing new relations. 166 A sign of how things were changing was that Rabin said he would like to build up his relationship with the ANC, but that the South African Department of Foreign Affairs had asked him to hold back on any overtures. 167 Armscor agreed that this would be a step in the right direction, but suggested that they needed to go about this in a careful manner. 168 The two countries recognized that in a new political dispensation nothing would remain the same in their very close military relationship. It was understood that this would inevitably be wound down, but they agreed that the secrets should remain under lock and key. Old friendships that fade away. Pariah states were, with good reason, the most obvious choice of allies for the apartheid state. However, as we have seen elsewhere, they were only one important part of a much more complex puzzle. The only glue that bound South Africa and this group of countries together was their status as pariahs. The nature of these covert relations ranged from fanciful coups to police training and the development of long-range missiles and nuclear weapons tests. These were, after all, allies of convenience, and, with a change in government in all these countries, relations would eventually unravel. Nelson Mandela's government would swap ties with Taiwan for China, today one of South Africa's firmest friends. Argentina and Chile would witness fundamental changes in government. Israel, while still on friendly terms with Pretoria, has had a lukewarm relationship with the ANC, given the latter's historical alignment with the Palestinian cause. The old ties between these states have been allowed to fade away. But locked in the archives are many more stories of past clandestine relations between these states deserving of revelation. The long shadow. There is a strange atmosphere in the land, as if people have no faith in the future, and consequently want, as soon as possible, to make as much money as possible. By the time they are discovered, so they reason, the whole affair will have collapsed anyway. Judge Victor Hyamstra, 1989. Chapter 13. The Long Shadow. The Ever-Present Past. A president, a billionaire, and bounty hunters. The lawyers, with great skill, ensnared the archbishop. As Desmond Tutu left from early Friday morning mass in December 2012, I watched as they waited for the right moment to engage the anti-apartheid cleric. A fixer facilitated the briefest of introductions. After being told that these were good guys, Tutu sounded pleasantries, "You must bring back the apartheid money," and gave his generous mischievous laugh as he shuffled off. If Desmond Tutu had been fully briefed about his well-wisher's intentions, his smile might have been far less generous. Some in this party like myself had stumbled onto the scene after being told that we would discuss a stunning reparations claim. However, it was soon evident to me that this was little more than an attempt to make money for some very wealthy people, off the back of legal claims on behalf of people of questionable character. Chief among these is Jorge Pinhal, who was represented by the lawyers trying to draw Tutu into their scheme. Pinhal is a Portuguese former racing car driver and arms middleman. A commodities trader, he was drawn into the murky world of arms trading from the late 1970s. A serial embargo buster, he claims to have supplied weapons to the Rhodesian military, working closely with a senior representative of Rhodesian military intelligence. 1. During the 1980s, Pinhal ferried arms from Israel to Iran and claims he had made good contacts particularly with the Israeli security, but met with security persons from other countries, including the Americans. 2. The arms business was good to Pinhal, and by the mid-1980s he had accumulated $5 million in offshore bank accounts controlled by his companies Beverly Securities Incorporated/Limited, BSI/BSL, in Switzerland and Liechtenstein. 3. Starting in 1985, he developed close ties with the Armscor office in Paris, whose officials first asked him to provide them with fraudulent end-user certificates for weapons sales. 4. Very soon, Pinhal was in the business of supplying clandestine arms to South Africa and recalls several meetings in Pretoria and across Europe with some of Armscor's top leadership at the time. 5. To add to the intrigue, he also claims he was keeping tabs on his clients at Armscor on behalf of Israeli intelligence. 6. By far the most important business deal between Armscor and Pinhal was negotiated in 1986-87 as part of Project Adenia. Pinhal claims he created a Portuguese clandestine channel that Armscor used to illicitly import 50 Super Puma helicopters, in disassembled kit form, and spare parts from France. This channel was created with the assistance of the Portuguese military, with which he had good contacts. 7. Signed affidavits by 4 retired Portuguese generals confirm the role of Pinhal in establishing this channel, of which they carried personal knowledge at the time. The Portuguese Air Force imported the unassembled helicopter kits but ensured that they made their way to South Africa. In return, the Portuguese Air Force was given helicopter kits and spares at Armscor's expense to upgrade its own fleet of Puma helicopters. 8. In return, Pinhal claims he signed an agreement that guaranteed him a 10% commission fee on the $3 billion deal, which was camouflaged by the channel he had helped create. 9. According to him, the money was never paid for his commission, as Armscor officials, sensing the forthcoming change in government and the end of the embargo, lost interest in him. He alleges that this was especially true after they secured the support of the Portuguese Air Force generals for their new channel. 10. In court papers he claims that he is therefore owed a $300 million fee, escalating to $500 million with interest, for facilitating a massive apartheid-era arms sanctions-busting deal. This involved the French arms manufacturer Aerospatiale, a group of Portuguese generals, Armscor, and, by extension, the South African government, and its chief sanctions-busting bank, Crédit Bank Luxembourg, KBL. In making his claims, Pinhal has been involved in a legal dispute over the past 25 years that is yet to yield him any significant payoff. However, he is assisted by a small group of international lawyers funded since about 2006 by a generous Canadian billionaire, John Risley. 11. Acting as a venture capitalist investor, Risley has sustained Pinhal's legal campaign to the amount of, I am told, a few $1 million. It would be a curious alignment of characters, were it not for a shared interest in fast cars and profit. If the claim is successful, Pinhal, his lawyers, and Risley, as the wealthy investor, stand to make a small fortune of up to $5 billion. At one point, Pinhal's lawyers told me that they would be prepared to settle with Armscor at $300 million. Who will stump up the cash for this apartheid-era sanctions-busting claim? The state-owned arms procurement corporation, Armscor. This means that the claim, if successful, will have to be authorized and financed by the Treasury. Effectively, the apartheid sanctions buster is trying to force a payment out of the pockets of every South African citizen. This is a deeply unjust proposition, an additional apartheid tax to fund an avaricious adventurer. Pinhal's claim represents one of many aspects of the long shadow of our past. Similar deals have been kept secret for many years and are ripe for manipulation by parties and individuals who continue to operate in the shadows. Even the name of President Jacob Zuma has been mentioned as a party with an interest in resolving this matter. The background to this claim takes us back to the height of the sanctions period in 1985. As we have seen in Chapter 6, the South African Air Force relied heavily on French-designed fighter jets and helicopters, or modifications of these. Good relations with the French arms industry, through the Armscor office in Paris, were therefore essential to ensure continuity of supply and access to updated technology. Through Project Adnia, the military initially intended to purchase 66 French Super Puma S-2 helicopters from France. 12. Once converted into the homegrown Oryx, they would feature prominently in sea rescue operations. Most notably, 4 of these helicopters were used to carry the new South African flag over the Union buildings moments after Nelson Mandela was sworn in as the first state president of a democratic South Africa. The procurement of the helicopters was one of the most lucrative sanctions-busting deals undertaken by the military and is thought to have cost as much as $3 billion at the time. What Project Adnia reveals is not only the porousness of the arms blockade but the deep complicity of European banks, defense corporations, military officials, and politicians in enabling the embargo to be broken. The Armscor Paris office coordinated these efforts, and KBL in turn is alleged to have helped move the cash through its bank accounts. 13. This represents an archetypal example of the architecture and complicity described in Chapter 5, and evidenced in other chapters. According to declassified SADF documents, there were 2 suppliers in the deal. One was the state-owned French arms manufacturer Aerospatiale, which designed the helicopters and today is part of the Airbus group of companies. The other is Turbomeca, today Safran Helicopter Engines, which produced the engines. Both corporations were willing accomplices and are thought to have stepped into the breach after the United States refused permission to sell its Black Hawk helicopters to South Africa. 14. Secret SADF documents confirm the role of the 2 companies as the 2 primary contractors, which worked closely with the Armscor office in Paris in setting up the deal. 15. A number of visits were undertaken by SADF officials to Paris to plan the shipment of the helicopter frames, which would be reassembled in South Africa and, with modifications made by the Armscor subsidiary Atlas Aircraft, become the Oryx. 16. By September 1986, SADF officials reported that they were in the process of preparing the orders for delivery together with ground equipment, spare parts, and components required to support the Puma S-2. 17. They confirmed that Aerospatiale in France undertook the development of the new aircraft. In addition, Turbomeca, the engine supplier, had submitted new plans for future logistical support. 18. Given security concerns, it was decided that only 1 or 2 foreign experts should travel to South Africa during the test phase of the aircraft, and instead South African Air Force personnel would travel to France for some of the test flights, visiting the Aerospatiale headquarters in Marseilles and Turbomeca in Biarritz. 19. The SADF officials noted in October 1986, after a visit to complete the ground tests on the helicopters, that Aerospatiale is extremely concerned about security during this period and therefore do not wish to receive any South African personnel while the aircraft is in plain sight. 20. At this point we turn to Pinhall's evidence, as submitted in various courts, to understand how he and his companies allegedly came to play the role of middlemen. This was done by creating a safe, long-term, and credible channel through Portugal which Armscor could use to import the helicopters. 21. The Puma helicopters were officially marked for shipment to the Portuguese Air Force from Aerospatiale. However, once in Portugal they were discreetly redirected to South Africa. 22. We have affidavits from 4 Armscor officials, 3 of whom worked at the Armscor office in Paris, confirming that Pinhall negotiated the deal with the Armscor. They provide damning detailed evidence in support of his claim. They also confirm that the bankers in this deal were Credit Bank, see Chapter 5, and its group of banks, including KBL, which Pinhall visited in the company of an Armscor official. 23. Pinhall's legal claim of non-payment has wound its way through various courts from South Africa to Paris and Brussels. The matter is now being heard in a Portuguese court. Pinhall has either withdrawn his claims, on one occasion for fear of his life, or has lost in court on various technical grounds such as jurisdiction. Armsker, Creditbank, and Aerospatiale have in turn vigorously contested Pinhall's claim. Importantly, there has been no denial of the role played by the banks in Belgium and Luxembourg. Their defense against any claims Pinhall has tried to make against them is that he was involved in illegality. In court proceedings in Brussels in 2010, the banks claimed that, given the illegality of the procurement and the blatant breach of the 1977 UN arms embargo, it was not an interest that could be enforced by a court. The Brussels court agreed and said that Pinhall and his companies were not ignorant, obviously, of the fact that they were breaching UN arms embargo resolution 418 by performing the role of intermediaries in the sale of this military material. Under these circumstances, the reason behind this legal action should be qualified as illicit. 24. The banks, in other words, didn't contest their alleged involvement in the sanctions-busting scheme. Instead they argued that Pinhall as a sanctions-buster could make no claim against them because he was acting illicitly. Read differently, this was a tacit admission by the banks that they were indeed part of his scheme. The proceedings in the Lisbon Civil Court against Armsker are ongoing. Armsker suffered a setback in 2014 when it was ordered to pay €1.3 million as a fine for bringing an unfounded appeal linked to this matter. 25. As the next step in the ongoing legal battle, the Portuguese court has now asked to examine various witnesses in South Africa. This process is known as a rogatory commission, and a preliminary rogatory hearing was held in Pretoria in March 2015, chaired by a Portuguese advocate. One of the people who testified in support of Pinhall, in a 3-hour marathon session, was the former South African Minister of Foreign Affairs, Pik Botha. In an interview with me, Botha described Pinhall as my old friend. 26. At the time of writing I was informed that the commission would soon take place, but as such hearings cannot be accessed on the court roll, details are hard to come by. Most worrying from a public interest perspective is the possibility of a very hefty settlement being reached by Armsker in secret with the sanctions buster, away from prying eyes. I have purposely kept a discreet distance from this matter. Our interest has been in the arms money machine, a significant example of the systemic abuse of power. However, Pinhall's pursuit of profit deserves attention. His case has been poorly reported in the media, and many of the journalists have not asked the simple question, is it appropriate for an apartheid-era sanctions buster to be rewarded for such crimes? There have been a few attempts to pull me into the scheme given my interest and work in uncovering the machinations of the modern-day deep state. For example, in late 2012 one of the lawyers suggested I should join their team. I declined. To my surprise he let drop into the conversation the remark, "A young man like you would do well in politics, however, that would require the necessary resources. There may be a mutually advantageous situation." Having passed up the offer, I have followed the matter from some distance. The lawyers at one point suggested that their case might change into a potential general reparations claim against foreign corporations that supported apartheid. They said this claim would be worth tens of billions, all for the South African people. Of course, they too would profit from such an enterprise. They have informed me about meetings with the leadership of political parties whom they were trying to woo into supporting their efforts. They have also drawn South African lawyers into supporting this initiative. According to Pinhall's lawyers, this network of connections include politicians, political parties, lawyers, and civil society organizations. This is not to suggest that any of this contact is illicit. Pinhall's team has built a circle of influence, much like any campaign, regardless of how distasteful it might seem to some observers. The most damning evidence stems from the leaked minutes of a meeting between Pinhall's lawyers, who drafted the minutes, and Armsker in Portugal on 1 and September 2, 2010. The meeting had been called to start discussions about a potential arbitration process between Pinhall and Armsker to explore the idea of a settlement, focused on a ballpark figure. Armsker's team of lawyers at the meeting was led by Wim Cilliers of the Pretoria law firm Gildenhuis Malletje and the head of Armsker's legal team, Meshach Tefo. Pinhall's legal team included his Swiss-based lead attorney, David Lawson, and William Humphreys. The most noteworthy addition to Pinhall's team is a South African media consultant, Liesel Gertert, who has been described as a BSI/BSL consultant. Gertert's association with Jacob Zuma dates back to when she interviewed him during his rape trial for a documentary she was then making. In 2006 she described Zuma as one of her clients. When questioned about the kind of person she was representing, she stated that she would go as far as acting on behalf of Adolf Hitler. 27. What was Gertert doing at that meeting? Her appearance is concerning for the following reasons. Firstly, why was she as the only non-lawyer present in a meeting with lawyers to discuss a possible settlement? Secondly, why was a self-proclaimed representative of Zuma acting directly in a matter when the state was already represented by Armsker? Thirdly, why was such a representative of Zuma sitting on the side of an apartheid-era sanctions buster when negotiating with the South African state? If true, this could suggest that President Zuma, allegedly acting through an emissary, has attempted to insert himself in the deal. Returning to the minutes, they show that prior to the start of the meeting Armsker's lawyers informed David Lawson that Armsker would not accept the attendance at the Lisbon meeting of Ms. Gertert, based on instructions received from the chairman of Armsker Popo. Molv. 28. Lawson proposed a pre-meeting at which there would be discussion of the procedural issues raised by Armsker, without Gertert in attendance. 29. At the pre-meeting Armsker's attorneys held firm, despite representations by Humphreys in support of Gertert's presence. Humphreys went further with a surprising claim. Ms. Gertert had been asked to attend the meeting, and noted that prior to accepting to do so, she had sought and received the agreement of the RSA Republic of South Africa President Zuma, for whom she also acts. 30. When the legal teams convened for a second day of meetings on September 2, the lead attorneys for either side, Lawson for Pinhall and Wim Cilliers and José da Silva for Armsker, are reported to have stepped outside for a private meeting with Gertert. This was so she could inform them personally of her overnight discussions with the RSA president. 31. In the short separate meeting, Gertert requested Cilliers to confirm to her personally that she was not welcome to attend the Lisbon meeting with the party's representatives. 32. She then confirmed to the three men that she had spoken to the RSA president, who asked her to attend any part of the Lisbon meeting at which settlement of the Lisbon court matter would be discussed. 33. Armsker's lawyers indicated that their client's view had remained unchanged and that they could not accept that she attend any part of the Lisbon meeting. Ms. Gertert replied that she regretted that position being taken, which she would have to report back to the RSA president. She said that under such circumstances she would not attend the Lisbon meeting, although she believed it would be in everyone's interest if she would do so, as she had been requested and agreed to do, at the direction of the RSA president. 34. If Gertert was misrepresenting Zuma, this would have been an incredibly risky move. It would only have taken Armsker a call to the South African Ministry of Defence to establish the truth, and Gertert upon her return could have faced very serious charges of misrepresenting the president. From these meetings it is clear that Armsker was prepared to allow the matter to go to full arbitration, suggesting that they wished to find a settlement and believed that Pinhall had a genuine claim in this matter. 35. This proposed settlement sought from Armsker appears at that stage to have been but a little piece in a bigger puzzle. Pinhall's lawyers described the Armsker issue as a small commercial matter which would enable them to launch a far bigger reparations case against the Luxembourg-based KBL for its role in apartheid-era sanctions busting. For this to succeed, they wanted Armsker's support, including access to its archives, as the size of the claim would no doubt be significantly higher as a result. In return for its cooperation they offered Armsker a discounted settlement arrangement. 36. This was ultimately rejected by Armsker. It is evident from a reading of the minutes that the claimants had their eye on a far bigger prize. While we can only speculate on the motive for President Zuma's seeming attempt at an intervention in a matter being negotiated by a state party, it does on the face of it appear highly irregular. The lack of public access to such secret meetings is an indication of the potential for the public interest to be skewed in favor of the rich and powerful, including former apartheid-era sanctions busters. There is one further twist in this tale concerning Pinhall's legal team and the prospects of a reparations claim. In January 2017, a copy of an interim report by the Public Protector's Office was leaked to the media. It focused on the findings made, in a tardy manner, by the former protector, Thuli Madonsela, of an investigation into a loan, known as a lifeboat, given to ABSA's predecessor, Bancorp, by the South African Reserve Bank in the early 1990s. A long-standing matter of contention has been whether ABSA was given preferential treatment in this deal and whether it paid back interest on the loan to the Reserve Bank. The matter has already been investigated by the Special Investigation Unit in the late 1990s and again by a Reserve Bank commissioned panel headed by Judge Dennis Davis. However, there have been continued claims that ABSA still owes the Reserve Bank an amount of R2 billion in interest payments. The source of these claims is, in part, a 1997 report produced by a UK-based private investigations company called CX. The company is headed by a former top British MI6 spook, Michael Oatley. He approached the South African government to investigate apartheid plunder and identified up to R26 billion he believed could be clawed back from ABSA and from transactions related to the arms embargo. The CX report has done the rounds since about 2010 when advocate Paul Hoffman wrote to the public protector and asked her to investigate the matter. However, a cursory glance at the document reveals little. It is a proposal from a group of bounty hunters to help the democratic government identify apartheid-era plunder, which was eventually turned down by the Mandela administration. As the sergeant at the bar legal column in the Mail and Guardian observed, the CIEX document reads more like a sales document than a serious investigation. 37. The CX report has since been sprung upon in particular by a splinter group that robustly lobbies for President Jacob Zuma, Black First Land First, BFLF. The group, which seems always ready to defend those implicated in scandal, such as the influential Gupta family, argues that a force it has termed white monopoly capital is the most serious threat to economic liberation in South Africa. However, BFLF reserves its most trenchant criticism for anyone who stands in opposition to President Zuma. In so doing, it appears as yet another group wishing to preserve a particular status quo. BFLF is the most vocal group that publicly supports the CX report and its claims. They have made it their biggest issue while consistently arguing against any attempt to hold others implicated in corruption to account. One cannot but form the impression that this is a political device to defend the political fortunes of Jacob Zuma and undermine his detractors and potential rivals. Challenging monopolies of power and wealth is an important element of democratic practice, but the CX report is a straw man and unhelpful in this task. It risks shifting public debate to the point where we rely more on polemics and less on evidence to win the argument concerning accountability for past crimes. To ensure justice, we require a competent public investigation agency, free from political interference, to investigate and prosecute these issues. This is hard to imagine in the current political climate, but it is another reminder of why we desperately need such independent capacity within the state. Were such an investigation to be undertaken, the public archives would provide a rich source of information and would not require the service of foreign consultants to access. Michael Oatley told me that he had personally met Jacob Zuma in 2008 before his election as president to discuss the CX report with him. Zuma was apparently reluctant to pursue the matter. However, according to Oatley, Zuma did suggest that if there is clear evidence it can be handled in a delicate manner. 38. Oatley gave no indication of what this meant. However, Oatley's interests extend beyond just CX. In closing the loop, it is worth noting that he has also collaborated with Jorge Pinhall, the arms sanctions buster. When I interviewed Oatley in 2013, he described Pinhall as an old client who is agreeable but lacking in gravity. 39. In addition, Oatley has for a number of years worked with the media consultant Liesl Gertert. In January 2017, the pro-Zuma blogger Pinky Coabain reported that Gertert and Oatley had jointly met Zuma to lobby him on the CX report. According to comments attributed to Gertert in the report, the duo's engagement with Zuma included endless briefings starting with Mr. Oatley and myself at the kitchen table and in his dining room in Forest Town, Johannesburg, Zuma's private residence. 40. The activities of this small group of people matter deeply, as they exemplify what happens when we do not deal with past crimes. It allows people who claim benefit from sanctions busting to continue to make claims on the democratic state. It invites intrigue and sinister dealings involving bounty hunters and alleged secret emissaries for the president. It also serves to obfuscate far greater crimes, many of which are detailed in this book, that are hidden from public view as a result. The less we know about our past, the greater the opportunity for it to be manipulated for personal and narrow political gain. It is a toxic affair that undermines the public's interests. Holding the future to account. If this book had been written 2 decades ago, it would have ended with a well-worn argument that history should not be allowed to repeat itself. But history has done so. However, this should not diminish the need for us to ensure that we deal with the past as a prerequisite for ensuring that those involved in future economic crimes are held to account. The most significant economic crime that occurred after the end of apartheid was the multi-billion-dollar arms deal in the late 1990s. Shortly after the country's transition to democracy, the arms deal became the scandal that has shaped South African politics for the past 2 decades. It is not the size of the deal that matters as much as the lasting legacy. It introduced democratic South Africa to politicians who quickly mastered the art of the bald-faced lie. Of all the politicians implicated in corruption in the arms deal, President Jacob Zuma has the most to lose. He is deeply implicated in malfeasance in the deal and potentially faces charges that come with a stiff prison sentence. His supporters have worked tirelessly to ensure that he avoids prosecution. This includes the chronic undermining of the capacity of the criminal justice system to do its work. However, the arms deal did not happen in a vacuum. The primary players and beneficiaries in the deal were European arms companies. As we have seen, many of these companies were active participants in the supply of sophisticated weaponry to the apartheid regime. They knowingly broke international sanctions as they sought to make a profit from collaboration with the apartheid state. As we have also seen, some of the middlemen implicated in corruption in the arms deal plied a similar trade when busting oil and arms sanctions during the 1980s. This network of politicians, arms companies, intelligence agencies, and middlemen that operated in cahoots with the apartheid regime reorganized itself after 1994. With the passage of time it changed, but its modus operandi has remained the same: when in doubt, break the law. Yet we still struggle as a country to face this aspect of our past. It is as if, were we to do so, we would have to recognize the ugly fact that too many people have chosen to look away from such crimes for so long that they feel the sting of complicity for their inaction. There are at least 3 ways in which the narrative of apartheid economic crime should be dealt with, which I set out below. Free the secrets. A reason for denying access to information is often hinged on a mix of political conservatism and bureaucratic inefficiency that sees government departments acting in a manner that is errant and contrary to the rule of law. While undertaking research for this book, we have experienced both. In certain instances, our partners, the South African History Archive and Lawyers for Human Rights, have had to go to court to ensure that documents were released. Almost 4 years later, some of these matters are only now winding their way towards an outcome. Far greater transparency and access to information are required to enable research to take place so that the public can make informed opinions. It would also help us to better understand our present and ensure that criminal practices such as corruption do not continue to shape our future. A nation that has a full understanding of its past is better placed to avoid repeating the same mistakes. However, as this book attests, there is an incredible volume of material that is accessible to researchers as long as they are willing to persist. Though it was a hard slog, ultimately we worked in over 24 archives, each of which yielded new and important information. There is a wealth of material awaiting a new generation of researchers in South Africa's archives. This is part of our national heritage and it must be maintained and preserved, and access must be open to all. In an era of fake news, the only way to challenge lies is to dig deeper and ensure that the stories we tell are based on evidence that can win arguments and public support. The archives are a fundamental resource in our understanding of our recent past. Fundamentally, the Apartheid archive must be made free from the constraints of continued secrecy. These are the records of our nation's past and its pain. Far too much of this remains secret. Civil society should support a call for the proactive public release of the Apartheid archive, rather than having to acquire access through a cumbersome request process. This material should be made available online for the public. Many of the restrictions on access to information should be lifted, across the board, and universities in particular need to be encouraged to promote the use of these resources among students. We need a new generation to scour the hundreds of meters of National Party archives that remain unsorted at the University of the Free State. Far more students from across the country should access the Liberation Movement archives of the ANC at Fort Hare. State archives such as those of the Department of Defense should be packed with young researchers. It would be a tragedy if these are the preserve of only aged military historians. We have to continue to tell our own story as a young nation, and that requires us to dig deep into our past, beyond the point of discomfort. Unmask the Deep State. What this book has set out to show is how networks of deep state actors operate in subverting the rule of law. The term deep state is willfully misrepresented by the supporters of Donald Trump. They see it as a backlash against their brand of conservatism. The origins of the deep state lie in secretive military networks, including bureaucrats, politicians, and organized criminals in countries such as Turkey where, starting in the 1950s, they acted covertly and killed many people as a backlash against secularism and democracy. 41. When the interests of banks, intelligence agencies, arms companies, and politicians intersect, there is an appetite to undermine the rule of law. The apartheid regime drew on these networks for its support, and they became accomplices in economic crime when aiding and abetting a crime against humanity. If these networks had been better policed, it is probable that the apartheid regime would have been forced much sooner to make fundamental concessions leading to a new non-racist, non-sexist democratic constitutional order. However, as we have seen, a major impediment was that the United Nations Security Council members, tasked then as they are now with policing the international system, failed South Africa. Despite the efforts of ordinary citizens, it was the Permanent Five that not only did not properly police the embargo, but actively broke it when it was in their interests to do so. China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom and the United States are nuclear and economic powers who continue to hold great sway in this world forum. However, we should ask the question whether it isn't time to ensure that this body is reformed and made far more democratic. There is also no doubt that the struggle is global in nature. As we have seen, apartheid South Africa relied on allies not only in the Permanent Five group of countries but among proxies, players, and pariahs as well. The influence of these networks persists in many countries. They are supported by the global arms trade, which is a wasteful enterprise, highly dependent on public subsidies, a drain on the economy in most countries, and with disastrous impact across the globe. Far more must urgently be done to tackle corruption and economic crime in this sector, which is as prevalent now as it was in the 1980s. The arms industry, when one considers the manner in which it operates, is not a force for innovation or global stability. It represents in fact a threat to international peace. There is a renewed appetite for right-wing populism across the globe, from the United States to Europe, the Philippines, India, and Russia. As we have seen in the 1980s, It is precisely these forces that are most likely to subvert the democratic state in favor of the markets and their private interests. Any politician who emerges from the swamp and then promises to drain it is deserving of mistrust. Equally, we must learn from apartheid's dirty tricks of funding foreign politicians and using paid lobbyists and secret networks to do its dirty work at arm's length. This practice has reared its head following allegations that Vladimir Putin's government attempted to influence the 2016 US presidential election outcome. Some feel little pity given the record of the United States in doing the same, yet we should universally condemn such practices as attempts that threaten democracy across the globe. In South Africa, the deep state is making a slow comeback. As corruption and state capture become entrenched, elite groups within the state are increasingly turning to the use of the state security apparatus to protect their interests. The most prominent among these is the State Security Agency. While it sometimes seems to lurch from one scandal to another, it should not be the focus of ridicule but of concern. This is an incredibly powerful instrument in the hands of men and women who may wish to undermine our constitutional freedoms. The apartheid regime of the 1980s is an example of what awaits ordinary citizens when securocrats are allowed to run amok. Our lodestar must remain the Constitution, and its greatest defense lies in the struggle of ordinary citizens against political and economic injustice. The law and the struggle for openness, fairness, and justice are the most potent antidote we have to the deep state and the persistence of networks of corruption. Challenge impunity. Until we understand grand corruption in South Africa today as continuity from our past, we cannot hope to root it out. In no small part, the massive incidence of economic crime that plagues our democracy today is a result of our failure to dismantle the criminal networks that thrived under apartheid. This is another kind of unfinished business of the transition. The ghosts of our tortured past will continue to haunt us until they are exorcised fully and publicly. There can be no doubt that economic crimes are integral to oppression and conflict, and that there are significant potential benefits that can accrue by actively tackling them during a transition. We must also recognize that transition is a process, often lengthy, and never the outcome of just one moment. Thus, despite a path being politically impossible at one point, it may not be precluded at another. The establishment of a new commission to examine economic crimes under the Argentinian military junta of over 30 years ago is testimony to this. South Africa's transition in fact brings these issues into sharp focus. The relative invisibility of economic crimes and violations that resulted from the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission's, TRC, focus on torture and physical violence is something that continues to compromise those seeking economic and social justice in South Africa's ongoing transition. The narrative constructed by the TRC obscures this part of the country's history by presenting victims of apartheid as those who suffered physical violence. At a fundamental level, our memories are now filled with testimonies of the horrors of torture and detention, not of those who had their houses destroyed and land stolen or were forced to work for large corporations for little pay. On the other side of the coin, we know of the police operative Eugene de Kock as the quintessential perpetrator of apartheid's crimes. However, we know comparatively little of the corruption and sanctions busting that funded apartheid's police state, and that facilitated the mass theft of money from the public purse. In addition, those responsible for economic crimes have never faced prosecution or sanction in South Africa, encouraging a culture of impunity and allowing networks of corruption to survive and draw in new politicians and businessmen. Particularly for these individual and corporate interests, the South African transition was actually just business as usual. These factors fundamentally undermine the process of transition to a more just society. At a very basic level, the economic and social rights enshrined in South Africa's constitution have less meaning when there is no attempt to identify and return the billions of rands stolen both before and since the transition. In addition, we are unable to shake off a racialist view of corruption and economic crime, which is supported by the perception that they are something new in our society. Corruption is not a phenomenon that is the result of a black-led government. White compatriots should be the first to volunteer such an admission. The current struggle against corruption in South Africa is undermined by a basic lack of appreciation of the nature of that corruption and the criminal networks that facilitate it, namely, that they are continuities of a profoundly corrupt system that predates the first democratic election. What is equally clear is that changing these things is not impossible. We do not need to consider South Africa's transition as ending with the report of the TRC. The work of civil society in documenting economic crimes committed under apartheid provides a solid basis for instigating criminal investigations and proceedings against individuals and corporations for their role in those crimes. This would help achieve accountability and, combined with the dissemination of the documentation, would contribute to a shift in the nation's understanding of South Africa's past, as well as its understanding of the present. It would also help to disrupt criminal networks that continue to corrupt South African politics today. The identification and return of money stolen through these crimes could contribute towards a broader and further-reaching reparations program. New hearings and community meetings could help develop a better understanding of how individuals and communities suffered as a result of economic crimes and structural violence. An active civil society that is concerned with social justice exists in South Africa and is well placed to facilitate these kinds of processes. The very wealthy need to show real contrition for these acts, which have been to their benefit. This cannot be relegated to a simple act of charity but must constitute a significant portion of their private wealth to fund philanthropic causes that promote social justice and human rights. Some might balk at this suggestion, but the super-rich in particular need to repatriate far more of their wealth and invest it in South Africa's future. They and their children can no longer look away and pretend as if the source of the luxury with which they surround themselves is untainted. Their connection to South Africa cannot only be nostalgic. They must be challenged to do far more than is the case right now. While some of the remedies lie in transitional justice processes and philanthropic funds, others lie in the simple issue of justice. Based on the evidence we have accumulated, it is evident that murders were committed to cover up sanctions-busting activities. The assassination of Dulcie September is one example. We must demand the right to truth about who was behind these murders. This is not only necessary justice for the surviving family and friends, but would be a powerful signal that impunity for gross violations of human rights will not be tolerated. There are promising signals that justice is possible. In a watershed judgment of May 2016, the South Gauteng High Court found for the first time that almost 500,000 miners could bring a class action claim against the country's gold mines. This after almost a century during which far too little precaution was taken to prevent workers from contracting silicosis and TB, which in many instances have shortened their lives. The judgment is important in terms of our understanding of corporate accountability and of profit-taking at human expense. After approximately a decade of legal battles, it also underscores the almost impossible task of holding private interests to account for damages suffered by the public. 42. International banks, as we have seen, grew fat and lazy off the profits from the apartheid state and then raked in more money when they refused to absolve the apartheid debt after 1994. For those banks operating in tax havens where they move about the money of wealthy investors who refuse to pay tax, this was just another illegitimate income stream. Apartheid and the 2008 global financial crisis, from which many banks profited, are stark reminders of the human consequences of malfeasance in the financial sector. Should they be allowed to continue to escape accountability for this? In 2008, the International Commission of Jurists released a report that emphasized that corporations should be held responsible for assisting in gross violations of human rights when they enable, make easier or improve the efficiency of the commission of those crimes. 43. An additional requirement for complicity in the case of banks, it is argued, is that the lender had to have known or could not have not known about the criminal activities of the borrower. 44. Based on this criterion, the banks that supported the arms money machine deserve the most attention. If the banks had not acted as willing accomplices in the schemes of Armscor and its international network of arms traders and middlemen, the war in Angola might have been significantly curtailed. What happened in practice, however, was that the bankers in countries such as Belgium and Luxembourg sat back and watched the profits roll in, all the while helping Armsker to construct an international system of money laundering. As the book shows, the extent of involvement of the banks was massive. Such complicity can no longer be rewarded with silence. These powerful actors must be held to account for this past injustice. This is not only in the interests of the people of South Africa, but in the interests of citizens of all countries. As long as banks believe they can operate outside the law in tax havens, they will continue to help finance wars and create a financial system that facilitates the flow of cash for guns. The link between the international finance sector and human rights abuses must receive more public attention in view of the consequences suffered by ordinary people. Such abuse of power cannot be treated as an uncomfortable fact to be dealt with by future generations. It deserves our attention right now. We must open the secrets that reveal new evidence, organize as citizens along non-sectarian lines, and seek to hold those who profited from injustice to account. Acknowledgements. This book reflects a significant collective undertaking. For every skeptic and naysayer there have been many more people who have provided support, advice, and encouragement. On many occasions over the past 5 years, this task seemed impossible. Documents were not forthcoming, clues were endless, and for nearly 3 years we ran a parallel campaign to support efforts for justice in the arms deal corruption in the midst of a cover-up. The perseverance of many people paid off, and I am deeply appreciative of the support of every person and institution that helped make this book possible. I have been immensely fortunate to work with a small team of talented researchers for whom the search has been a shared passion. Michael Marchant has been an outstanding lead researcher who has tackled this project with an inexhaustible supply of effort, dedication, and patience. After this, other secrets await opening. Anine Kriegler and Murray Hunter, who were part of the research at an early stage, contributed their wit, enthusiasm, and insight in equal measure. I am also grateful to Bradley Peterson and Naomi Marshak, who joined the Open Secrets team as interns. You have all been stellar colleagues to work with, even when the adventure took us into dusty archives, dead ends, and parts unknown, you kept the faith. The project started under the wing of the Open Society Foundation for South Africa, OSFSA, who awarded me a fellowship. I extend my thanks to the board of OSFSA and colleagues for their support from inception. After more than a year, the Open Secrets project moved to the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, which has been a partner for the past 3 years. Many thanks to Jan Hofmeyr and his colleagues Pamela Vuuren, Wendy Batsy, and Anyway Chingwit for their support, and the IJR finance team led by Renee Choto. Thanks also to IJR management and board for hosting us and trusting us to get on with the task at hand. We have been fortunate that a small group of funders have been committed to the project and shared our vision. They are the Open Society Foundation Human Rights Initiative, OSFSA, Bertha Foundation, Claude Leon Foundation, and Heinrich Boll Foundation. A small travel grant was also provided by the Oppenheimer Fund. The manuscript has benefited from the hard work of a team of experts who have all helped ensure its improvement. While I take responsibility for errors and omissions, many of the improvements are thanks to the patience of a skilled group of people, all led by my South African publisher Bridget Impey, a true ally, from Jacana Media. My thanks to her entire team of colleagues who have assisted in rallying support for this project and worked long hours to ensure that we get this big book just right. This book has finally made its way into the world, beyond Southern Africa, thanks to Michael Dwyer and his colleagues at Hearst Publishers in the UK and Oxford University Press in the USA. I am grateful for their support, and also to my agent David Godwin for making this important introduction. My friend Paul Holden, a meticulous researcher and formidable opponent of graft and greed, reviewed the draft chapters. I have relied on the careful copy editing of Russell Martin, who was patient to a fault even after I attempted to push back against his skilled red pen. Zanele Mbuyisa is the media lawyer we had wished for. She believes in fairness and the right to free expression in equal measure, and I am grateful for her feedback, advice, and assurance. Galen Pinnock from Scarlet Studio, a designer, photographer, and architect, is responsible for the magnificent infographics, the treasure maps that accompany the text. Accessing research material for this project from public, state, archives in South Africa was made possible through our collaboration with the South African History Archive, SAHA, in Johannesburg. Thanks to Catherine Kennedy, Toerien Van Wyk, Catherine Johnson, and our team of supporters at SAHA who carefully managed 50 Freedom of Information requests to 8 government departments. You are all tenacious believers in the right to know. When SAHA needed to use the law to take on errant government institutions that denied access to documents, we could turn to a formidable pro bono legal team who support the right to truth. Thanks to Prashianhung Saraj and David Coate and Lawyers for Human Rights in Gauteng. In addition, we drew on the wise counsel of a caring group of advocates in Jeff Budlender, Nasreen Rajab Budlender, Nyako Muvangwa, Hermione Cronje, Lebogang Kutumla, and Francis Hobden. Accessing the documents was made easier by the staff in the 24 archives we visited. We were guided by their advice and appreciate their willingness to carry and cart hundreds of boxes that fed our voracious appetite for documents. The archives consulted include the Archive for Contemporary Affairs at the University of the Free State, Armsker Archive, Belgian Foreign Affairs Archive, Belgian National Archives, BSTU, Stasi, Archive in Berlin, the Company and Intellectual Property Commission at the Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Defense Force Archive in Pretoria, Department of International Relations and Cooperation Archive in Pretoria, German Ministry of Foreign Affairs Archive in Berlin, International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam, Liberation Movement Archive at the University of Fort Hare, the National Archive in Pretoria, the National Library in Cape Town and Pretoria, the National Security Archive at George Washington University in Washington, D.C., Shipping Research Bureau Archive in Amsterdam, South African History Archive in Johannesburg, Swiss Federal Archive in Bern, Times Media Archive in Johannesburg, University of Cape Town Archives, the University of Cambridge Archives, University of Leuven Archives and the Caddock Archive, United Kingdom National Archive at Kew, University of Oxford Archives, and the University of the Witwatersrand Historical Papers. We also received documentation, in response to access to information requests, from the Department of Justice, TRC Archive, National Treasury, Office of the Auditor General of South Africa and the South African Police Service. In addition, Danny Stein, David Klatzow, and Maggie David gave us access to their private papers. I would like to thank the numerous individuals who gave generously of their time and provided valuable insight and first-hand experience in over 100 interviews. Some may disagree with my analysis, but I appreciate their willingness to share their experiences. Over the past few years, a number of wise friends and colleagues generously gave of their advice and support, which strengthened our arguments and resolve. They include Andrew Feinstein, Angela Mutukudi, Barbara Hogan, Basetsana Molbatsi, Bonita Myersfeld, Charles Abrahams, Chris Gevers, Dumaisa Nsabija, Fatima Hassan, Frank Dutton, Jeff Budlender, Howard Varney, Johnny Steinberg, Paul Holden, Piers Pigu, Stephans Brummer, and the late Stephen Ellis. During my travels, many friends and family hosted me in their homes and on their couches and provided a hot meal and much support in Amsterdam, Berlin, Brussels, Cape Town, Johannesburg, London, New York, and Paris. A special word of thanks to friends and comrades at the Right to Know campaign, who provided a frenetic, inspiring environment in Community House in which to write and work. You and many other partners in civil society are a reminder that another world is indeed possible. Finally, to my friends and family, and those of my colleagues, your love and support has made this possible. Thank you. Hennie van Vuuren. Cape Town, September 2018.